Cat, what's up? How we doing? Hello, 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 hello. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to people.
Right here in Seoul, South Korea. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here on the desk currently with Mimi and Sideshow, and we're going to talk about video games today, everyone.
Woo! Wait, what a change!
Yeah. Oh, heck of a
Where's Twitch chat?
For the geopolitics, but I guess
there you go. I can't find YouTube chat. It's time I can't find Twitch chat.
Analyst test with 10 other people.
Yeah, no, actually, we got that canceled. Wasn't in the budget.
Akno, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for the first sub of the day. 30 months as well. Appreciate you.
We ain't gonna do that today. Today, we're gonna look at some of the best.
Thanks for the tier 1, man. Thank you for doing that.
A little bit of a twist. It's time for some wordplay. Yes, you see, and I did jazz hands too to make it really emphasize the thing. All right, so we're each going to cast an incredible highlight, but here's the thing, and you guys have seen this before. We're going to have to find a way to work in 3 words on screen. And apparently, according to the
set up late for me.
I go first.
Not the game, just me. Respect.
It was in my contract. I don't.
Cena, thank you so much. Cena MR. Cena Mister, thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate the tier 1.
Oh.
Now, bear in mind, I commentated Valorant like 2 years ago.
Or Sinama. Is that how I say this?
Here it is.
Mayugio, 17 months also. Thank you so much. 18 months, 17 months. Thank you.
What is an avant-garde?
Wait, do you really not know the definition?
Don't tell him, for God's sake.
Good news is they're staying up. They're staying up late today is going to be at 2-0, 2-0. Damn.
You know what? Let's just do it anyway. We'll do it live.
Sound sick. I've been a little bit sick. I was a little bit sick yesterday. The voice is mainly a morning voice though.
Hospitality from our attacking team is this squad is GENG trying to make their way into the site here. You got yourself a little bit of a paranoia, but a whiffing on their shot and avant-garde. Oh my God! Wow, what a moment there as we just saw some.
Stayed up past my bedtime voice, dude. No matter the amount of sleep, my voice is like this anyway.
So heckin' good at my job.
Good pick today. I got GENG Fnatic.
Now he's gonna put out the turret, waiting for an opportunity. He's got that sheriff in hand, looking to see if he can get someone to peek a little bit. Turns around, aim lab, pop, pops him right in the face. Looking for another one. Maybe he gets him. Maybe he doesn't.
The first round of the event, right?
Looking to get him. I heckin' love that guy, but no, Meteor doesn't love him. And instead he shoots him in the booty, and that is going to be my clip.
Will the games today be close or one-sided? Hopefully close.
That actually was
ridiculous.
I think the Fnatic DRX should be close, no matter what. The Heretics GENG one.
How was I supposed to fit an art movement into a commentary?
With how they've both been playing, you would imagine GENG do pretty.
All right. Well, Mimi, you're up now. Okay, let's see what you got here.
Maybe
your words.
Maybe Heretics get a good start.
Definition of all of them.
I think Heretics need a good start.
Three-toed sloth. See, I would have taken
Nartungus with the Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate the 6 months.
Of course, they gave the Zuma ratio.
Okay.
Thank you so much for that, dude.
Gave me avant-garde.
Give me the clip.
All right, let's see what our
early starts. Yeah, it's hard like
this game. Okay.
Ooh.
Fnatic on the attacking side, match point.
Not used to the early starts, really.
And he'll be the beneficiary of a headshot from Yosemite's Vandal. Crypts will be broken. They'll stall for a second while they wait for the wingman to get in on the plant. Slow in this one, Alpha on the plant, but his teammates falling around him. Yosemite ready to push around the other side, but now with that timer ticking against them.
Do I get significantly more viewers during champs or about the same? About the same. It's just more people streaming, right? I get the most for like Pacific and...
Hero and Boaster, a lot to do here, and the ratio of players works against him as Neff finds another. Down to the rookie. Already finding one. Second on the swing for Hero. Why is he the only one to follow? Ultimate in, damage done, spam ready to come through, and Hero is a hero.
I mean, you finished it with a terrible pun. I mean, you were doing so well, and you just bungled the landing.
I thought it was too serious, so I wanted to fix it.
I mean, you got...
Numi Mayo with the tier 1 as well. Thank you with the 19 months. Appreciate you doing that.
Shenanigans. All right, let's take a look. Not bad, though. Not bad, Mimi. Good job. Better than I would ever hope.
Do you think Foot will bounce back and win it all? Nah, not how they're playing.
Bring it up. What kind of sick, disgusting words have you got for me to fit in here?
We got, roll your R's.
Oh my R's? All of them?
Advertising and interference.
Not advertising, advertising.
Advertising.
And interference.
Oh, yeah. Actually, you got to do it just like that. Go.
Okay, well, here we go then. Let's kick it off. It's G2 versus Paper X, and we'll have a look at what the clip is. We've got Leaf covering the flank. He's picked up a Phantom. Unbelievable. Repping that Oni Phantom, a little bit of advertising for Riot, as well as he takes down 3. It's unbelievable. Crazy interference to what PaperX was doing. PaperX. I did forget to roll my R's at all times, but yeah, I guess I'm the only one that technically failed that challenge.
What was the third? You didn't say one of your words.
Yeah, it was interference.
Advertising.
Advertising, that's what I said. I said advertising for Riot.
He did.
But you didn't say advertising.
That's very true.
Oh, that was great.
Thank you,
roll your
Josh.
R again. Okay, do you roll your R? I'm so proud of both of you. How that moment.
I can't do this.
Happened before. Oh man.
Can
well,
people not roll their R?
Yeah,
a lot of
many
people
people
can.
Really?
Yeah. It's quite difficult.
Yeah.
She didn't know that people
I
can't.
feel
That's
like
crazy.
I'm seducing you when I do it when it's outside the word.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I don't.
like
There's something about the bald men together.
Don't like that.
All right, folks. So
HR?
back to the here and now. Let's go ahead and take a look at our current bracket, shall we? And all of our teams already played one match, but today we got some fun ones here. You got Fnatic, of course, going up against DRX and then GENG and Team Heretics. We will figure out who the #1 seeds of Group
Couldn't watch
A
the
and B
G2 PaperX game. Was it worth
today.
watching?
Let's go ahead and check out
Not if
our
you're a
pickups
slight fan of
powered by
PaperX. I wouldn't
AWS.
watch
Now, with
it.
Trace's win over Vitality last week, 100% is kind of difficult. Shout out to the 10% of you that I think might still be in it.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? Trace going up against Leviathan, if they're able to win it, it'll boom 90% of brackets. But I can't believe that they're going to be able to beat both Vitality and Lev. Who knows?
It would be a ridiculous world if they could win both of those
They're
matches.
not
I think
beating Lev.
Some other surprises here. I would give FPX a better chance than 11.5% to make it out. I think they're really evenly matching that game.
Then
against Exos,
61%,
both
yeah.
teams form.
You know, I said that. I said absolutely. I agreed with you. But actually, it's
Lexor with the
I don't agree.
YouTube
Yeah,
membership.
they-
Thank you for doing that, dude.
Yeah, they could
Appreciate
get
you.
third.
Yeah.
These teams that we're about to watch today, they're in a class of
Thank you for waking up early as well,
let's go
man.
ahead and
Appreciate
talk
you.
about what we're going to be watching here today because, as I had mentioned previously, we
PaperX
got the
and
winners
Sen.
of Group
Yeah,
A
dude, I
and
shouldn't have.
Heretics is in a
I
class
still kind of
above
think
FPX.
PaperX
I
are
don't
gonna
think
do
that's
it.
true.
Just because it's
think they are when they
PaperX,
get
but
going.
I shouldn't have
Save
sided
it,
with that.
Save the material. Now, first, we're going to see GENG taking on Team Heretics, and then after that, it's going to be DRX going up against Fnatic, a Champs Classico. We're all excited for that one. And guys, I think it's safe to say that we have back-to-back 2 DOS certified bangers today. Run the graphic. Dang. Yes. Yes. The horn. Good horn usage.
I would agree with you. These games are ridiculous. You're going to get this from all of those winners' games in all of the groups, I think. But today, there's just something special.
Yeah.
The Riot
EDG, bad matchup for
It's
PaperX.
great. And,
Probably the map was
just
pretty good as
history
well.
Between both these matches is great. A finals rematch.
They'll be able
from
to
our
play
last global
Sunset though,
event,
right?
and then
The
a
big,
match that we've
that's the
seen
big
at the last
factor
two
for
champions as well.
Yeah.
Should be really good.
PaperX.
Yeah, it will be so awesome, and we're very much looking forward to these matches here. But while you got your phone out here, because we know you do, why don't you go ahead and scan the QR code, take part in today's MasterCard fan poll. Which of our 2 matches is the biggest banger, the largest banger, some might say? GENG, what are you doing?
I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to
It's-
scan it.
You're scanning
You're
his body.
scanning me.
Yeah, well, it's not
Which,
working.
by the way, I welcome it. We'll have the results in just a little bit.
Wardy
Remember-
TV with the
okay,
Prime.
use
Thank you
those
very much, man.
hashtags, Valorant Champions,
Appreciate the
all
support.
throughout the event. If you
Can we
want
see
us
Abyss
to
today?
feature out throughout the
Yeah,
broadcast,
we
we'd
should
love to
see
hear
Abyss
from
for
you.
sure with
Now,
the
every
Fnatic
VCT
Paper
wants to
Fnatic
make it
DRX
to a
game.
global event. Sure, you know, it's all
And
about
then-
the fame, the glory. It's all nice.
Is there a
right? But
chance
it's
for this
really
one?
about
There's a
getting to
chance
try
for this
some
as well. It
delicious
might be
food
fad map.
from all around the world. And earlier, Boaster met up with DRX's Mako for some soul food.
Team Killer with a YouTube membership also. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, thank you. You think
Hello
who is
everyone,
more
Fnatic
likely to have a
Booster
lower
here,
bracket
and
run,
today
Sentinels or
I'm joined with
PaperX?
DRX Mako, and we're going to be trying out some Korean food and talking all things Valorant champions. What's this called?
PaperX? I guess it's pretty even. Good question.
Well, I'll try it just for you. Let's have a feel then. Oh, it's like crisp. It's like yeah, it's nice. I take it. How are you feeling? Like any expectations?
It's
for these
like, and then
camps?
do they cut it out?
아무래도 첫 IGL
I want to get that free sponsorship.
로 나오는 거기 때문에 상당 이전보다는 좀 더 많이 긴장하는 상태로 나온 것 같아요.
Really? And how is it being at IGL? Are you tired yet? lots of hours, long days.
확실히 IG를 하기 전이랑 후가 좀 많이 달라진 느낌이에요. 그래서 IGL들이 왜 힘들어하는지 좀 많이 알 수 있는 것 같고 대선배시고 이제 너무 그동안 고생이 많았을 거라고 생각하고 있어요.
Big senpai. Oh, that's very cute of you. Oh. Right, what is this then? Yeah,
This food name is 약과.
yakwa.
약과.
And what is it?
한국의 전통적인 음식이라고 볼 수 있습니다.
I want to try it for you. What is it? Tastes alright though.
저도 잘 몰라요.
It's like a cookie,
예.
but not a cookie.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
If you don't mind. I'll have a bit more. And while I have a bit more, can you tell me? I haven't seen you all year. You know, we didn't qualify for Madrid, and then obviously you didn't qualify for Shanghai Masters. What's the difference between then and DRX now?
아무래도 이제
Do you think Fnatic is in a state to ban the best map like GENG? Yeah, that's why both of them should have a pretty good run.
이제 시즌이 후반부로 갈 동안 이제 좀 많은 성장을 이뤄왔고 시즌 초반에는 좀 많이 엉터리였는데 시즌 후반에는 이제 저희가 약간 좀 길을 찾고 팀업이 어느 순간부터 잘 맞기 시작하다 보니
Damn, dudes.
또 이렇게
Lexor with the 10 gifted YouTube memberships. That's crazy.
챔피언스에는 다시 진출하게
Lexor, thank you so much, man.
I
For
heard
the
Dane wants to
YouTube
go
Oiler.
karaoke with me.
Thank you
He's
so
quite
much, Lexor.
handsome,
Appreciate you doing
and,
that.
Can he sing?
아, 베인 선수
If anyone got gifted, make sure you say thank you to Lexor.
그거는 이제 좀 상대적인
이
거라서
오이더.
아마 좀 같이 가보면 알 것 같은데 그냥 좀 부르는 정도인 것 같아요. 좀 잘 부르는 정도. 네.
I got one song prepared.
Watching you for every game, just looking finally able to show some love. Dude, thank you so much for that, Lexor. I appreciate you doing that, dude. Awesome, man. Thank you very much.
Well, this is kimchi. I know kimchi. I've had kimchi because I don't eat meat, so I eat mainly kimchi every day. So yeah, I like kimchi. I'd say, who do you want to play the most at this event, other than Fnatic?
저는 이제 21년도 때부터 지금까지 계속 크루를 칭찬해 왔었고 크루랑 한번 붙어보고 싶다라고 생각을
2021.
했었는데
Cows are cool. Thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate the tier 1. Thank you, thank you.
지금 되게 좀
Of course, dude. Thank you for the tier 1, man.
Well, fist bump to that.
OD890 as well with the 5 months. Thank you so much also.
Every champion so far, but that is all we have time for today. So thank you all for watching, and yeah, we'll see you when we start playing.
I love how they rely on Boaster so much they don't even need a host. It's like, well, Boaster can do it all.
Now let's go ahead and dive into our first match.
OD again, thank you so much. How's it cool? Also, thank you. And Lexor with the 10.
Go head-to-head against one another at the Shanghai final. And this was a Heretics team that came into it with
second career is secured. Dude, he's just secured anyway, isn't he? His stream would just be so popular.
I mean, yeah, they were ridiculous.
Lucky Viper 7-7 with the Prime. Thank you also for the 3 months. And can do no wrong. Yeah, he's got options. I think it's just like play until we play until we can't compete anymore.
Only 7 rounds across the last 2 maps of that series, and GENG, of course, went on to lift the trophy.
Yeah, we also had the race between Woot and Meteor for who was going to be the Shanghai MVP. It looked like it was going to be
Evelyn,
Woot.
no,
He was
not a
running it
chance.
all the way up, and then, like you said, that crumble towards the end. There are just so many MVP candidates on this.
You can literally do anything, yeah. And he's starting to aim. Maybe he can actually do everything.
Yeah, to see who's going to be the standout player, because it can almost be any of them.
I think as well. I mean, it's kind of this conversation for both these guys playing into their rookie year, their first time ever coming to these global events and competing for who's going to be taking that prize as Rookie of the Year. And for me, it's no contest. If GENG can lock up this tournament, even keep a final, and Karen maintains even an iota of his form, it should be him, because the kit's been ridiculous all year long.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more with that. And of course, GENG had an opportunity to
This is
right
the best matchup of the tournament so far. Depends what you're looking for, man. Like most skilled matchup, it's probably up there for the best two teams. Losing. Fnatic DRX would be up there also.
A little bit of a shocker for me. I still have GENG going all the way, but I mean, and part of the reason why is because you got guys like Karen who, at a drop of a hat, we were talking about it before.
Alon is getting out of groups. Are you right or are you right? I think you might be right. Looks like it's leaning that way.
Right, and I think a lot of people will be looking forward to seeing Wu on that duelist. But
Vitality look kind of stubborn with their game plans. I don't know if it's stubbornness with their game plans or if it's just
really on his level. You might look towards people like King,
not knowing how to play against some of these comps.
So he's, I mean, a massive front runner for Rookie of the Year. He'd have to give up playing Valorant halfway through the tournament to be caught.
And I don't think at a champs you can get away with that, especially when so many teams play different metas that you're not used to.
Karen here, but Texture as well, another guy who has just been utterly on fire too. I mean, we know we're giving Karen a lot of love here, and I think it's for good reason. But you know, you also just have so many tools on that GENG
that bind
side
game is still crazy. That they didn't switch the Viper over on defense.
Texture is playing like the best jet that we have right now. Maybe Ospot's giving some competition in that role if Durka gets back in form, but this guy has just been lights out. I think the style that GENG play, they're an incredibly confident team. I think their biggest strength is how
incredible on Duelist? Nah, the only map that he was on Duelist is Icebox, and they changed their comp.
The strategy that's winning them games, it's the ridiculous firepower they have across this roster.
And the firepower can get shown in stats.
Edmundo, how we doing, man? Edmundo, thank you so much for the Prime. Whoever got today, I got GENG Fnatic.
Sentinels and Munchkin's lurks on Haven. Yeah. Those don't show up in the stats, and they were winning rounds time and time again. His calling's excellent. The team system that they've got together is pretty immaculate. Yeah. And that's why they're in the running for this tournament against Fnatic, who we're going to see later on, for greatest roster of all time. They actually, that is within their grasp right here at Champs. Yeah, they could very well achieve that, and it would be incredible if they were able to do so. But ahead of Champs, Achilleo sat down with Texture to talk about playing in front of the home crowd here at Champions and so much more. Let's check it out.
Hello everybody, Achilleos here, and I am standing by with Jen, as well as none other than Texture. Texture, annyeonghaseyo, thank you for joining me. I just wanted to pick your brain. You've had quite the year so far here in 2024. Every grand final you could possibly make, you've been in it, you've lifted a couple trophies, you've got the Masters Shanghai, most recently you got Stage 2 here in Korea. Off the rip, getting ready to go to the Champions, how are you feeling?
일단 당연히 기분은 너무 좋고, 일단 그리고 무엇보다도 챔피언스 가기 전에 마지막 대회를 우승으로 이제 트로피를 들면서 이제 챔피언스를 온 게 너무 일단 저희한테 있어서는
G2.
좋은 일단 스타트인 것 같아요.
I think they're too good at too many maps to get grouped,
사실
man.
기세나 이런 거는 저희 팀보다 좋은 팀이 없을 거라고 지금은 생각을 해가지고.
I know they have a perma Vita, which might wreck them a bit, but.
Good. Especially because to be able to end stage 2 with the trophy and on a really, really high note coming into Champions, I think we have a really good momentum going. I would say we have the best momentum going coming into Champions out of all teams here, so we're feeling really good.
Now, would you say, kind of on a similar note, would you say that because you have that trophy, because you have that momentum, with Champions being here on home soil in Korea, does that add more pressure for you? Or now, because you have gotten those trophies, you did get the win in Stage 2, does it feel like the pressure is a little bit more alleviated because you've been riding this high?
아니요, 사실 부담감은 킥오프
Lost Moo with the tier 1, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that also. Welcome into the Star Club, thank you for doing that.
이제 그때부터는 사실 부담감은 사라진 것 같아요. 사라지고 그냥 좀 즐기면서 하는 느낌이고, 그리고 이번에는 말한 대로 이제 홈그라운드니까 좀 더 부담되는 것보다도 저희들도 볼 수 있고, 좀 뭔가 더 오히려 마음 편하고 더 즐겁게 할 수 있고 좀 더 설레는 것 같아요.
Well, kickoff was actually the most pressure we were under, but after that, it was just us trying to have more fun, and there wasn't much of pressure with Stage 1 and also Masters events and with Stage 2. And you mentioned being on the home ground in front of the fans. I think it makes us even more excited, and to be able to have the fans here rooting for us and watching the game in person, I think it adds to the fun of it.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, you've gotten a lot of fans this year. A lot of people, you know, knew you from last year when you were over on Global, but you've kind of taken the world by storm and become a household name in Valorant now with your run and your performances. And I kind of want to pick your brain because I'm sure there's a lot of people coming over to Korea to watch you, to watch Champions, and they might want your recommendations for some things. So I want to go with #1 place in Seoul that you think people should visit, and then your #1 food recommendation for everybody here.
꼭 가야 하는 장소? 내가 근데 제가 어딜 돌아다니질 않아가지고 한국 오면은
I think Sen keeps the deadlock.
제주도? 그냥 좀
Not in the Sen of how it's been looking.
보기만 했던 거라서 제가
I can see them falling back to normal comp.
분들도 갔으면 하는 거고 먹었으면 하는 거는 딱 2개가 있는데 제육이랑 김치찌개. 딱 이 2개요.
Okay.
I would say Jeju Island, but I'm more of a hermit, so I don't really go out that much. Jeju Island, personally, I want to go. I've never been, but I hope that the fans get the chance to visit. As for food, I have 2. It's kimchi jjigae, which is like kimchi boiled soup, and also 제육, his favorite dish, which is kind of fried pork.
All right. Well, I kind of knew that you were going to say jail. So I'm glad you gave me something a little bit extra there with the kimchi jjigae. But Texture, thank you for joining me. Jen, thank you for the translations. That's going to do it for now. We'll see you guys next time.
Well, I tell you one thing. As a Latino, I love me some fried pork. So thank you so much for that, Texture.
If he wins the trophy, we're taking him to Jeju Island.
Okay.
NG wins champs. Fnatic finishes second. G2 finishes third. It was pretty good, man. I like your thinking. I can see it happening.
Sentinels beach debuff.
But you know what, though? There was something that he said that was really interesting there, which was about, you know, the pressure that they had felt, right? And they felt more pressure at kickoff than they have now, which I think is quite fascinating because, you know, they're trying to get everything going, make the roster happen and connect.
Yeah.
And look, Texture, he's one of those dudes he's still fishing for that ace. So, hey, maybe this is going to be it. Maybe he gets to go to the island. Maybe he gets to get the ace. Maybe we get some fried pork.
It's been over 100 days since he's gotten an ace. And every time he gets a 4K, you see the reaction. But your question about pressure and why they're not feeling it on this stage, I think a big part of it is what you're seeing in that clip. They're just so comfortable on these big stages. Something goes wrong, something goes well. They're getting up, they're capturing.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen so far, maybe
the synergy in game
maybe that is a good way to start leaning.
Game, the players have that connection.
Still kind of believe in
G2. So
G2.
comfortable together that no matter the stage, they're not feeling the pressure.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more.
As
And
in
there's
to
a
get to the
reason why
final.
GENG coming into this tournament, everyone, is the odds-on heavy favorite. They are so good, so dominant, but of course, there's still so much more to come here. Now, earlier on, we spoke with Boo about their opening win against FPX in this Omen player moment. Let's check it out, and then we'll talk about some Heretics.
Hello, my name is Bo and I'm playing for Team Heretics. Yeah, so we just won against FPX, another overtime thriller. The first time in Shanghai, I felt we were more loose and I don't know, I could absorb more information for some reason. In this game, I didn't see that clear of a picture what's happening, what needs to be done. Maybe it's a positive result of their work, maybe it's us going down maybe a little bit. I'm not sure, but it was harder.
Ion was going to try and jump around, but he's thought better of it. That time continuing to tick around, continuing to land every shot.
Map 1 Abyss?
When we
Oh,
first
really?
saw the groups, I think first thing was excitement. I think the teams that we have in this group are like all fun to play.
I guess that's Heretics
challenging to
picking
play,
up.
and winning against them means a lot, shows a lot, rather than maybe playing some, let's say, weaker teams. I prefer this. I think
Jay Faith, thank you so much for the 14 months
I know
also.
we're not in the best form, but at the same time I see a lot of promises.
14,
With
dude,
each day of
14 months
scrims we
is a
got
long
here,
time,
it was
dude.
only
Thank you
like
so
3
much.
days. We showed
Don't you
insane
worry.
improvements.
Javi
Team
as well.
Heretics that landed
Javi's
in Seoul
RL.
wouldn't win
Appreciate
this.
the prime. Thank you for the
Team
3
Heretics
months.
after 5-6 days won this, and Team Heretics after a week or 2 is gonna be way better.
As you can see in this series layout, Team Heretics had to fight tooth and nail for that win against FPX and Sideshow. It's because FPX showed us
Dude, if we get this as a
wild
rematch,
stuff, and
it's gonna be
Heretics
so
simply just, as
good.
you heard Boo say, wasn't really sure what the read was.
Yeah, Boo couldn't find the answer
This was
on
such a
bind
50-50
at all
game.
against an FPX comp that was super unusual. But I like the way that he's framed it. They wouldn't have won if they'd arrived, and they're going to scale up as they go throughout the tournament. That's how it happened at Shanghai. They'd only had 1 day of practice with Woot playing Duelist.
FPX will win the
Had to get
rematch.
back in, and they
Really
got
open,
better
yeah.
as they they went off.
It is just a straight up 50.
At Shanghai, they had all the time in the world to scale. Their entire matches were leading up to that final against GENG, and now they have to make this rematch happen after only one match here. And I think GENG, they're the only team this year who has not had a dip in form, that has managed to stay at their peak for an extended period of time. So that is rough. And well, they did show some great tenacity to stay in that series.
Build the roster? I'm not entirely sure.
Worrying signs, being really slow
Coaches
to
normally
adapt
build the
online.
rosters.
I think they kind of overcomplicated things a little bit. We're falling into a lot of
Never
these
know
heavy
for sure
contact plays,
unless
just walking
have,
into
like,
the
inside
chamber
info.
and dying, things like that. But there's still time, and there's still a lot to learn for this team.
Very true, but like you had all said, I mean, they're going into the blender against GENG here. It's going to be a tough
good morning.
one,
How we doing?
Good news for Heretics fans is that one player actually popped off in the opening matchup, and I think a lot of people were kind of, look, we know that this kid is talented. Rians brings it every single time, but this was just something different. He was on another level here, and it truly just felt like if he could keep this form going, that's enough to build off of, I think.
If Rians is playing like this, you should be winning matches easily, which is
Fair,
a positive,
fair.
right? That he's playing that well,
Easily.
but it's also part of the worrying nature of
This
it.
guy always turns
Minibu,
up for,
I think, in particular, needs to step up to
always
the
turns
level
up for
that
big
people like
lands.
Rians are showing us on Team Heretics. But I think a lot of it is to do with what Boo was talking about.
The big
that
moments,
little,
maybe
like,
Rians
burnout
is
portion. So many
the
people on
highest
Heretics have
person that
talked about
steps
that.
up.
Benji talked about it in the press conference. They
Insanely
felt burned out towards
consistent.
the
Yeah,
end of the stage.
it is actually pretty
It's
mental.
about being able to maintain that form all the way throughout the
I think
year.
it's probably
That's why
unfair
GENG
on
are so
Woot because he's
spectacular
been
as
on
an outlier,
different
because they haven't had that dip in form all
roles.
year
So
long.
for him to be
But that
consistent, it's
that
been
can't
hard.
be the norm. Not like most teams just simply cannot sustain that.
Like, how do you even do that? Like,
Iron mental and giggle.
Yeah,
It's actually the laughing buff goes crazy.
Probably, man. Unbelievable stuff from GENG. Of course, though, normally we do our arrival interviews. We have, each team.
Heretics have fallen off somewhat since Shanghai.
We do a little bit
For sure.
differently. And Yinsu caught up with both Benji Fishy and
They might-
Texture. It's a pretty good one.
They might be able to bounce.
I'm now joined by Texture from GENG
They're just
and
tired.
Benji Fishy from Team Heretics ahead of what is probably going to be the most wholesome game we're going to see today and in the tournament. I understand that,
Exchange
Texture,
hands.
you took the boys to Korean barbecue, right? How was it? Was it fun?
Yeah, of course, fun. So good.
Did you have a good time?
Yeah, it was very tasty. Korean barbecue is my favorite foods, when I tried it in London. So I got to try authentic Korean barbecue with Texture, guiding me. So yeah, it was very good.
You got to hang out with the boys as well, right?
Yeah.
And now, I know you guys are super good friends outside the server, but I wanted to get you to maybe do a little bit of a friendly trash talk ahead of your game. So, you got anything, Texture?
Yeah. Do you remember Grand Final in Shanghai? It was meant to be friendly, bro. What? Oh, I was gonna say, na pegopa. I'm gonna eat you, bro.
All right, I can't wait to see you on the server. Thank you, boys.
Now pegopa means I'm hungry, so you eat you.
All right, good luck, guys.
Okay, Benji.
That was good.
Who's eating who? I'm confused now.
Benji's going to guzzle down Texture.
Oh, I thought we were going to eat Wingman, Josh.
No.
You gotta stop. Enough's enough. Okay, poor thing. We have to
on
put
the
headphones on
broadcast
him.
now,
Yeah, he's a part of the team. What do you think, Wingman? Yeah, doesn't want to be eaten. All right, well, let's go ahead and check out our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you lovely people which of today's matchups is going to be the most certified of certified bangers, and the results are in GENG
Out of all the words who went for that, yeah, that's
I gotta
crazy.
Say, I would have picked DRX versus Fnatic because there's so much history there, Mimi.
There is, but there's more name value, and I think that the hype of the rematch of the Shanghai finals will definitely bring that energy. My worry, though, is this could be a one-sided game.
Sacha
I think
forgot he's
GENG's
not on
form
plat
right now
chat.
is
Pretty
looking
much.
really incredible, and they should be a heavy
Creeping
favorite
it
in
in
this
there.
match.
I think, though, that in both matches, because the bans are fairly well known, you should be able to pick a map where you're favored on for both teams across both matches. So in theory, we should have some 2-1 Valorant today. That should be really close.
Are they really
very
favored on
exciting.
Abyss?
But if anyone takes their opponent's map pick, it might just be over.
Wow, I think I know where Mimi's aligning here. Oh, this Wingman.
He loves GENG. That's why he's yellow, too.
Big GENG fan Wingman is. That makes a lot of sense. Maybe a little bias here in Seoul. But you know what, though? It's going to be an excellent series of matchups. You guys have GENG going through, right? I mean, predictions,
Yeah, I think so.
But if Team Heretics could win this is the proof in the pudding that they are ready to actually be a contender to lift a trophy here and to show their growth.
You are so right. Now we got 2 certified bangers on the way. Let's get this show started. Day 5 of Champion Soul starts right now.
second game is Fnatic DRX. You didn't realize you thought it was Sentinels FPX. And that's in a couple of days, right?
Last year, Buzz and I were in the crowd watching the grand finals of League of Legends. And I remember saying to each other, like, hey, next year, if it's in Korea, let's go meet each other, let's play on that stage against each other. And here we are.
또 너무 좋은 친구이고 또 배워줄 점이 많은 선수인 것 같아요. 게임 안에서 만났을 때는 이제 엄청나게 큰 적이기 때문에.
So, Istanbul, who knocked us out? DRX. On your home turf. I know Alfia is super hungry. He wants to fight them on their home turf and he wants to send them to the lower bracket.
프나틱에게 졌던 그 기억이 아직도 새록하게 남아 있는데 그거를 되갚아주고 싶어요.
We gotta stay humble kings. No egos here, and just prep.
No ego in the platform. Ego on the outside.
That's what we like to see.
화이팅 하겠습니다. 화이팅!
Pain Gamer, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 3 months. Thanks for the 2-1.
GENG, currently best team in the world, no doubt. We played them only once, which was the final of Shanghai. The loss felt really bad and sad, but when you distance yourself, it's second place in Masters. Like, you're not allowed to be sad about that.
Heretics, man, have we seen this team grow?
저는 마무리가 항상 너무 중요한 사람이기 때문에 앞에 있는 성적보다도 당연히 뭐 상하이 우승을 하든 무조건 챔피언스를 가야 된다라는 생각으로 임했습니다.
My brother Domi, he said like, I want to play them so much because they're obviously the best. If you want to beat the best, you need to beat the best. And there is no better team than GENG to prove that.
자신 있으면은 계속 들어오세요. 어차피 저는 뺄 생각도 없으니까 한번 붙죠.
Yeah, I mean, his confidence, rightly so.
Team Heretics. GENG.
They're wearing each other's hat as well, it's kind of sick.
It's the run back of the Shanghai
Woot dyes hair as well.
Final. GENG taking on Team Heretics, and even though there is respect across that stage for both of the squads,
okay, so makes a lot of sense. They get rid of their normal ban. GENG go for Ascent, and then we got Abyss.
This is going to be our first ever time seeing GENG playing on Abyss.
Oh, that's right.
No idea what they're doing. They were perma-banning it over in Pacific, came into this tournament and have left it open as a trap for other teams to fall into. But to be honest, as soon as GENG get rid of Sunset, there is
looking at it, it's not as bad for Heretics as I thought.
So they need the win on Abyss to open up the series.
They do have to win
it.
it.
Scrap something out, maybe on buy.
Yeah, both these teams' fans are
no
taking
doubt
their
about
opponents basically best
Hellcat, thank for the raid.
and Ascent respectively. The big question for me around this veto is how is Miniboo going to play? We saw them move away from the Neon comp they were playing in EMEA, in Lotus, and also debut him on Jet on Abyss, an agent that he basically never plays, and it was an underperformance on both of those maps. He needs to step up today against the guy who right now is probably the #1 runner for best player on that agent.
And it's not even necessarily Miniboo versus Texture, but when Miniboo entries, he's going to be playing against site anchors like Karen and Meteor.
Yeah,
those are the players he's going to be going toe-to-toe with. You've got to be able to get those guys down to have a chance in these rounds.
Yeah, when you see that he wasn't getting a lot of value off of that Jet, makes you wonder, like, do they go and make that change here? Do they try and just say, hey, screw it, it didn't work out before, let's go back to what brought us to the dance in the first place?
But at the same time, the actual big mystery is what the heck GENG are even going to be running on Abyss. Is it going to be a good map for them?
It's going to be the. So I'm thinking it's going to be close to their Breeze comp.
Maps. They still have the best map pool in the world. How is this team real? It's absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, I think that we can expect at least one thing. Texture is almost certainly going to be playing the Jet here. We've seen a very heavy focus on Jet Ops and the value they can provide on defensive
Astra,
side
yeah,
from a lot
like
of
Astra,
teams
Viper.
on this map. But we've seen a lot of looks, especially around what controller you're
It would just make sense on this map for how they
Harbor.
want to
We've seen a lot of looks with Astra. So the big question here to be answered, and GENG
the exact same
goes
comp,
for
right?
those Astra comps with the Yoru in the mix.
They're just running their Breeze comp here and applying it to a bit.
This is what I would have done. This is just the easiest way to approach this map for sure.
With the pulls and with the Viper, is it going to work 1-to-1?
Mr. Wolf,
I'm not sure.
Sticks with the Prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you.
But it could be quite similar to their Breeze B exit.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense, dude. Karen is going to lurk all over them. It's going to be interesting. Heretics on defense, they can probably lean a little bit heavier into going aggro. I think they need to lean heavier into them going aggro.
And on top of that, I haven't seen a team play this comp. So Team Heretics, unlikely to be prepared for this 1-for-1.
Yeah, that actually is a really good call there, right? You can see all the zeros across the board. I mean, truly, the map is living up to its name because Team Heretics are going into the abyss here against GENG. Let's get into map 1, shall we? Send it over to your casters.
I don't know. I rate Heretics. They might have been able to predict this.
Thank you so much, GB.
Well, not that you know exactly what's going to go down, but you at least know Sentinel. All these guys are loud. You at least know Sentinel, so you can push, and then you're going to have like Astra, Yoru, probably waiting for pushes.
That's a little bit bad. I think it's going to have to be a step up from them. Because, yeah, the last time out, it was a close affair. Different personnel on the server now. But
okay, so we've got Heretics on defense, we've got GENG on attack, and GENG using their Breeze comp, and we got 9 ghosts and 1 sheriff. No armors.
From that sort of dominant force that they were.
And already we see an Astra luck, and we see it straight up
fully expecting
all over towards B. Yeah, and then that just means you need one smoke over towards heaven, you block everything up. It's like the most simple wall when we kind of looked at how to play this map. This is actually the exact same.
Heretics there in the grand final with Shanghai.
I like what they got at the moment.
And as Sideshow said, this is just the Breeze comp brought through, so although it's a different map,
because even though there's smoke here, like you can sit in the bottom of it, still can't push out because of the one-way.
To at least drop his one, spams are good, and Heretics find the kill.
Oh,
now that laneway, all that stands between
might be able to.
The round victory. Munchkin though manages to drop Woot, and they've already destroyed the wingman.
Astra has not even moved yet. We've got double shocks. Got Astra Star that's still on the spike itself.
We see Heretics do this exact same sort of post, just sitting back, holding, sending utility on towards that spike, and then just pre-firing this angle. Even still, though, they have managed to get into half, but they need a little bit more, and that time is ticking too far.
Damn, look at it. That was nice, bro. That was a late luck as well, and it didn't even need to luck.
Absolutely beautiful
play from
GENG, even with Texture not finding his ones up close. That utility that
is he ever actually going to luck with that, or is he literally just holding like all of this?
Exactly like you said, Tom. That setup
the guy with the shocks, you don't have to worry. I'm not sure he'd actually ever go for the luck on this unless it's an A.
These players and buy the time to get the defuse, and I think it was a counter grab well that ended up stopping the defuse.
Yeah, I mean it was very nice from GENG, and they play it the same as they play. Like even if we're just looking at B on
heavy investment here from GENG. They've gone for
Breeze, they play it very similar. Whoa.
You can't really afford to lose any players.
Wait, that one's pretty cool. Can't see it when you're over towards here, but when you get a little bit closer, you can see it. Dude, no one-way cams like this. We've never seen a one-way cam that is like,
when we saw this map play
looking up.
So maybe they're trying to steal a lead.
I like the idea.
Guardian, plenty of positions that can be wall-banged. Again, if you talk about that post plant on the B site, we saw
the head one way, yeah.
The same with an Odin.
You don't see it until you get to like here, I imagine. I mean, I think they saw the flashing light. But
it's exactly what you expect.
I like this from GENG. Everyone buys a gun and they'll have someone looking for a push over towards B, right? This is 3-person default with just. They know they have no sentinel. They got to just hold behind.
If they do go running into them. For now, though, a couple of shots fired. It's Boost spamming through and almost going down. He's on 15 HP. It's all a ruse from GENG. They make early
noise. But the pressure, they see at least 2 people here.
The pressure onto a man like
this wall as well. This is nice because this is the wall that I wanted G2 to do when I saw it. Like a wall that's similar to this. I would probably lean the wall over a bit more so that you can like get A control and spam this. But this wall is good because it blocks off A here, so you can't fight early. And over towards the site, you got to play on the right. This wall here, in my opinion, is the wall that I'd be using as a default. Like very similar to this. Nice shots from Texture, man.
It's been spoken about quite a bit, how many days it's been since Texture got an ace. I think it was only probably mere rounds since the last time he got
Missed
a 4K.
4K, yeah, but this
Another
one
on the books, and more
wasn't as
importantly, he's now
doable.
2 away from a Blade Storm.
It would already happened.
Yeah, I think it's been like 14 4Ks so far, give or take. It was 114 days. Can't quite get that ace, but hey, you wouldn't want to do it against
this
any
team and
race,
Guardians.
right? We want that to be a meaningful ace. If he's going to do it, maybe it's here.
This one's not a
Still got lot
direct
to work
steal
with on
yet.
GENG. 4
This one
Guardians
doesn't
and a
feel as bad
Bulldog
for
coming
him.
into round 3. Team Heretics invest heavily. All the credits are on the line, and a loss here means a big extension by GENG.
Yeah, and it looks like the other wall was just for a pistol, and this is their default. And honestly, this is
control over A main. Happy to take a fight.
and they play very similar to how I would play this.
If they're not.
I think this is great so far. I like how they approach it.
We've talked about
I reckon on defense they probably steal the G2 one.
9 and 20.
Maybe they got their own stuff.
Falling down the gap in mid for one of those deaths, and sure he came into the series late. Again,
It's hard for Heretics because they want to play aggro
at
one point over towards one of these because we've got no Sentinel, but they can't really play aggro over towards A because of this wall. It's so hard to actually get anything. And you know that they can be at this point and this point.
We know he's incredible at it.
We see the orbs.
Good luck to Boo here. They still got the camera.
For him to have his ult for entering in. Wrap, it's caught Texture. Will he make it back?
He did good to get out of there, though.
For now, Boo, not so much though. Dropped after just the one. The spike dropped. They know it's on its way to B, and there's reinforcements coming through. And Boo's there to back them up, but they can't quite stop that plan.
Yeah, no one can cross to save the plant here.
Icho has
Icho has.
Karen's position has already been spotted, and a lot of low players now for the side of GENG. Bonus not exactly going.
Wait, when did that happen?
Well, it seems like it's only going to get a little bit worse as we will see Texture fall off the edge of the map. And well, we definitely need the replay from Benji. He even did a little dance, a little emote.
What the hell?
Yeah, early.
That was from the trip earlier. Oh, okay. Dude, I thought he dashed back and he actually managed to get there.
I think he put an updraft into play, and sometimes
I thought he survived. I didn't realize that he went all the way down.
I think he dashed backwards.
He did.
Yeah, and then it catapulted him forwards.
I think an updraft. Oh, there he goes.
30 seconds left.
Oh, yeah, he was falling for quite a long time. This had been happening for a while, evidently, but he's having a good time at least. And of course, the last round flawless financially. GENG are going to be able to go back into this round with another purchase. In fact, they're in a great spot overall.
Right,
even having
big buy round. We're close to a couple of orbs, like going aggro, getting one of these orbs could work well. Yeah.
Really cause mass amount of issues on this map. I think a lot of teams still are not completely comfortable.
Yeah, this is the first time that we see someone over towards A.
Still by far the newest map in the pool. And
dude, this is gonna be hard for Mini.
Wow, if Heretics have got something planned, this aggressive push might be just that.
Yeah, the cam has flipped around to mid this time, not looking for the same control deep on B. Leaving no one there to watch the push up, hoping the cam will do the job.
Okay, they don't hear the pushback. We've got 3 people over towards B. Got early cam on middle, behind the wall, so everything mid.
A little bit of a moneymaker in the last. There goes the ult, immediate TP, so he's nice and close, ready to take this.
This is nice, yeah, they TP so that his ult just sees everything.
3 players here. The decoy is going to be used, sending them back alongside the recon. This is sight control.
This is a hard retake. You got to keep an eye on Boo. If Boo gets an ult, it's going to be a lot easier with the Astra ult to retake this. Okay, so I like this as well. This is very nice. We've got an Astra Suck to make sure that the plant is in a different spot. It also messes up his Astra Suck in theory, and just means that they can't. They got to commit more to
trying to maneuver
ban the
himself
diffuser.
back out of position. Utility being thrown in for Heretics, but they've still got 4 to find.
Okay, Texture already spotted, but he's
gone. Oh my god, bro, what is that? Man, it's too much. He's too good, man, it's too much.
Win the round, and I guess that's all that matters. Spirits are definitely high on that roster.
Mr. 4K with another 4K. Bro, that's so clean though, look at it.
8 and 2. It's funny, last round he falls off the map, having a little bit of a laugh, and now he's the one laughing at absolutely everybody else. It's too good. Just so clean with it, and I don't even think there's arguments at the moment for.
Dude, he's having way too much fun as well. Oh my god, he's incredible.
Against a team like Heretics as well, so many individuals we write home about. We've seen
Dude, that first kill, to get that first kill that he did, 2 bullets and then get out of there knowing that he's already got the kill, that's
in the finals of international events. That's what GENG are doing. The latest,
GENG
of course, was Heretics
forced into this
over
like it
in
is an actual
Shanghai,
force. We
which
got
they
Guardian,
won,
we got
but
Stinger.
I don't know.
We got Boozle for retake again.
It's already looking a little bit scary.
Seems almost undeniable. One of the best teams in the world, we know, but it could be the texture. Good for one, and the dash keeps him on the map. He's not falling this time. And
everyone does this with, honestly, if you literally look at all of the pro games and you look at when teams have this, no joke, everyone goes it. Actually, not sure I've seen ult round with someone else.
But it's all about the position of Boo. He's able to catch
someone else does anything
confirming
different.
the rotation they suspected, and now slowing them down. The stars put to cover his retreat, and he's right back to middle. No need to take that fight. With 40 seconds
that
on
was
the clock,
good as well. He had people covering his middle to just make sure that no one was crossing over.
The rest of the team fully
There's good
rotating,
reactions from
but
Heretics here.
It seems like GENG might just go back. And while Benji, I think he's made that realization.
And they still have the cam, so Boo doesn't need to peek until this cam spots anyone.
And actually, without spotting anything out, he's continued this push.
And the
His
cam
teammates
spots.
starting to come back, but the cam is going to give the game away.
And does he want to
Now
swing?
you're going to see Woot get back into position. Even still, a potential for a 1 versus 1, but with the time so desperately low, there was a moment for Boo. But they are going to be making their way. Oh,
Whoa,
nice
Dinks with the stinger as well. They got the kill chips. Wow, this was impressive though from Heretics. I'm telling you, their reactions on this were really good. Also love that we finally get to see some kind of push, because I want to see them do that as much as possible.
And yeah, it's just the fact that they get Boo into that position.
Shout out to
GENG
Boo, man.
played
Boo played this
slow.
insanely well. Didn't even overpeak when they hit with the cam, which you would have been tempted to. Is very confident that it was being hold, even though it wasn't.
But Karen wasn't sitting
Nevermore, thank you so much for the 7 months, bro.
Boo would have had an early fight on his hands, a scrap, but instead,
Damn, that's crazy for 2 years. Nevermore, appreciate you.
And locks in the round as a result. That's 3-2 now. The gap not going to be extended by GENG, but they're still able to buy up. Still have that Hunter's Fury to work with after last round. And a slower approach, this time more focused on that B site. They want to catch Boo pushed up, but he's not giving them the fight.
I think a lot of this.
They're just trying to get sound cues early for that one as well. What is this? Take middle, wall it off. We got wall, we got gap in the corner. Hey, they're gonna use this when they have they're gonna use this when they have. Okay, I'm telling you, this round right here is prep later. By the way, they're gonna use this wall when he gets
He's just stuck in a corner. He can't even retreat
your
for
ult,
free,
maybe.
knowing there could be someone peeking from the box. He's trying to force
have a
the
loaded
fight.
gap in the corner, or like at least like fake it later on.
But there's nothing to be found.
Do a nice round from GENG.
Edge, and there it is. The element of surprise against Texture.
Nice shot from
Nice
Miniboo.
range fight
Doable.
with Karen down. That's some of the utility at least.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Astra should be peeking like that. But.
Snake fight will buy them a little bit of time. The Thrash on its way, and it's caught Meteor.
Wait, this is such a stacked server at the moment. Did they have Molly shock as well? Wingman, you can tank. Oh, I thought he can.
Gets its mark. Second shot's good. Third will be a kill, but it's already.
No way they won this 2v4 with a Wingman on the defuse as well. Did the Viper Molly hit the Wingman still, I guess, and tanked him down a little
I
bit?
was thinking with the post-plant utility that was available for Heretics, like, Woot did
Yeah.
fantastically well. Like,
Did they
being
need
able
to
put
stick half?
The Molotov just to force a player into an angle, then uses the Thrash
Woot
as
didn't
well
need to stick half, right? That's like
basically
the
just
only
keep
thing that
someone
was
in
wrong.
position.
Other than
And
that, it was pretty
it's
impressive.
just the late round utility from Lakia. His post-plant has been disgusting.
Damn, dude,
That
it's a
bought
nice
enough
shot as
time.
well.
And wow, this is why we always want to see Meteor
Well, they like stole the round here really, because
where he would be.
for sure
The other guys
that was very nice from Heretics util-wise, but I think they just panicked a little bit.
Spray correction, like you probably won it off of time alone. A 1v1 where they can't push Lakia and take him down. But
okay, so timeout at the moment. They're probably heavily going to talk about the fact that if they push middle, these people can't do their afterplant, so they need to get a little bit more aggro. So you're probably going to see pushes on the sides reactively or over towards middle.
But he'd already fired out that shock dart, beautifully timed. Diffuser happens to be low. Then Hunter's Fury that we mentioned earlier, used for the post plant, catches not just the Wingman, but the man who put out the Wingman in Woot. For Meteor to hit those shots as well, another nail in the coffin. 4-2, and the problem with that, after a couple of losses in the previous round, Heretics, some of these players are going to be struggling for money.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not looking like a great position to fight from on this defensive side. Obviously, they had an incredibly close victory versus FPX, but that was always the gamble.
Yeah, I'm expecting, not this round, but probably buy rounds.
somewhat
they're gonna to disrupt this stuff. You're gonna do like what teams did on Breeze, where you're just like pushing some of this to just make sure you can pressure this area.
Makes sense. And then for Heretics, okay, they haven't played Abyss. Maybe they're not ready
Mini
to go in that direction, so they've gone for that
it's
pick
the
instead.
hero op on an
operator
eco.
on Miniboo. Everyone else with the
Forces
pistols.
down here while people
They're gonna have
watch
a chance.
window.
This is one way to try to seize it back. Well, he's forced out of position right away. The spams back to Lakia, light him up. And the shift from GENG to
Look at this insta-call from GENG. They know that they forced him back. They've checked if there was a camera over towards here. They heard the jet
Does he suspect this rotation?
back around the corner, who was meant to be getting early info for them to be able to rotate early. They insta group up and hit over towards A.
Maybe he can save the op. Maybe he can win them the round with it. And even if not, he has the Blades on for the next round. The bigger problem, though, is that Boo's going to be under serious pressure. And he has nothing to play with. He expects the TP and actually
Hold up, yeah, they gave him a gun. And now he could just hide it for a little bit, but he's going to eat some util. But that could be okay. Wait, just util him. Viper Molly or something. Oh, they got the Viper Molly on the Lurk, so they can't util him. That's incredible.
Gets the smoke up too. They win the fight through the wall.
Wait, are they going to steal a round? Just because Boo's hidden in the ult?
Munchkin might just pay dividends. The reveal goes up and he's already spotted one, but Miniboo.
Damn, okay, nice round. You know what might have given this away? You know when they did the Viper wall over towards here? That might have given this one away where it had the gap earlier. Either way, Heretics fully on this. I think Boo probably, they've done a couple of, I mean, honestly, they used to play Astra Yoru on Bind, so they kind of know all about it, especially the Astra main.
This is now a couple of times that we've seen Meteor TP into this backside. I think one was the round where Rienz
Shout out
gets
to Boo, man. That's just solo outsmart.
The Cosmic Divide into position to allow him an angle, but it's just something that clearly Heretics are very aware of, especially Boo. Just knows exactly what it's going to be.
They used to use it. They used to use the same combos on Bind.
You're running through a corner.
Okay, they actually forced them down to an eco, and loads of people from Heretics survive, so they get so much money on this.
Fantastic read from the IGL, but it does feel like a bit of an oversight from GENG to keep giving these early fights in low buy rounds.
I think they just assumed after making noise on the other side of the map, that would be the gap that was available for them. The blind stopped Boo from being able to deliver the
Yoru flashes at the moment have been incredible. We've seen them over towards B early, over towards A early.
Meteor just one away from the dimensional
like the op is just eating flashes.
In a low buy round like this, that could be invaluable.
Wait, they dropped Boo there, or I didn't even see they dropped Boo there.
Get on site and plant it. Instead, he's the one sitting back, trying to catch that late lurk, and had a lot of success with it last round, although he didn't get the kills. He got into position.
Yeah, this is the thing. Finances, not great. Really good.
Hey, double kill trip on site.
Heretics to equalize this one. The site, however, could see Pit is going to be taken. Yeah, it's whether or not they want to invest it with.
The Astra suck for this as well.
The pistols aren't bad, but they are going to risk it. They're going to gamble on already.
Oh.
Well, they're going to have to fight from a disadvantage.
Dude, look at this Viper ult. What the hell is this? They have a cubby here and it covers the spike. Dude, it's like a 1. It's a better drawn 1 than I've ever done.
Yeah, the problem is they can't even see when it's being stuck. You got to get that a little bit closer. It's going to be a risk. But for Team Heretics, trying to negotiate their way back into the pit is a problem. Up close, no utility to try to drop that diffuser. It's all down to spams, and right under their nose, it's coming across the line. Already, the round is sealed. Texture.
Okay, so it doesn't actually reach the plant.
And 4-4 we go.
Even though it looks pretty cool.
GENG, but it doesn't work out this time.
It's impressive that it goes all the way here.
I think again, either it was that they wanted to try and just leave a very narrow angle that you knew the player would defuse on just outside.
Yeah.
Or they were maybe hoping it
kind of. I mean, it helps and gives you a lot of space to spam.
I
guess.
The idea, because a lot of the time you're going to have to force people to try and run through the entirety of that pit. Nonetheless, a single ultimate expended, not a whole lot of damage. And that operator's now going to go back into the hands of Miniboo. He's looking
landed in the wrong spot. I'm not even sure it can reach that spot though. There was an Astra star here, but I don't think. I think it just fake smoke.
Seems to be going towards the back of the site for now, just taking the control. The dash in from Texture to meet him.
I think it just doesn't reach because you not just plant like on the edge in the corner.
This one, the decoy sent through, just ignored.
Okay, we've got a retake on this site, and we don't have any ults to help retake it. And they're so on top of the fact that Karen's going to be lurking. And we do have double shocks, Astra suck as well.
Drone to follow. They're going to know where Texture is, but the rest of the team is still elusive. for the rest. And even still getting past this double duelist could be tough. Texture combining
Yeah, I
Meteor
think
with another.
if you have a perma smoke over towards Heaven, it's pretty much impossible to retake.
Opportunity, but again, Texture is there.
Yeah, there's definitely something that I'm looking at here. I like this from GENG. I think they have the same thought process. If there's a smoke over towards Heaven, you can get on top of where Texture is, right? Is the Texture was here the whole time? Munchkin at least on this bit.
While Meteor jumps up top, and then later in the round,
yeah, okay, so basically if you can get on top of here,
and he gets swung from behind. Absolutely gorgeous.
You can get on top of here, and there's a smoke here, and you have like one person taking first contact.
Credits are going to be struggling on that
If you have smoke on Heaven,
opportunity for the attackers.
A guy close to here to jump up and either one or two.
Success came from
can't retake really.
On that attack, even though things went to OT, they really were disgustingly strong when it came to the B side, as we've seen from the other side.
It's the only time they've thrown their smoke deep though on this one, so it might be a little bit readable in the future for people that are playing them, but first time you're playing them, this is a great strat.
Rians is still trying to just hold on to some ground, but the A site almost completely lost.
Yeah, Rians doesn't want to overcommit to this. He's heard a player come back up towards the top, they're ready for him, but another smoke goes down, the spam's favoring Meteor. He's lit Woot to a fraction of his HP, down to 10. Texture falls. They're conscious that Meteor could be coming on the flank.
Oh boy.
Looks away just as he rounds the corner. That's going to be a late flank potential. But look how far behind someone like Boo is if they lose these players.
That's so devastating. He went for the util.
Keep it into a 3v3. Late flank by Boo.
I like this though. This is what the timeout was like about, right? Making sure that we pressure behind in these half plants.
To come ahead. Boo already on his third, hunting down the ace. It's been evading the jet on the other side, and he won't find it this time. Hunter's Fury burned up at the end, but it's for a round win, 6-4, and Team Heretics now in the dirt when it comes to credits.
Yeah,
and that's why we use the Sovro into this one, because he knows no matter what, as long as we win this, they're down to an eco.
Under their nose, and well, 6-4, a 2-round lead. I've been liking this sort of pace change. With the fact that just immediately taking down Benji.
Team's incredible at post plants. Yeah, they have some good strats as well at the moment.
And from then onwards, again, it seems like once they get the sites and get into the post plant, it's been incredibly difficult for Heretics to get back into these rounds. Texture.
Ulting there, yeah, it's so fast. He's done it off the sound of the tap anyways. That's happened before, like the dash sound.
Got a little scared there.
And they go down to an eco, so you should be winning this round anyway. This is what Heretics need to start doing more, like this push. Go against no Sentinel. Wait, this Recon's pretty good.
There's a big disadvantage in those fights, and you see it manifested. Karen, though,
the Recon's really good, actually.
Boo, but it's traded out with Texture. Woot up close.
And Karen is just Karen's just the anchor.
Falling back and has to make a decision on whether he hunts them down. It's a risk. It might just be worth taking this time. Catching them in the orb, but Meteor pulls out the gun just in time. Steps are heard by Boo. He's only got a Sheriff. He might be able to find some value as they cross.
He's been in this position before, though. It seems like they're still unaware.
Oh, little dink at the end. Little fadeaway dink.
Even still,
this guy, though. Yeah, they at least know that this guy's been dinged.
We've seen him pull off crazy rounds with the Guardian. This
do they just go back to A now with the TP and running?
But the other two
yeah, they throw the spike over to Yoru so that he can plant a little bit earlier once they know where he is.
Left behind, likes to be left to lurk. And for now, that's exactly what he's doing.
I love that from Meteor. They don't know where the last guy is, so they send out the gate crash towards the A site. He goes to link up with his teammates. Someone dies on B. All right.
So Karen has to do like the least flashiest play in the whole of the half, really, but it's just so good. And it's kind of confirming in my mind that you don't need an Info Sentinel. I know that everyone leans heavy onto Info Sentinels. We'll see how it looks on defense, obviously, but he is just the Info Sentinel. Like he's just sitting in spawn the whole time. Sitting in spawn the whole time, he can lurk, he's waiting for pushes. He's just the last person to play in the after plant.
Like it really does seem just impossible at times, and with his constant repositioning again, it's now going to be Meteor.
The human turret, yeah, pretty much. And he can just help everyone out with his util.
The map choice of Heretics, I think many, including myself, believe that Lotus is going to be a tough ask for Heretics to turn the series. And getting a fifth, maybe even a pistol,
who's next?
It's going to be paramount.
Same TP we've seen before from Meteor. Uses the ult, gets up close. Last time, Heretics gave the side up completely. This time, that's not really an option with Boo so close, and the decoy distracted.
Dude, the decoy was just enough. Yeah, 33 HP.
And down she goes.
Well.
Okay, Benji, able to eliminate Texture, keeps the numbers competitive, but Meteor's
wait, what was that? Him and TP?
Even on low health. He's not falling back. He won't
wait,
be
that was
deterred,
nuts.
But the Hunter's
Even I'm confused about what went down.
3 still standing, but once more it's those post plants.
It was just a decoy? Oh, okay.
Well, we've seen this one before. Sat there with
yeah,
an
not
Odin
this
in the
again.
Lines, just
And okay, so the thing with the Odin here as well is the Odin here, if you do it at the right angle, they can't spam you back.
Now they've cleared all of the close positions.
So I don't know if he knows about this. Does he go to the wider angle? Yeah, I think he might be at the angle where they can't spam him back. Whoa, shout out to Miniboo. And honestly, that timeout that they did might have helped them on this one. The timeout where they talked about the fact that they're playing heavy after plants, they've been going a little bit more aggro on some of the after plants. I might have saved them that one. Shout out to Miniboo there. Yeah, this is the problem with this map here, is that spammable wall. If you do it at the right angle with the heavy pen gun, you can spam the plant, and they can't spam you back because you're at an angle where you have to be like straight on with the middle pen guns. So you can actually spam on the fence there at the stairs and they can't spam you back. So I think that's what they were tempted to go for. I don't know if they know about it fully, but either way, that was sick from Miniboo. Dude, this was a stacked half. This is really good, man.
Oh. I know, a little bit cringe, but a good segue for a halftime interview as I'm standing here with Mama Fishy and also Brother Fishy, aka Charles Fishy. So, hello everyone.
You alright? How's it going?
먼저 벤지 PC의 가족이죠. 엄마 PC와 형 PC 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 형 PC, 서울 생활은 좀 어떠신가요? So how's Korea been so far for you?
It's been unbelievable. It's so hot though. I don't know how you can deal with it. Oh my god, I step outside and I'm just drenched in sweat. It's embarrassing.
날씨가 너무 더운데 너무 좋긴 좋은데 날씨가 너무 더워가지고 이제 그냥 밖에 나가기만 하면은 땀이 뻘뻘 나가지고 어떻게 한국 사람들이 날씨를 견디는지 모르겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그럼 엄마 PC, 벤지 PC 선수가 항상 경기를 할 때 보면은 막 에너지 넘치고 막 진짜 소리도 너무 많이 지르거든요. 평소에 집에서도 좀 이렇게 시끄러운 아이였을까요? Now, Benji Fishy though, we see him energetic and all fired up round after round. Was he always loud loud like this at home?
Very much so, yes. At night time, he would wake me up in the middle of the night. I was always shouting at him for being quieter. So yeah, always that loud.
맨날 이렇게 에너지가 넘쳐가지고 어렸을 때는 이제 엄마 PC가 자고 있는데 그냥 갑자기 밤에 막 시끄럽게 굴어가지고 빨리 다시 자 약간 이렇게 얘기를 했기 때문에 좀 혼내는 일도 많았다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 형 PC, 벤지 PC가 오늘 복수를 좀 다짐하고 있는 것 같나요? Now, Bro Fishy, is Benji out there for revenge today?
Definitely, yeah. He doesn't like to lose at all. So yeah, he's going to be coming for him.
역시 승부욕이 넘치는 선수기 때문에
Mortism, good to see you, dude. Thank you for the 11 months. Thanks for the prime. Hope everyone's good.
이어지는 경기 함께 즐겨보시죠. Right, thank you guys, and back to Abyss.
Anomalous as well with the 20 months. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate the tier 1.
Fishy's out for revenge. Thank you very much to Mama and Brother Benji for stepping out there to get this done. Now,
Thank
look,
you so
they're
much.
Definitely supporting Heretics. I'm sure
all right,
a lot of people here are quite
Genji, Pistol Gods, as always, winning all the pistols.
You could hear the roars in the rounds. They were winning 7 already on the board, and this pistol could extend that lead.
I will say the rounds they were winning were maybe a little bit more exciting though. Just the explosive.
Yeah, at least for this one, they got wall and then smoke.
And I don't
get
know if
back
they're going to
in,
be stopping
so
anytime
very
soon.
similar
Speaking
to
of
what
that,
G2
just
did.
look at Miniboo straight sprinting in towards the B side. Seems like both teams have a similar idea, but already it's going to be the, well, almost flood back in immediately.
Meteor's just been incredible.
They're so fast to get back into the site.
Munchkin swinging, but nobody can get ahead of Meteor.
It's just so strong, man. It's so strong. Smoke to block this also gives you the freedom to do shocks to the back of sight here. Means that they can only swing out and everyone can focus on the one pause.
Lotus
Yeah,
Let's
it's
just say
very good.
GENG are pretty good there. They certainly were last time these two teams faced.
It's so easy to forget when a team has someone like Texture, how good Meteor is at the duelist role. Like this guy just pop flashes back into the
2-0
site,
in the
and 4
pistols,
players are
GENG.
dead within a matter of seconds. Like,
I think this is the main thing on to watch GENG at the moment, man. Their pistol stats are just way too high for teams to beat them in best of threes.
In terms of a reinvestment,
Like they just win
maybe an extra bit of
by
utility
far
here and
the
there
most
that
amount of
could be
pistols I think I've
expended into
ever
this
seen.
round. Other than that, just another chance
Like consistently,
to farm up some extra
I think they have the best
With Meteor
pistol win
already
percentage.
2 away,
Maybe
I
by
kinda
like
wanna see him go
10% more of
hunting
anything
here.
we've ever seen.
We may well see that.
It feels
There's
like
already
that.
a gate crash put out towards the B site for a quicker rotation. I think that's going to be a big factor in how those, certainly the early gate crashes are used from Meteor. They haven't fought for A main. It is being spotted by Karen and no one around the area. As we can see, if they did push up and take that space, it would be in a bit of trouble. A late clear by Heretics on their way back towards this angle. And Karen, well, he doesn't want anything to do with it. Good thing
Even
as
better
well.
than
Gecko Flash
G2.
was just
Dude,
seconds
in
away.
Split 2, they had like an 80+% pistol win rate. That's unheard of.
The expectation here is that you're not going to see too much aggression from the side of GENG in a round like this. You have such a huge weaponry advantage.
To do that consistently for that many games. Like people will maybe have like one event where they'll do it. Won't be as many games.
Rounds, making sure the conversion is there, and well, with 35 seconds left on the clock, this might just be a shooting gallery for Munchkin. He's waiting, doesn't have a lot of support. This might mean that they can either get a trade or get themselves in for that after plant. He's going to try his best to slow them down.
The snake bite does keep them in position for at least a moment, and that's
he gets a double from this.
Strike. One more shot down below to Woot. Will deal with him, and it's just Boo.
Actually
Nice
was
and
a pretty good
easy for the
eco
side
in the
of
end.
GENG. 3 rifles carried forward. The
Yeah, they
Guardians
managed
will
to
be
take
in
one
full
of them out.
effect, and a 9-5 lead at this point.
Dude, it's a
Heretics
strong
really need to start putting rounds on the board. This one's
strong way
gonna
of playing
become
this
a
map at the
pretty
moment.
bleak outlook on the
At least
series.
Heretics, they might start getting an idea of what's going on, like heavy retake over towards B, fight.
Like he'll play with a pistol, so with how good the duelists have been, it
could
might not
maybe
even
have some
matter
kind of
too
plan
much
that they've got to take map
already.
control. Yeah, you can see them talking about it now.
seems to be
So I
crunch
guess they're
time
going over
for the
towards B.
side
They
of
know they're playing
Heretics.
retake and they
Set on
want
the
to heavy
desk. I think
prioritize
losing
getting
your own
like
map choice in this
towards
series
this
is
square.
Seeming like a bit of a death sentence, and with them being 4 rounds down already, it's seeming a bit more problematic. Meteor as well. Well, with how
It's one of the things I love about the Euro as well, like over towards middle, this is such a big play. He trips to break behind, but then he TPs, but they kill him, so they know that this is just a fake.
Gate crashed in, but he certainly didn't gate crash out.
Yeah, because he's
Mosh
going to
Pit
see the
takes him down.
TP,
We know Munchkin was up top as well.
decoy running down.
Just a bit of information to work with, and it's the fight on
That
the
was
main
nuts,
group.
man.
And
He
Heretics come out ahead
TP'd
with
out into the corner, and there was just a molly waiting for him.
one of those players left alive.
That's
has the
so
weaknesses.
unlucky.
Crash put through, no conversion on it, but Karen goes down.
Yeah, this is
The
good from
aggression up
Heretics.
top,
They
they
learned
got
in 2
yet
rounds that they need to
another
just heavy
advantage.
prioritize this
Almost
square, like I
slipped away
said.
with Benji Fishy, and it does in the end. But with Lakia down, a 1 versus 3 for Texture. A big round from this man. We've seen plenty of them. 8 bullets left and no
Yeah,
HP.
really cool, man. Yeah,
9 to
I mean,
6. Heretics
it's
are back on the
impressive.
board.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, an important round for
Like,
them
like
to take.
it's
I was
it's
definitely a
obvious
little
for
bit
us
worried with how
to
things have
kind of see
started
what's
off. I
going
think
on. But for them to do it mid-game, like I would expect the coaches to be able to do the mid-game to work all of this out, and then to be like, well, they're playing retake over towards B. It's the same thing that G2 do. It's actually just like heavy prioritize where Boo's going and these two on the floor are going. Good, man. It's very impressive from like Boo or people in the server to do it. Marcozo, 64, thank you so much. 38 months, bro, as well. Thanks for the prime. It's a long time, dude. Thank you so much for all the support, man.
In the interview earlier,
I appreciate you, dude.
that could be the team that, well, went on the run to the final.
Okay, so
even if
big
he
buy
wasn't
round.
there for it.
Big buy round.
Similar setup to
What a
GENG
shot.
were going for on the attack side. 1 player lurking B, 1 lurking on mid, but Boo overextends
Yeah,
slightly.
and this
gets his
is
head ripped
him being
clean
like.
off.
It's also good,
Valuable
right?
opening
We're
tool
talking
for
about
GENG. They
we're
don't
talking
have
about
to get out of
Heretics
position
learning
to
on
do
the
it. There's
fly
no
and
risk
just
that can be
changing
punished,
their
and the
stuff
spam
up.
from Meteor
It's
is
good on this one as
absolutely
well.
perfect.
GENG
Deleting
realizing that there's
Mini-Boo.
people fighting over
On the
towards
right
this
angle,
area.
and
They know
now
they're retaking over
split
towards
here
B,
from
so now they
Benji.
fight on B
2
so that
players
they
through
can't take
main,
space for free.
fighting Meteor
The
and
Boo tried
still
to
not
take.
able to drop him before he draws
Such a
blood.
stacked game, man.
Benji's
It's
the last
incredible
man
to watch.
standing. 1 against 3. Spike dropped in the open. And at this point, they know where he is from the door breaking.
needs to isolate one. He'll get the first chance.
Yeah, what an angle.
Actually manages to win that.
Wait.
Uncharacteristic from
Wait.
Texture.
It's
now
so
has the
doable.
information of where both of these players are. Karen just waiting. Watching towards the spawn, but the time now it gives the game away. It's not clean, but still Benji's getting the job done.
18
Another
bullets
kill under his belt. 25 seconds to play with, so doesn't need to go for the plant just yet. And you can see Munchkin slowly making his move. The cam is actually going to give it away.
It's giant
he knows
info.
exactly where his opponent is. May be able to try and retrieve that spike, but is almost trying to bait in his opponent for the fight. Try and get him to peek this one, sticking it all the way, but that snake bite is going to slow him a little bit more.
Yeah,
Munchkin,
nicely done from
a
Munchkin.
safe pair
Knows
of
that he's low on
hands.
this one, has
They
the
got
advantage.
sketchy, it
Dude,
got
that was a great
dangerous,
try.
But
It was a
even
really good
still,
try.
GENG come out with a round.
Shout out to Munchkin.
Really well played by Munchkin. You
Yeah,
can
he
see
played it great.
as the time started to tick away, he knew what he was facing. He knew the initial plant, the snake
Man,
bite denies it.
everyone's
and then
playing
you know he's
so
gonna try to
good right
fake it,
now.
but the
It's
timing
disgusting.
Absolutely perfect.
It's so
Benji,
good
though,
to watch.
He really did a good job in this 1 versus 3, especially like you said, a rare whiff from Texture, and you really got to capitalize on those. And he very nearly did, but a 4-round lead still for GENG, and the economy. A little sloppy for Heretics. They're going to go
Texture
in for
miss.
a
I'm not
mixed
sure.
buy, a
It
couple of
must have
rifles,
just been the
so
movement
some
that caught him
potential
off.
still. But GENG certainly seemed to have a commanding lead over
Yeah,
this
and
series. Over this
GENG
map, at
again
least so far.
realizing
Scary
that
thing
they
as well
need
is they
to
are getting
punish B
ever
some more.
closer to just having every single ultimate online. Like they are a couple or 3 orbs away.
They crouched here the whole time.
Yeah, Boo has managed to get past, but the thing is, it depends if Karen is just going
Is
to
this a low buy, by the
give
way?
up this angle. With the way that he's peeking it, I still feel like he's going to be safe to win the duel. Utility being thrown in. Potential that
Wait, this
the rest
pause
of the
is
players are just still gonna
very
try this
strong.
dive in towards the B side. Hasn't been successful so far. Great flash, but even still
Nah,
the dart
man,
is
that's
better.
not great.
Takes it this time
Great
there
recon.
with the opener. Karen does go down though.
Boo again, bro. He's
we
won
see
him
these
like
lurks
what,
from
2
Boo, and
rounds?
this
I
time
feel
it's
like from his
success.
plays at the
They'd
moment,
already
maybe
planned on going
3.
back towards Boo. You know, he's felt that he had the space. He heard the steps as they backed off. The
Yeah, it doesn't
Astra
feel
Star on B.
comfortable to get his
He took it.
get his
Winning that fight was essential.
Util out
Otherwise,
yet.
this whole squad would
Yoru
be left
ult
in
with
no man's
3
land. Instead,
people.
they can capitalize on the space.
Oh boy.
Ult by Meteor to grab the info.
Wait,
and
they
seize
don't
them.
get
Grab
too
backside
much.
Control. They've
They
already
don't get
floated
too
back in through the choke point. Now they just have to fight on the sides, and the drop from Lakia, it buys enough space. The kills swinging either way, but with Boo on 20 HP, it's down to Munchkin.
Oh, this guy's going crazy in this game. That was sick from him. I'm telling you, he's won in 3 rounds so
He only
far.
had 3 bullets remaining, and
Yeah,
he
dude, that was
just
crispy
confident
shot at the
in
end
connecting
here.
that first bullet, also incredibly low on HP, so I don't even know if he would have got a second chance, but this is what he's been hoping for. We've seen a few rounds now where he's been taking these fights on the other side of the map from the team, but I don't know if they would have expected him to be able to do this much. A big round victory, a boost in economy, and more importantly, it has sent
Yeah, that was an
the
absolute
opponent's
shot,
money
man.
straight down into
Lamageddon,
the ground. A
3108. Thank you so
potentially for
much.
Heretics to build
Dude,
back
what a
into
round
this
to do
one.
it. Forced them down to an
Yeah,
eco.
they might not be able to buy weapons, big ones at least. They've got a Sheriff or 2, but it's the Blade Storm I'm worried about. Texture's had a lot of big rounds, starting it off with 2 4Ks. Mini Boo on the other side. No, it's the headshot, but the wall got in the way. Texture lands the blow. And now
they
finds
have
themselves
no
an
idea about
advantage
what's going
for
on
GENG.
here, so they need to
However, the
reactively
push is
push
coming
over
in on the
towards
other
A.
side,
Good
and,
news
well,
is,
just look at the
the
weapons
Heretics
there.
at least, there's
It's
only
a
2
Sheriff
people
and a
here.
Classic.
Recon goes
They'll
in,
find
so
it
they
tough
got to
to
wait a
deny
little
this
bit.
plant, or even to get damage.
A little bit of chip damage to Wu. An attempt by Karen to slow them down with utility, but that hasn't happened. And unfortunately for them, the player they killed didn't actually have a
This
gun
was
to play
nice,
with, so
though.
they haven't been
He
able
only
to
had a
retrieve it.
Sheriff, right?
Clearly the pressure being felt, though. As Thrash has been
He only had
thrown
a
in.
Sheriff, and he was just in case they
cost
pushed
to
on
this
the
round,
eco for
Meteor
them
will
to pick
fall
up a
again.
gun.
A few players now
Wait, you rarely see that.
a little bit
Dad,
low.
did
There
Mini
is
Boo have
potential
knives
for
as
GENG to
well?
at least
Like
make
the
this one
potential of
costly.
having knives?
All eyes on the Blade Storm realistically, but 39 HP.
No, he
it's gonna
didn't
be
pop
tough.
them, but did he
You
like
almost need
have
the
them?
instant
Just
shot,
one off?
and it's Benji to land it. A 3rd for him in this round, and no, not quite the
Hold up.
4th. Karen somehow making this very costly with just the
Okay.
classic.
This was cool. We rarely see this. This is something that I've been asking for a while, right? Against an eco, you have someone who gets like a Sheriff or gets a Ghost, and can actually like
I don't
roll
mind the way
over
that
towards a
Heretics
site,
is
and if they
making
go
sure a
down, they
lot
can
of
work
that
out
early
the
control
stacks
can't be
here,
taken, even
and
in
they only
this
lose
round
like
where
a
it's
sheriff
just
or a
looking
ghost.
at
How you would
Minigoon, he was
approach
one
like
away
the
from a
second round.
Blaze Storm, put him
This
on
is
a
the
pistol,
first
leave him on
time
the other side
ever,
of the map
by the
to
way,
shoot
ever
one
in
shot
Valorant that we
that
see a
utility,
team
and then their
have
overall
money to buy,
executions
but
as
buy
a
just
whole
a
have
sheriff
looked
because they
pretty
know
good.
they're up against the eco, so they can't
Especially
snowball just to get
the
info.
usage of that
That's
Dizzy.
crazy.
This time, though, it's looking a
I've been
little
waiting for that
different,
for
a
a
little bit
long,
more
long time. That's
direct.
sick to see.
And with Texture having an operator on the other side of the map, doesn't look like he's going to be challenged, at least for now.
Bro, I'm telling you, this game right here is just incredibly stacked. Ooh, Astra. Oh, at least means that Karen is.
Well, Karen, he's still in the corner. He's got some support, but the flash has blinded him for a moment. Woot did so well with that. The Dizzy.
Okay, give me that replay. That one's nuts. I thought they had so first of all, I like this from GENG. They're trying to bail their teammate out. They're all trying to send it so they can save their teammate. I think their teammate did good to get one, and then probably I would just leave him. But they they were just the call came in to save him.
But then when the
they all went for it.
It's so difficult to either like take the fights with the players that are swinging you, or manage to actually shoot the flash.
I feel like this is the single highest level of player I've seen in this match this year. This is one of the most stacked maps I've ever seen. Yeah, I tell you what's impressive about all of this as well, or like a good amount of what's going on, is it's the first time we've seen some of the stuff that GENG's doing. That's why it's a little bit more impressive as well. That's probably why I'm rating it so high. Because like a lot of this stuff that they're doing is like new. The adjustments the Heretics are doing is kind of on the fly. Maybe they've seen some of the similar stuff from like other teams, but
good resurgence. Look at this from Woot. He even got blinded himself. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, that last kill was lovely.
On the back of it, absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I'm thinking Karen's position is really what's going to get them across the line
last
there.
Kill
Just
is
the perfect reaction to the Dizzy revealing the players. Although how he lands those shots, I'm not quite sure. Timeout for GENG.
Tower smoke over towards A, but the problem is it's like kind of have to do the tower smoke because otherwise they'll just first contact into swing.
The rifle from Munchkin that they carried through, but investment is going to be very limited on the back of them.
It depends. You could do like double smokes on the sides of like the box or middle. I say middle, like middle of A site to make sure it's double one way so they can't swing you, and then I'd probably agree with you.
Because the early B site damage from Munchkin was actually very good. Like, he was getting the opener in a lot of rounds, or he was making it so that so many players heading into B were very low. With the A site executions, a lot of it feels more about like, okay, is Meteor going to win this fight? Can Karen delay? He's being left as more of an anchor player, and they're not really respecting their utility. They are throwing the Dizzy straight through it, and then just either having someone dash onto the site.
Like you could do these smokes, especially with Astra, right? They leak out quite a lot. That you could just heavy focus on here because of the Sova.
Potentially stack up that side.
You would have to know that the Sova like Karma plays heaven to even want to do that. Simple underscore Val, thank you so much with the 2 months, man. Appreciate you doing that. Thank you. Okay, so Op gets saved. They got 2 guns with it. One was saved as well, right?
I think it's the right call, for sure. Play the gamble. They'll push up on A.
Hold up, that's a good trade.
Adding in a bit of a curveball to this round. Shock dart as well thrown in for some damage, but doesn't land. It has slowed Heretics. The idea here.
Yeah, they got no entry now.
You get the space, or you manage to push them back in the other direction. A lot of the time,
and this camera is nice as well. They have double cage as well, so once you put the double cage after popping the door, and you can create pressure over towards this. The only thing I feel like they're missing is you can double shock. You can do a shock like this that breaks the door. Then I know that Fnatic have it just because I showed Mini as well. So maybe you'll see that where you create like full pressure on the door here.
But it seems like
So
at least in terms of
that's when you create like a lot of pressure. You break the door here and you double shock like
now
this.
they are going to head over. And
That's when people on A are feeling not comfy. That's all.
The only thing I'm worried about is they're heading back into the operator, the right. That's also where
Run away from Fischl. I think there's an orb down here.
Be put into play, and there's a Hunter's Fury for Lackey, or if he wanted to try and buy time on the plant, if he could rotate into position.
Yeah, and you can tell that GENG know this is going to happen. We've got 25 seconds. They still got to go against the Molly, 2 people here. This is hard for Heretics, man.
You can't take this back in the other direction. It's
that
time
helps.
to commit. Viper's pick goes in to slow them, but Texture,
still hard.
another
15
uncharacteristic
seconds.
whiff, and the plant around the backside. The pit's not covering it, but the Hunter's
Oh, and he got a kill on top of it as well. Yeah, and the two people are pushing as the ult goes out, and we got to stop this. Yeah, shout out to GENG, man. They were just on top of this fully. Maybe a little bit too slow from Heretics.
The round is done. GENG have made it work. An absolutely gorgeous game plan. And what a result.
Yeah, this was awesome.
They were set up so perfectly for that. Denying them the space on A, the expectation that maybe the rotation would go back to A because they'd seen so many players there. Instead, Heretics walked directly into the trap. The Hunter's Fury, as said, was ready and waiting to delay just that little bit more. And then you just have the wraparound from Karan while everything is going wrong, while there's a mess that's been created. He's able to capitalize. That is a tough round for Heretics to lose. They've still got the finances. They've still got Thrash, and well, they've still got their lives.
But they get the dash out now, so he could be tempted to drone and hit the jet.
Texture's not his usual self. He's gone back out for more. They need to be careful, but they are lined up in a firing squad, waiting for this peak to come through. He might get one, but he can't get out.
Very nice, man. Yeah, they know what he's like. They know what he's like, and I like this. They kind of cut sound for a little bit as well. Because basically the map is so big that you can tell that they're wanting to get info on the sides, right? We've got early info here. We're trying to get early info over towards here. It rotates like 15 seconds. They're trying to just get that info, so they know that likely they're going to go push. And if you see the op here, probably the Silver isn't here.
With his fallback, Boo is there to capitalize. They finally managed to isolate that man. They haven't spotted Latin.
What's their actual money like?
Still, with a two-man advantage, they now look to head in on the other side of the map.
They need to save one gun, GENG.
Trying to delay them as much as humanly possible, but both players
well, there's the one gun that they can save. Makes it nice and easy. What's the money for Heretics?
No doubt going to try and hold on to the gun.
Very similar to what we saw last round in terms of the drones having super high impact. Yeah, the fact that you tag the player up top, you know he has to run. And that's when the swing comes in from backside, even waiting late into the round. The benefit of having global utility like that from Astra. 11 to 10, double digits for Heretics. You know, you would have thought they'd have it in the last round.
GENG can buy still, though.
Gotten here in an unconventional
I would be tempted to pause for them.
To just one again. GENG, though, they've been guarding that lead with their life. See if they let it slip this time.
Yeah, I think again this is just another bit of credit that needs
Wait, these two pauses are cool though as well.
well. Even if it's just
like under window and the jump spot up to heaven. But both teams have had really good afterplants at the moment. Like this for here is cool. Like I guess these three positions work so well.
This map, I think he has a great read
this guy,
on how to play that attack side. 19 and 13
honestly,
right now.
I think there's a lot of it. I think the afterplan on H looks too strong.
Trying to slow them as much as humanly possible. This time, though, there is no opener. There's no success for him.
Mostly weak.
Wait, they low buy. I thought they had enough money for this. Okay, so they low buy. Maybe they want to get an op.
Meteor does well to find one, but that's all she wrote. Defense here by Texture, steps into the smoke, loses his sight for a moment, but now he's got it tied 2 versus 2. Rifles for both, and the Guardian from Texture has been sublime thus far.
They tried to go for the good plan.
The smoke to retrieve it.
It's not dropped in the kindest of positions. Karan can play
Oh, yeah, I honestly, I just feel like there was a lot of whiffs here.
55 HP, a bullet will do the trick. And he knows that he needs to try and isolate, but that's why GENG are going to look to team up together, fight this one.
Wow, it's a devastating run for Heretics. Like obviously, shout out to GENG, but I felt like I'm watching these people, and they should have been dead a while ago.
Just hasn't been there.
No, it hasn't.
Good,
like Karen's having so much
they played the 2v1 really well.
Those two pieces he's found
like sticking together, showing from heaven, then going to join down lower. Like Karan here, like showing here and then into the decision to go join his teammate trade.
Here the reposition is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it's good reposition.
As soon as the first kill is found, the simple evaluation. I fought one close. The last guy was in heaven, and he's going to swing off that contact, of course. Karen's a little wiser than that. He's not going to make it that easy.
Beast underscore 1625 with the tier 1. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for doing that.
2 rounds in a row for Heretics to go to overtime, or they'll be facing into
Sentinel's not making it out. Dude, this is such a high level game right now. It's wild. Also, this map is playing out pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. I think this map's been looking good. Maybe the afterplants worry me a little bit.
I think some of the individual skill we've seen from GENG just padding the gaps.
I think more the afterplant on A than B. Estilla with the prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that.
But also just the fact that I feel like sometimes when they get into the site, things can just get a little bit lost, and just losing the spike, allowing for those rotations to all come in, and angles even being created that actually ended up benefiting
two chances.
Players on GENG. It's always going to be tougher. You also have to bear in mind the last time that they did have the victory.
Govo, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you doing that. Chat. You know what to do? Let's get some of the slug oiler spams going. Govo, appreciate you, man. 15 altogether, 5 gifted right now. Thank you for doing that, man. Appreciate the support. Anyone got gifted also, make sure you say thank you. That Govo.
Missing right now.
Texture's going up with the operator. Careful of where that gap is, doesn't want to go falling.
A different type of Astra ult from earlier.
Takes a peek in that window, he could be in a lot of trouble. Over on the A side, already the dash in from Miniboo. He now looks to hold.
No way Garen wins that.
Again,
surely you don't go again.
Work, but Texture falls on B on the rotate.
Flash and then go.
Now to play with for the side of Heretics. GENG are going to have to try to recover this in the post plan.
Wait, this is pretty cool though. They get a plant over towards here, and how on earth are you meant to defuse this one? Find out.
Already the spams have done so much damage. Blackie are gone. Meteor
it's cool though. They got two good Astra ults.
They just can't beat this firing squad.
Yeah, it's a good way to use the Astra ult on this one. People will be stealing this.
Have to clean these players up so absurdly quick, and Boo has already fallen back into a much more passive position. Doesn't want to give anything away, and even if it's going to be re-ends.
It was that re-ends the whole time.
He's got teammates
that was sick.
To fight for
okay,
him.
one chance.
Another successful execution on this A site. As said, I think the A site plays from Heretics have been sublime so far in this second half. They need themselves one more, and then we get talking about the record they have in OT, which I'm not gonna lie, I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but it's something like rounds 1 was like 12 to 3.
Yeah, it was a nice luck on this.
Like,
this was a great round though.
A monster when they get into overtime.
Yeah, once they have that little breather in between the halves, someone like Boo always capitalizes on it.
Dude, I tell you what, this is the fastest we've ever seen like a new map come out, and teams, in my opinion, have like a pretty good understanding. Again, not all teams, but if you look at like some of the individual teams we got, it's been the understanding of this map is very fast in comparison to other maps. Like you got like if we look at Pearl, I think Sunset Heretics worked it out pretty quick as well. To be fair to Heretics and Sunset, but if you look at Pearl as an example, like only the Americas teams really worked out about like the B after plant, maybe 4+ months into us playing that actual map. Whereas like we're into the first month of playing this map, and everyone's got it down pretty good when I'm looking at least at these two teams. Maybe I would say on defense that they don't abuse mid enough aggro-wise, but it's still very impressive.
Weaker weaponry or pieces missing or things that you're gonna look at like, yeah, if it is a
Lotus, everyone was awful at Lotus for the whole year apart from Fnatic. If you look at 2023, so Lotus is a good example as well. That was kind of similar for Pearl. Like Lotus Pearl teams are pretty slow.
Been the better side on this attack. Can you now convert this? And I'm looking at the setup as well. I don't know what the read is. Maybe just for the fact that
Lotus,
it has been such
yeah, but
successful A-side takes,
EMEA's Pearl, it swings and roundabouts really. EMEA's Lotus was good because of Fnatic solely, and EMEA's Pearl is one of the worst things I've ever seen.
That's threatened, and Heretics have definitely picked the weaker spot. They found the gap in play. Ult used by Meteor. He's got his decoy still to work with. It's going to be set up soon, and here it comes. The big play. The spray is good. Miniboo dropped immediately. Flash for backside. And the spray from Munchkin, good job.
Oh, what is that, bro?
Spearheading this push. They've got the advantage locked in. That spray has done a lot of damage.
And we got Boo with the Odin, and he's at the angle where he can't be spammed back, so they're going to have to push him. Yeah, so at this angle, you can't spam him back. Oh, the Astra ult. That was sick.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Dude, what a sick game this was. What a stack game. Dude, Meteor was unreal. Meteor was unreal in this game.
It was a brawl, it was a back and forth, but in the end, GENG
Shout out to Karen as well. It was like one of those silent games where he had a lot of impact. Shout out to Boo as well. Both the Astros. I guess Boo played insanely well.
And even still, they take it over the line. And now, well, after this break,
give Heretics a pistol. Give Heretics a pistol in this. I would probably say this would have been theirs. Should have been theirs. At least we get overtime with a pistol there. Man, that was one of the best games I've ever seen. Like this year, like level wise, considering it's the first time seeing that map for Heretics, that was impressive. That was cool. One of the highest levels. Okay, chat, let me spam some ads. Be back in a bit.
From my ex, a dozen different things you wanna ask me. Shut it all down, I wanna feel two different hands on my body. Buying another drink just for me. I'll keep the rhythm steady, rock with me. Let that sink in, I wanna rewrite my own destiny. We've got the same mind, you got me so high. We've got the same mind, I love you all night. Almost drunk enough to forget 1,000 different things he used to say to me. Shut it all down, get reckless. If you're ready, baby, try me. Get the body moving just for me. Hit the lights, get down, get all of me. Let that sink in, I wanna rewrite my own history. Rewrite my own history. We've got the
Well, that was an exciting start to our day. I'm now joined by Coach Solo from GENG and Jen here to do some translations as well. Now, the comp we saw from you guys on Abyss, we could understand the ideas of some really cool setups and so on. Would you be able to tell me what was the philosophy behind this comp?
어비스 첫 게시였고 또 굉장히 좋은 아이디어들이 많이 보였는데 좀 어비스의 젠지만의 해석은 어떻게 되는지 궁금합니다.
자, 적을
별로 무서워하지 않고 브리즈 했던 것처럼 무조건 싸우는 겁니다. 네, 저희는.
Don't be intimidated by your opponents, and just like how we play Breeze, just go for those aim duels, engage in those fights and skirmishes.
Oh, I love it. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much, Coach Solo as well. Best of luck on map 2.
And there we see from GENG a big win. And what do you think about that, about the composition? Mentioning Breeze as well.
Yeah, and he was also saying that their philosophy was to go and take gunfights. I don't think so. The philosophy was get into the cringe post plants. So I've got to tell Illustrator to break down how they were trying to do some of that stuff. So it's pulling back from round 6. And one of the things that I thought was excellent just right off the rip was the way that if you have a look at what's going on the minimap here, you've got this Viper Orb lineup that goes towards the back of mid there, and they're also running it with this Astra Smoke towards the back too. So what you'll see this do is, it blocks off all of the information for the defenders in mid, basically anytime they want to do it. It allows them to fake an A split at the same time as going into a B post plant. So these players over towards B, they're not going to be doing anything. You've just got Meteor's gate crash over here as well, so he can reconnect with the rest of the team. They throw this Viper wall as well. This is a fantastic Viper wall. You're going to be able to go pivots through the mid. You're going to be able to updraft dash into this heaven area if you wanted to as well. It's a great idea. Heretics were never able to contest them in mid. Meteor breaks the door, flashes through, really makes it feel like there's a lot of A-split pressure happening. They got a drone in A main as well, so it really feels like an A-split. Meteor teleports, suddenly they're all through on B. They don't have the drone, so Boo should have got that kill. And as soon as he doesn't, GENG are in. And it's at this point, you're getting the plant down for sure, and you're getting cringe. Insane, insane preset cringe from GENG. Just to take a pause here as a moment, they have pull on the spike, a player playing on site. They have Hunter's Fury, Shock Dart lineups. It's all there. They got a snake bite. So player on site ends up going down, and Karen dies as well. So that's 2 of the layers of cringe removed already. But Munchkin makes sure to shoot off this snake bite right as he takes a duel. It doesn't even matter that he goes down here necessarily, because you see from Miniboo's perspective right there, he got vulnerable by that snake bite. If he hadn't, he wouldn't die to the Shock Dart that also comes through. But Lucky has also got the Hunter's Fury on top of it. You can't defuse the spike. I mean, am I saying that this map might need to take a look at some of the
It's Pearl 2.0.
Am
I saying that? No, not necessarily. Am I saying that GENG played it perfectly?
You're not saying
yes,
that.
I am.
So some are saying, you're not saying that.
I'm not saying that.
No one's saying
Have
that.
I heard someone saying that? Yes.
I've heard many, but some are saying.
Many people are saying this. Every round on their attacking side, Team Heretics was dominating in mid, or GENG that is. If Team Heretics wanted to take that space, you have to put so many assets into retaking there. And even if you're committing into that, they had so many looks with just the hard execs that looked incredibly drilled. For the first time GENG played this map,
in their map pool? Where is the gap
there
in their
isn't
map
one.
pool?
They're perma-banning Sunset, which is like half the teams at this event. Best map, Team Heretics included. They look great on every map in the pool. GENG's winning the event. I'm convinced. I've seen enough. End it here.
It's absurd, and it's like just annoying to play against. That whole thing just looked like it sucked.
It's just so well drilled.
It just looked like it sucked. In any case, though, let's go ahead and check out a Verizon high-speed moment. Of course, we got Texture. He's going to be talking. He's going to be doing his thing. Doing the thing that we know that Texture does all the time, which is
damn, they did him die.
And that too. That
That's so funny. That's
Might be.
Look at him zooming.
Oh, I didn't realize
it takes so long to fall.
It's a cool trap from Benji Fishy as well, though, but he just shrugs it off and immediately goes into a 4K.
I think there's a contrast there. When Miniboo in their debut match fell off the map, he looked kind of out of it.
Do you hear the GENG coach talking about Breeze now? What they say?
Is
in an interview now.
Hits this nasty 4K, but of course it wasn't an ace. Because he's not allowed to get an ace.
He's not allowed.
It's been 100 days since getting one,
how
and
many
he won't get one.
How many 4Ks does this man have?
A ridiculous
13
amount.
now. 13 since his last ace in terms of 4K.
But again, he just laughs it off. The vibes of this team
Just
are
take
unbeaten.
Jules.
It's not just their map pool and their strategies and the individual players. It's the fun they're having on the stage. It's ridiculous.
It's so just GENG, an absolute vibe. But let's go ahead and check out what's going on over at the Heretics camp. We have Yinsu standing by.
They see play like Breeze and take
I'm now
Jules.
standing by with
Or they don't
Coach
even take
Neilzinho
Jules.
From Team Heretics.
They plant and play off the
very
plant.
Close map. Unfortunately, you weren't able to close it out. But it feels like it's becoming a little bit of a theme where every map can be so close. Every map can go your way. Why do you think that's been so far, and why is it so much more labored?
I think it's more just like the teams we're playing against here are some of the best in the world, right? Like I don't think we're expecting an easy game, and we're not playing 100% ourselves yet. We're getting back to the form that we had a couple of months ago. So I think until we reach our full potential, it's going to be labored until we can kind of find our form again. And if you don't play perfect, then these teams are going to put you to bed. So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Neil, and good luck on map 2.
A lot of respect for his opponent, as you have to
Yeah,
have, right?
I mean, he summed it up well, though.
And unfortunately, they're in the group of death. They basically need to play perfect if they want to get out here. Looking at our agent select for
They
Lotus,
might have a rough time
there's
here.
not any surprises here. Both teams are playing that default Fnatic comp. We saw Team Heretics switch back to this from the neon look they had in EMEA in their first match at Champions.
And I said earlier to you, Golden Boy, that it was going to be a 2-1 Valorant day. Good, honest 2-1 Valorant. But unfortunately, GENG did manage to take the map pick away from Team Heretics. Well, that was the caveat I gave you at the beginning of the day, man. You got to listen to the full sentence, not just the headline.
Oh.
GENG's been great on this map. 11-3 their record, and you have to bring up again Miniboo and how brutal these entries are going to be on the attacking side. GENG's side anchors look absolutely excellent on this map, and they're basically never losing it. This is going to be a real tough one for that European squad to try and bounce back with.
Yeah, indeed it is, Mimi. It's going to be a tall task for Heretics, but let's see if Los Niños can do it. Send it back over to Mitch and Tom for the call.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yes, we're standing by for Lotus to kick off. Heretics on their defensive side and on the back foot, having lost their pick 13-11, Tom. This is a map that I think, in everyone's mind, is going to go the
Prodigy,
way
it
of
was
GENG.
good, man.
A big challenge for Heretics to recover this series now.
Let's put it this way. You go back to Shanghai, you go back to the inform Heretics. They were 2-1
It was
up.
dude, I actually
They
was sick
came into this
yesterday.
map
I haven't
and you
been
go,
sick
okay,
for a while.
They got the momentum in their
I was
favor.
actually
They
feeling
lost
like, yo,
13-4. So now they don't have
way
the
better
momentum
today,
in
which
their
is good.
favor. It's going to be that little bit more difficult. Now, they knew what they would be coming up against. Obviously, although they've gone back to sort of like the standardized comp, the roles have changed massively. That was what we saw when they played it out last time, and it was still very labored versus FPX.
That's actually
now,
true, but
I agree
that
with
is
what
actually
Neozinho said. I think FPX
alright,
are
so
heavily
Heretics on
underrated.
defense,
We feel
GENG
scraping
on
through a
attack,
game versus
and
them.
we have
What are the
Rians doing
chances
the
to beat
molly
GENG?
that's going to land on top of their heads in a little bit.
FPX
So
played a
that
fantastic game. We
means
were
that
impressed by
Karen
them, but
is super.
a lot more to be desired from Heretics.
Yeah,
They're going to make this one
I was looking at
competitive.
Woot just
Opening it up,
absolutely
Munchkin's
defending
down
him.
to 22.
Yeah,
and
Karen
Karen's
super
down to
isolated.
0. Control
It's
for
taken
Heretics
down,
towards Rubble and mass
and
rotations
this was nice from
towards the
Heretics.
C site.
Reaction over
Already 2 players
towards
sat in waiting. It's Benji Fishy and it's Rians, but they've been pushed back by that orb.
Tech's just going to look to try and play through it. Always fearsome in these pistols. They're doubling up. They're expecting it. They're waiting for him, and that works out for them. No trades to be had.
And they were waiting for a reaction on this. This is a good pistol,
a good
though.
start for him with the pistol
Super aggro
under
over
the
towards
belts of
A. We've got
Heretics.
Molly that
Last
goes
time around,
from
Heretics
B so
started
they
on
can
the
have a
attack
faster
side, so a
rotate
little
over
bit of a
towards
different
C.
scenario.
They insta
They
react
went
over towards
3-0
C
up
because of the
top,
fast
and they
Molly. They
lost
got a
13-4. It
insta
was
2
a
people here ready for a
streak
push.
From GENG,
it was great.
and they did not let go of those reins once they got their hands on them. For now, well, it starts out a
I
similar
think they were
way.
expecting
Pistol round to Heretics. The second,
I think they were expecting
should be
2
a nice
people though.
light buy from GENG. I'd be surprised
They know
if
about
go
about
crazy
the
and
molly
force
though
it
because
in
they
the
stole the
scene.
molly
Just classics
after
Correct me if I'm wrong as well. It was both
mid-red.
pistols in the last map.
They do
going
know
where
that he could be
GENG,
there.
They were buying
dude, they
into
won a
4
pistol,
rifles as
man.
well, so it seems like
NG
both
lost
teams
a
have
pistol, 2-1.
Similar philosophy, although Guardians versus Bulldogs. But obviously, again, it means you can only really afford to lose 1 player. Miniboo's going to try and get aggressive, earn up as many orbs as he can towards those showstoppers. But that's the thing, an incredibly close map, a map that I think that you look at for the side of Heretics and go, okay, they probably could have taken that without some of the crazy plays that we had from either side. But with a pistol or 2 under their belt,
they go
could
for
be
the
a very
seawall. The
different
problem
story.
about the
fact is, though,
seawall
it
is
a tougher map
so hard to
and
go
a
back
better
out
map
towards pressure over towards A.
to the side of GENG. Already. This has been the sort
Yeah,
of change,
so as they
right?
tried
Woot
to do it,
was
Fade goes out on Flash to make sure they're not through the
previously on that
one-way.
initiator,
They
swapping
do
with Boo,
block
and
vision on this.
Now he's playing that more aggressive war, which at times I don't necessarily mind.
They have
but
to
I don't
Fade
think
back
he
to
quite
double check that no one's behind rubble.
I guess did it as well as Boo did prior. But Boo did incredibly well on the fade, so it's kind of like a much of a muchness.
Yeah, we definitely saw the rubble control struggle, where when Boo's in play, that's sort of his staple, and the way he locks that down round after round. Boo,
Yeah,
well, he's
okay,
locking
they're
down
not
control
gonna get
over
much in
Rubble
this
one way or
rounds, but
another.
they
Got
gotta
himself a
try
long-range
go
kill
down.
with the Bulldog.
They have 20 seconds.
Yeah, they
Holds
got
on to
20
the
seconds.
control
They're
with
just
20
moving
seconds
out
left.
over
Yeah,
towards A
GENG
now.
have no choice
Boo
now,
has a tether
but
to
go
stop them as well.
sprinting into the site.
They've got to run it down. Now, luckily, there is only one man actually within the site. If they can isolate that duel, they'd have a chance.
There goes the tether. That might stop them getting to site to plant.
They just have to die now.
They gotta die though.
They don't even have time to actually plant this
yeah,
one.
Boo's not even facing them.
Something. This is very, very peculiar, and might absolutely destroy.
Well,
yeah, they didn't even pick up the weapon.
Try their money.
Because they got the
a little bit of extra damage, and they're still going to be able to get in with the light shields, but. Yeah, definitely one where I think they let that clock go down just a little bit too low, and because of that, there are going to be
if you plant
missing,
after
like,
the time, you get
Can't
full.
afford himself a boom bot because of that, and can't buy up with the heavy shields either.
If you plant after the time, it counts.
Some of the guns that are on the
okay.
other side, that could be a fairly big problem.
I think I did know this because someone told me last year as well, but it definitely didn't process in my brain.
Feel for how those rotations come into play, but
yeah, well, at that moment in time, I definitely didn't know this.
For a little bit too long, and then the clock became their biggest enemy. We're going to see a 2-0 lead for Heretics. Rifles in. Benji Fishy down to 11
That's
HP
told me
to
before. Yeah, I think he did tell me before.
having that full buy.
You know what I do with the mods, man. I either ignore them, forget about what they told me.
Right off rip, and there was this one-player rotation in, but not much contact outside of that. I think they're going to try the same here with the turret down, make noise on A, and then go through that door.
Oh, the timing of the fight. Both players have the information, but with control lost. Fighting for this one definitely has a gamble about it. It's seeming like they may end up just going for the retake here on the Heretic side, but with the weaker weaponry, that's definitely not going to be easy.
Yeah, this is GENG playing off the info they got in the last round. It may not have been an ideal conclusion, but in the early round, they at least felt it out in a way that gets the spike on the ground. Gets their opponents on the back foot, like you said. Weaker weapons.
The reason
that GENG
are going to win this after plant is because they got no one over towards the main bar. They can do a good amount of damage, Heretics.
Rienz does well to trade out, but now the pressure's on because Meteor's hitting everything again.
Heretics,
Rienz,
I'm not super worried because it's a bonus,
He's being watched on the way back,
future, this duel's got to be precious.
That man
shout out to Meteor. The Meteor's having an absolute best of 3 here.
And a round on the board for the attackers.
Yeah, I think either we're going to have to start counting his 4Ks before he gets another ace, just to see if he can actually catch up, because he's already had a few in this series, or we just have to combine the statistics and make one much bigger number, which, because everyone loves big numbers. Either way, it is going to be a buyback. A little bit of extra damage done, so it's not necessarily the end of the world
incredible,
for Heretics, but with the blip that happened in round number 2, maybe would have hoped for a little bit more. Nonetheless, the only ultimate that's relatively close is Meteor. Miniboo's already dead.
Whoa. Okay.
We talk about that robo
That
control.
was all from him.
For Team Heretics last.
Oh my god.
2 HP on Lakia, and he's gone to another spam. That's an unlucky start. But yeah, the robo control has
I guess he saw him satchel before the smoke, and he spammed him.
Still sitting towards GENG though. It's a big map. Those rotations not as easy when you've only got 4 players.
Yeah, they're taking their time. Boo holding the tiniest of pixel angles. I can tell you for free that my eyesight isn't that good.
I was going to say I couldn't see anything there, but
he's able to see absolutely everything. Fallen back off of the nade, paranoia through, but there really isn't much support. It's taken a long time. I don't think they believe this was the real push. It means that the IGL
map angle
is having to try and hold the line on his own, and it isn't going to go well. Benji, Rienz, gonna have to full retake this one. Benji actually going in a little bit early, and I think he's been spotted.
He has, and you see the ping.
He plays true stretch though, right? Boo.
Steps out of the way. Oh,
maybe you can see it on that.
He knows there could be a player here. It's all down to timing. Which way is he going to be looking when the swing comes through? And it's the right way. 2 versus 2. Kept competitive. Turret goes down for the info. Turret goes down indeed right after.
It's still so hard to win this one.
They've decided to play the long game. Reposition up to heaven, take it together. The steps will be heard now though, and the headshot angle from Karen, perfect. Meteor, the man who's been finding 4Ks in so many rounds, he's only got 1 kill between him. And that lead taken out of Heretic's hands, the defuse needed all the way, and
really nicely done, man. This guy looks great.
2-2, now tying it up early on. GENG won't let Heretics have much of a lead.
No, and a safe pair of hands. And you can already tell with the way that this map plays out, you have high expectations.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds, forcing down to an eco.
Because you can very easily
split Killjoy, they got eco as well, so they could maybe try and get Razor or Fatal online.
So they, even though there was a nade put through, there was smokes, there was
if you're Heretics right now, you probably go super aggro over towards A, try to get mini boo orb.
the two players on B and C didn't move. So it came down to just, okay, can Boo do a lot of damage? The combo's perfect, but it's the
Claws had to use the second TP on this one.
Out of there before the real damage
Wu
could be done.
opens
And again,
door,
Mini Boo
TPs down.
Already knocking on heaven's door.
The Prowler
Poor
didn't
guy,
clear,
man.
But Texture did. Woot,
The rest
not
of his
gonna be
team
happy
don't
with that one.
really
He
have
thought
the
he managed to
HP
thread
or
the
the guns
needle.
to help him out.
He found out the hard way that he didn't. Like you said, Mini Boo, 2 HP. The swing from Boo into heavy traffic, only spotted by the one player. Flank up by Rienz. If they can slow them down and send them in the other direction, Rienz could have some serious value to find, but it's being watched this whole time. Karen's been staring at it. And well, he got a good sight on that bullet coming straight for his head. Nice clean equalization, but they're pushing up and 2 HP. Mini Boo still gets 1.
He's made things a little bit more costly. We know what they can do with the Sheriffs, and they're probably a little bit wary of their flank at the moment. May want to try and take some extra ground away, and Boo, well, he's got no choice but to fall in, but the utility is perfect. Pinged up, tagged up, caught in position, and it was all too easy for Lakia. Now one man standing in the form of Rienz. As I said, he had a quieter first map, but we know what this guy can do, especially if you give him fights. But look at the position of Texture. He's coming up behind him. I think this will be the freest kill ever. Meteor even goes for a swing just to make sure that if there was any contact, there was no way that his teammate doesn't get that kill.
Few big rounds from Meteor, and we've got a lockdown online for
Meteor's,
GENG, but take a look at Heritage.
Meteor's just taken over.
They've got a little bit to work with. A Viper's Pit, a Showstopper, a Nightfall. A lot on that defensive side to react around and potentially turn and tip the scales in their favor. But everybody on GENG who hasn't got an ult is just one away. Yeah. This is going to be a chaotic round or two ahead of us. And whoever comes ahead in these may well have the wind in their sails.
Yeah, thank God they won a pistol, because without the pistol, it would have been a
crack their fingers, wipe the sweat
crazy
off their
one-sided.
brow, get ready for all of those ults being put into play at once. But yeah, I don't mind the early pulls from Heretics, because again, they've had a couple of opportunities here and there, but the second you allow GENG to start
he was
steaming
incredible
into
at
the lead,
Shanghai as well, yeah.
Meteor just performing to that high standard.
He's doing the
Yoru, but it really does just
doing the
show
Karen, man,
the
where he just
versatility of him
dude,
as a
I feel like
player.
all
And
of
it's
GENG
something
have
that brings
this,
a lot of value, 'cause you look
where
across a lot of maps and
they just
I
have
feel
an
like
extra
GENG,
gear for just the
they
big
have a more
tournaments.
standardized comp pool than
It's
a
so
lot of other
scary.
teams. I think Breeze in the past was their sort of exception to that. But it's just because they play off of everything so well. They have so much depth in individual skill, but also in their synergy. And even just look at some of the late round utility. This is why I love players like Lakia that, again, I think was overlooked for quite a while getting back into the tier 1. It's just how solid all of that utility is, that the fights that he takes.
Yeah, definitely worth a timeout on this one. There's a lot of things to talk about, whether it's orbs, whether it's
You
ults.
mentioned in the last one about Meteor on the Duelist, and you're talking here about his versatility. The guy's currently got more kills than the rest of the team added
Hard
together.
one.
And Texture, slow to
That
start.
won't last long.
If
GENG win champs, would you say they're the best team of all time? Yeah, and I would have no doubt
and it will be the
saying it as well.
Like we said, everybody
Yeah,
on that
I
attacking side
would be
either has the ult
100%
or is
confident.
just one away. And so fighting for the orb early often makes sense. Texture's trying to get the orb.
What they've done this year, even if they get to the final, straight up, even if they get to the final, I'm still saying it.
I feel like that was almost a comment.
What they've done this
okay,
year
we're gonna give
is
the orb
insane.
Over to Munchkie's like, no,
I'll get my own orb. No worries.
I think you can stop me, but not the case. Boo's about to come under some pressure.
Do you know what's most insane about it as well?
Clear everything but the box.
Bit of a meta change.
Paranoia.
Change some agents,
Set up.
buff
In
some
fact, the
dual
lockdown
lists,
put into play.
change some maps out,
Don't know if they're going to
and
be able
still
to
do it.
challenge off this. May want to try and push
That's
more
crazy.
aggressively on C, see if they can spam
Fnatic
it out, but
clears.
instead it looks
Fnatic
like
had
they're
the
just
same
gonna have
meta
to
the whole
give this
time,
one
I'm
up.
pretty sure.
The defense themselves have a lot of ultimates. Nightfall,
Being able to adapt to that is incredible. Also, the level of play is way better this year than it was. Team's understanding of Valorant is just way better. Just the average team in Valorant is so much better than last year.
After the Showstopper through with an Odin and the Viper's Pit activated at an inopportune time.
I mean, just the ult down over towards site is so strong.
And now it's all left onto a man decaying inside a pit. Just like the chances of Heretics in this series as round after round goes to GENG, 4-2 in the lead now. That's 4 in a row. And a little bit of deja vu for the Heretics squad as the streak continues.
They used a lot of ults into this.
Again, look at how many ultimates have just been used.
Yeah, everyone had a good understanding that it was just such
to try and get this round into competition. I don't mind the Showstopper being used just to try and catch the Viper, like exiting, you're going to fall back immediately just to try and get the integrity of the pit and make sure they have to run through it, but it doesn't connect, and then it's just all falling apart again.
Not again.
We've seen this fight so many times, but every time there just seems to be a response. Nice
he
work
just
from
spammed him
Belmundo.
straight through. That was
Making
sick.
this one competitive. Caron, we know the performance of this guy
TP
can
out
have
of there
has
as
some
well.
support from Meteor,
They
who
know.
has plenty of weaponry to choose from, and on the other side, they haven't found anything yet, just those pistols, and that's going to be their
It's
undoing.
such a shame, man. He wanted to try trade him. Shout out to Meteor once again.
Finding these
It
kills,
literally
pulling the
put
round
all
back
of
into
the
contention.
rounds they've won on his back, maybe.
Getting themselves a plant alongside it. Benji now up against 2 with a Marshall on the retake. Really not the weapon that you want for this. And they're both focused on the heaven
12-3,
play.
yeah,
With
he's
an alarm
incredible.
bot covering the walk down below, there is no element of surprise to be found for Benji Fishy. The turret now watches the angle they expect him to come from, and Meteor is going to swing on that turret's contact. For Benji, retrieving a rifle seems to be the best option for him. He has a choice to save it or to commit. There's a nano waiting for him on the door. He's going to lose a lot of his HP and still has to take down 2 players in a timely fashion. The turret now looking to do its own damage and get his own little assist in. 8 bullets.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, shout out to Meteor once again. How many times we saying this guy's name?
21 HP, but GENG are on 5 rounds.
It's just a discipline. Like, just to hold even when you've lost a few players, like nobody overextending of the remaining 2. And then just the way they played that post plant. They knew that they were ready with that advantage. Didn't need to give Benji Fishy anything. If he has a Sheriff, we already know that he could have turned the round on his head, but just nobody faces him. Nobody gives him an angle that he can fight. Had the turret for contact, the smoke, so he had to run through it. Doesn't know what's on the other side. And then even had the nanos ready in case he tried to run through either angle. It was a perfect post plant that gave him no opportunity. Now though, Odin brought into play. Information gone and Showstopper used as well.
Well, they know exactly where that Odin is, but
Okay.
they won't be able to rule him
Yeah,
out of
not
position.
the
Rihan's
most
does well to
impressive
defend him with the door
spacing
open.
for this
Boo
one.
loses his
Definitely
life.
nice util
4
from
versus
Heretics
4.
to isolate.
Boo's done a little bit of damage, tickled up some of
Raid
these
Boss
guys.
is alive
Meteor,
though.
Sneaking his
Raid
way
Boss
right
has somehow
through.
made it into the
Does Benji
corner.
suspect
Wait,
that it looks like
saw
it?
him.
He has
Yeah.
an idea, and he strikes just in time, just before Lakia was ready to
Hey,
swing
Raid
and
Boss
trade.
down 4v3.
Also, Lakia just had a little bit of hesitation.
This should be it.
holding
This should be the
spike.
round. Mini Boo push
If he's
behind,
unable
no
to
map
get that
control.
kill, he's going to wait for his team. Miniboo as well, this aggression.
If you look
with
into
the
the
loss
round
of
right now, you
Meteor,
probably give
it means
GENG
that the
like, what,
alarm bot was
15%
offline,
chance
so
to
he
win?
can get at this flank. It's not expected at all. Munchkin walking backwards into the angle, but Miniboo's looking for a little bit more. Still only going to be the one, but with the lockdown in play, they're both going to have to be forced completely out of the site. Lakia is the only one that can really hope to try and do any damage on the way in, and the counter spam is better.
Yeah, Karen, 1 versus 3, and the spike already being diffused. Catches one on the side angle, but needs to get on that
Very
diffuser
nicely done.
immediately, and Rian's buys enough time.
If
to
you're
kill, locking in
GENG,
the round. Now
you're
3
actually
for
feeling alright.
Heretics, and at least we won't
3
see a
people dying,
complete
then have to
repeat
rebuy.
of what happened last time.
Know that
They've
you can
broken
reset
the
them after
streak
this
of
round.
5 here and now. And look, GENG, they're not in a super healthy economic position. A lot of the time you'll see 5 rounds in a row, and a team can buy 2 or 3 times in a row. But remember how many players they lost in just the last, and there's been damage across the board in most rounds.
The good stat from Saint for the people that are
the damage is definitely going to
on
make
the
things
edge
a
of
little bit
working out
easier.
if
We've
we're
also
trying
seen a
to
lot
say
of
that they're going to
ultimates
be the best
expended
team this
by
year if they
both
do
sides,
reach the
the
final.
Showstopper
GENG have
dissipating
played
as well.
9 maps this year and a total of 107 times. Fnatic last year played
forced off
7
the
maps, a
angle. We haven't
total of
seen a mass
66
amount of
times.
Fight for
Yeah,
this
that's
C-site.
all
A lot
that
of
we
the
need
time, the
stat-wise.
control on A being a much bigger part of the game plan. I thought for a moment Munchkin was going to find that Reens though, clearly. Feeling confident in that fight, knowing there was spam going elsewhere, just went running up and gets the opener for his team.
5 versus
But
4.
even just the 9 maps is
Miniboo,
mental.
no shields on the site. But he's got Woos with him to help him out in these duels. Doors being opened and closed a number of times. It just keeps spinning around. See if Heretics get out of their way on the B site. There's still 2 stacked up.
Ooh, that's an overstep on this
Boo is
one. Yeah,
absolutely
dude, Boo
sublime.
is in for the
Gorgeous
pixel
stuff.
angles at
4
the moment.
versus 2. And there you go. Meteor,
He
although
is
finds
in
the
for the
one, there's just
pixel
too many
angles.
bodies swinging
Pixel angle
into
over
play.
towards A, pixel angle over towards Heaven.
They found their footing. A decent couple
Out
of rounds.
here
And as
using
you mentioned, that economy now
Odin.
starts to become a bit of an issue. I think they might still be able to scrape a by with some low shields or maybe just even juggling rifles around. Maybe there'll be one player here or there that isn't going to be able to get a gun. The question, though, will be, did GENG want to gamble it all here? And honestly, with the ultimates that they have online, I think the answer should be yes. You're 1-1 away from a lockdown. Nightfall available. Okay, the other two are a little bit further away, but these are ults that can definitely pad the gap. The thing is, though, Heretics aren't just going to sit back. In fact, I was about to say Miniboo's doing the opposite. He went running initially, but after not seeing anything, they're going to fall back to try and stack up some
control. 2 in a row, force them down to eco.
If they've gone light, they've gone for SMGs.
Fade
this
ult
might be
for
the
fade
spot
ult.
that they hit.
GENG even considering adding a bit more to that defense. Dodge the turret to start with, trying to creep their way around Mound. There's no way to cross that, but maybe we'll see. No, I was thinking we'd see a smoke go down. The idea perhaps being that they'd be wide enough by the time the turret sees any of those players that someone would swing out just to check. Is it one guy far away? Is it? And bang, you take his head clean off. GENG, though, go back in the other direction now, and they have successfully dragged rotations.
Nice,
C-site now double stacked up like we saw
question
before.
mark, instant.
A little bit weaker, but you've still got
instant
Boo
pivot
on the
over
own,
towards
still
A.
has his ultimate to work
No
with
info
too.
here, and they'd want over towards A, so they know they can get
a significant
close.
amount of time, but it also allows him space to
Still
fall
got a
back
good amount of time.
if needs be, and I think it
I mean, looking at this minimap wise, I feel like they can use fade ult. Yeah, they do use fade ult. Does he use fade ult back? Yes, he does. 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't get the Viper that's
aggressive push coming out from Texture. He might not be able to hear, but he's hoping the same's on the other side. The reveal is perfect coming out from Lakia, but even still, it's only going to be the one. But with the plant in, they're going to use the lockdown. This will buy them even more time.
And flash misses.
GENG have a foothold. Karen falling below, but he's been spotted. The swing in from Rihen's not good for anything.
You guys are just gonna tank the ult.
Meteor's there to back him up, recover the
Dude,
rifle
even
as
in the
well.
low
Give him a
buy,
fighting chance up
they
against
realize
Benji.
map
He
control
failed
wise,
in the 1v2
they
last
can
time.
fade ult
He
to
was
take
ran around
site
the discipline of
and
GENG, got it across the line, and we may
Killjoy
just see the
ult
same again
in the after
with
plant.
Meteor
That even with the
swinging on
worst
back
guns, they're gonna
and
win.
Munchkin on the front.
That's pretty insane.
Another round for GENG.
Like their ults
the
here were not
attacking
bad
side
at all.
building up quite a lead. And let's not forget their defense was sublime last time they faced.
Yeah, I love the way that they combine ultimates together. Like, they basically force Heretics to
And one of the
rush
reasons
their
they can do
retake,
this is because of
and Benji's
Meteor
nowhere in
surviving
sight.
as well,
Like, they
because
have to go.
he
All
pops
they
his
have to
ult
wait,
and then he
and
has
either
molly
way,
for
they're
after
gonna be
plant.
left
They
with
just
so
know
little
time-wise,
time
so they
left
don't
on the
even need
clock
to
if
win
they
many
do,
duels
so
to
they're
do this.
forced
It's
into a
just
more aggressive take. And when you have
this
weaker
is a
weapons
pure
or even
time
piece or
play
two missing,
of dispositions
that's
that they
exactly
have.
what you want. You don't
Impressive.
want to allow them that time to use the utility. GENG, it looks like they're going to battle for this position again. We've seen the same attempt at seize nades before, but not this time.
Wall drop to see Texture attempt this fight onto Woot. The problem is the swing up close that could come in. Boo is just tucked, and Miniboo's backing up the fight inside the door. This is absolutely perfect.
Yeah,
and
he
Woot,
has to
he
push
can't
forward,
get
otherwise he's
himself
going
out
to
of
die
there
from
in
the
time.
util.
Caught trying to take a fight and at least make his loss
Actually
life
gets
worth it,
3,
Texture,
man. He
well,
killed
we
this
talked
guy
about
in the
round where
corner
he'd
and
be
then goes back
activated,
to kill
and
the
it's
other
3
guy.
kills
That's
already under his
wild.
belt. Perhaps it could be the ace, but Meteor's waiting to try and deny that.
Yeah, we're
Benji
gonna
Fishy facing the glowing gun. The spray is good. He's down to just one.
There's potential
Plant
for
in
an
on the
ace
C
here.
site.
In a while
At
for
least
him.
I think so. There we go. Karen has lots of teammates rotating.
Problem is, Heretics are going to want to save at one point.
He's 20 HP.
And that no one else was on that side. Instead, looking like it might just have to be a save. The economy for Heretics is in the bin, and after they finally get
clean.
themselves
Yeah, they've done their
back on the
homework as
board
well.
once more, it seems like more of the same.
You can tell as soon as they
Whatever
take map
aggressive take they've
control
attempted,
over towards
again,
here,
I
they
have to give
don't
the credit
get
to
like
Lakia. The
too
C's,
much
I was wondering
resistance.
where he
They
was
see
gonna
the
place
door
it, but just
down.
catches two
Like they
players,
know this guy is
forces
here.
them
And
into
they're ready.
a
They're
massively
calling ready to
aggressive
just
push, because
evanate
otherwise they're
it.
dead to the
Or they've
nade,
even seen
and
him.
it's just like, you're going to force players into an angle that Texture's holding, you're dead. You have to hit some crazy shots, and unfortunately this time it wasn't to be. But I just feel like his utility is nigh on perfect. Like, it really is hard to give too much criticism, and it's one of those things where you look at the depth of this team. Not
You want to try to get one for your ult here? He has no money if he dies, right?
Meteor and Texture.
I think you have to prioritize your
we could
guns
sit here for
over.
the next hour and just talk about how many kills those guys are going to get. But the supportive element of utility that comes alongside it, it just makes it so difficult for teams to actually have a fair fight versus those players.
Well, that's exactly it, Tom. You know, they are deadly weapons, and their teammates are very good at pointing them in the right direction, finding exactly where the targets are. The spotters to the snipers. 7-4. GENG with a big lead. an expected strong half coming up for them. And Team Heretics, they can't be feeling too great about their chances here. Showstopper activated and fired through just for the space. It's crowd control. Door opens. Miniboo meets a bullet to the head from Meteor. But the trade is there. Keeping it alive with Benji Fishy
so
catching
good.
the aggression from
Alright.
Texture. GENG don't have any
4v3,
advanced control.
GENG have the most important bit of map control.
He's got himself a
I
nasty
would
angle,
love
but he is
to
isolated.
wait for Riens because he kind of wants to clear this and open it.
Last time he attempted these
And
spams,
this
he
is
got
doable for
taken out.
GENG,
Karen
man.
may just have himself
Yeah,
the
this
battle
is really
here.
doable.
The spacing, perfect. The Caesars caught them again.
He has a
They
smoke
can't move.
to
They're
play
all in that
behind as
little
well.
back corner. And instead, just playing off angles. Karen with another, just dancing around.
Damn,
His own utility connecting
dude.
every
They're
bullet.
too good, man.
We haven't had to talk too much
They're actually
about
too
his
good.
individual
Look at how they play
so
some of these
far today
situations.
because of the presence of other players, but when he's needed, that's exactly where he arrives. Boo, he doesn't even have the time to get anything done here. Eventually, Lackey is
so
there,
well done,
while
man.
both players will go down, but why would they
Shawanati,
care?
thank
That
you
was
so
the
much,
last
man.
round.
Appreciate the gifted. Thank you,
Karen,
thank you.
the closer. This guy
46
just keeps
altogether,
finding
one
those
right now.
essential
Thank you for
kills.
that, man.
Sure, he's 8 and 9. Might not be the easiest one to hail. The scoreboard, Stevens, obviously, pretty much everyone looks at Meteor, but this whole team has so much depth. An unbelievable
This is the thing with
challenge
Karen
ahead
at the
of
moment,
Team
especially with these
Heretics.
two
We'll
maps.
find out
It's
how they
like
fare in half number
never
2.
had to do too much flashy stuff. This was like the flashes he's had to do. But it's just so reliable, so much impact. Playing the role perfect.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Ambino, good morning. Have you missed anything good? Bro, you gotta watch that Abyss VOD. You have to watch that Abyss VOD. It's the best Abyss we've seen by quite a bit. Like both the teams play like really sick on Abyss. It wasn't even like GENG had like the best Abyss I've ever seen, because honestly Heretics Abyss is like insanely good. It was just a stacked VOD, man. Right, who's production? Production, EMEA bias, man. What's going on here? Prius again? Yeah, he's at it, man. Third map. I mean, Heretics got to win a pistol. Pistol, fast buy, kind of vibe. Bonus.
Team
Gotta get the double pistol.
Board, moving into a half where last time I believe they
Laz
got
has more
3.
viewers than
GENG
FNS, bro.
seem to have this
Laz is
teed up
giant, though.
For a 2-0, Tom.
I feel like Laz would pretty much always have
There's
that.
a lot that needs to
Laz is
happen on the
insanely
Heretics side
popular
for
in
them to
Japan.
come back into this, and I think the main thing is much like the dinosaurs, they need to dodge that meteor.
I think they have so many more problems than just him, but
Laz
I
is
do
the face
agree.
of
It's not going to get
Japanese
any
Valorant,
easier
yeah.
for them going into the second half, and a pistol is a
And
must.
it's
They won the
popular to
pistol
watch
in the
out
last
there.
half, and other than
Crazy
that,
popular
in
to watch.
Byram's only managed to win a couple. The sheer force that GENG are coming in with, they're looking like a shoo-in for the playoffs already. Nobody surprised by that, but when this
so
group was
pistol-wise,
revealed,
it's a 2-1.
2 of their previous
And
finals
this needs to
being 4 versus
be
these foes.
obviously 1-0 on this map.
And I'll be honest,
But this needs
right
to be
now,
2 for
they're making
Heretics,
it look
yeah.
fairly easy. Munchkin, it's almost identical to the last map. Just ready with a snake bite. Going to do some damage as they run in, but not anything too deadly.
Hey,
just
looking
yet.
good at the moment. Plants in. We got the
Plants
lurk
secured
over
for
towards
Team
A. We got
Heretics.
most
Yeah,
important
let's see
map
if they can
control.
have
Gen
back-to-back
going
pistols,
for
and
these
injection
groups.
of rounds could help
The
them out.
pistols, so
It's actually the
and
only
still do
place
it,
they
but
found success.
the moment
The Masters Shanghai
you would say the
Finals.
Heretics are
Jens
okay.
unable to land it to start with, and GENG
They get
flooding the site.
absolutely
3
annihilated
quick
on
kills
site.
leave
Shout out
Boo
to the
and Wu
jump. Like,
locked
it's so
out in
hard to
main.
trade
The
these people when
defuse
they're doing
underway,
this.
The swing good to start with, and they think that could still
This
be
is the best bit of
defused.
map control,
Gonna
though.
take the fights.
Why it's
Although
important,
now
yeah.
both players have been spotted, both players have been tagged down low as well. GENG on the back foot out of
Shot,
nowhere
man.
with Texture stepping up, and the headshot for Boo. Low HP on both. It's just a few.
Damn,
more.
very
They'll go
nicely
down
done
to
from
the
Wu.
nade in the end.
Very
The Red
nicely
Bull
done.
clutch
Alright, 2-0 on the
nonetheless for the
pistols.
side of
The
Heretics.
important map control came out hard on top here. Shout out to the, I mean, shout out to, is a 2v4 with 2-4. 4 on site 2 here. You're kind of seeing why it's the most important map control there. I think that maybe GENG could have stuck or pressured the spike a bit better.
That first half ended in a fashion of
I think when that smoke is up here, they probably got
this is the guy that, when it came down to Shanghai, was an unbelievable performer. Put himself on the map. Bear in mind, when we started off this year, Woot wasn't even
it's still impressive from GENG how they actually managed to get over towards site. Like everyone jumping out to make sure that people can trade there was great. Still some of the HPs of the duel was like 34, 20 something. 2-2 for Pistols. 2-0 on both maps.
Once again, why
they're allowed a death on attack.
Squad, but I think that it's been proven time and time again that GENG, once they get into those Byrons, once they have the utility to play with, are fierce, and they've even put a little bit extra into this round. Obviously, having the plant and the cleanup of players. I'm scared of that, Marshall. I'm kind of hoping for Heretic's sake they don't go that way.
Well, they did smoke him off to start the round, and now his turret's being destroyed as well. So limited opportunity so far for Meteor to land a shot, but now one is presenting itself. Benji's only got the ghost, so he's happy to take some risks. And honestly, Lucky.
Right, I saw his camera. Yeah, he looked so shocked, man. It was like he was playing that horror game again.
Looking at the mini map or something. Oh, the shot just about evaded by Benji Fishy, and he's on his way to the A site, which is now mostly open. Just one player, just a classic. They've not seen him to start with, and well, Lucky, he only gets the one. A better weapon there, and that could have been a disaster.
Lucky, of course, is invested into utility, but it seems like he's going to wait the teammates to round that corner. Still a couple of Sheriffs to play with this time. I think for the first time, the C's is actually going to go amiss for that defensive side, but it's already the read. The Sheriff finds one, gun picked up again. Even just making this
scary. Lucky gets a gun.
They found a Guardian now. Time a ticking.
Whoa. Whoa.
Well.
How's Munchkin done that? Yeah, shout out to Lucky for getting the last kill at the end here. How have they done that?
Gonna need that one slowed down a little bit, I believe.
Yeah, gotta see that double Sheriff kill.
That's unbelievable.
Let's go.
For this man to come in like that, swinging wide, pistol in hand. Look at him go.
Okay.
It's gotta be infuriating. He only just, I think Woot was crouched and he just stood up. He literally just stood up and got insta double collided. Well, it's a great time for texture, but it's got to be
and the one death that they were allowed can obviously buy a rifle on top of this, and the double pistol doesn't matter so much when you lose the next round. Extra one away from his ult. So for the next big buy round that is after this, they're going to have Razor online.
Ilzinho talked at halftime about coming back to form. Well, that is quite a journey for this squad now. Lakia manages to find himself the correction and has support from Texture. Blast Pack goes in. Too little too late. No, not too little too late. In fact,
it was sick. It was on the floor and the wall did damage, and then there was just a seize there.
A bit whiffy. A chance for Team Heretics to fight right back into things. Boo, he's gotten very close, and the swing definitely caught Meteor off guard, but he corrects in time, and the rotate that had come in off of that space now will meet a very well-defended C site. Still the turret watching the cross, although it will be smoked off. Now he'll have to play that contact himself.
I don't think he'll mind. It is Meteor after all. Just waits for the poison orb to go up and then can watch, even making sure that he doesn't overextend.
Still calm with it though. Right? Still calm with it.
What was that you said about not overextending?
Not super calm, but maybe like a lot less calm than I thought. But
and although it's a little bit of extra damage, it's not going to do anything.
They get textures up for this round though.
That second round, 10-5, double the opponent's score, and a response. Even I think just for it to get to a point of confidence, right, where you can actually feel like there's a possibility. I want to see Heretics get on this board a lot earlier. I don't think they necessarily have a similar mental strength to
what a nightmare.
Some of the other teams in this tournament to come back.
I like this from GENG. They go super aggro with the Razor, something that PaperX used to do a lot. Also, they're one away from the Killjoy ult, so they're trying to just make sure that they can't get this orb, and they literally just go there and they pick it up from Lakia as well. So instant reaction. Killjoy should definitely be picking up this orb right now. Benji should definitely try to get this.
Try to punish back, and Texture is the one finding the kill. Benji Fishy down and out of the round.
Wait, this is such a good round for when they're...
Just towards the side, a little whiffy from
Such a
Meteor.
good round, man. I can't even get over some of the stuff they're doing.
Paranoia and landing a headshot, but 10 HP is enough for Woot to stay alive, to look for some headshot angles and to still participate. His smoke up the one-way already surpassed, though. Lakia has dropped down below, and he's got support up top, but up goes Woot. The 10 health man still getting the damage done. They're both quite low. And a man like Texture keen to convert. The first shots don't land, but...
Okay, nicely done from Rian. Shout out to Woot on this. Woot was everything here. Dude, this whole plan from GENG was really nice, though. I know they lost the round, but like 3-person push over towards C to make sure they can't pick up their orb, and then they pick it up, and then obviously have Razor ults. They can do like what PaperX used to do with their ult. And then at the same time on A or B, they've already broken this wall, so they don't feel super confident about picking up the orb itself anyway. That buys you enough time for them to like not convincingly take the orb for the Killjoy, then go over towards A. Like even though they lost this round, their whole overall understanding of it is pretty much the best it can be.
At least in the last map where things got a little
oh my god, it's on his head.
These were the rounds that
dude, the Omens are getting wrecked out towards A at the moment. They really are.
They had to do it themselves.
Yeah, and that's a gun down, right?
So I think they're familiar with the flow.
Where would you go, Karen?
Yeah, that is a gun down.
I'll go hold it. GENG
and a floor smoke, so you can get it, right?
Smokes up as well, trying to steal back that weapon. It's not for free though. If anything, that smoke gives them the advantage.
Or just delay time the whole time, and they're happy just holding them here.
Stays close. Look down at Karen.
Oh, no.
No paranoia anymore. Won't be able to fight for that all too convincingly.
I wonder if Heretics used a lockdown here. You got a couple of other ultimates that are getting very close.
Oh my!
Just
spamming down to 17
without too many risks. They've done a lot of damage to Meteor, but obviously that damage is unconfirmed. And I think now, yeah, especially after spotting the rifle on Texture, force him out of position. Meteor's going to try and play the time. Sit in this corner until the very last second, until he has time to strike. He was low, probably would have gone down anyway. But that's going to even things back up, and well, Texture had to wait.
30 seconds left.
Nade is decent. Texture was going down one way or another. Nice shot by Munchkin. Another low HP challenger steps up.
Shot as well, to be honest.
Now down to a sliver.
Oh, they put a Fado into this.
A chance for GENG until
we're
that Viper's pit goes up.
Fado, instant reply of a Viper.
Just on 1 HP. The swing around from Lakia, trying to catch this player. The spray is
good.
good.
Boy.
Karen finds him. And now both players back on main.
What is the timing going to be like of this?
Karen getting most of his health back, and then
they got a Fade Eye as well still.
Make sure that he's not quite so healthy.
The
spams
Fade
have to
Eye.
come through.
Cool.
Lakia suspects that one player will push up close, but it's only to land the nano. And it is activated in time. The defuse denied a little bit longer. Now they have to force the issue and take the fight. They know exactly where Boo is. He has to hold on for survival.
Oh, what a shot, man.
Bang headshot. That's what
What a shot.
the line. Heretics were
That was
under
sick.
pressure. But the reaction is perfect.
Yeah, I think again, I think GENG there maybe in the 2-on-2 could have had a bit of a better plan, like a more convincing plan. Like I would like to have seen like tap of the spike there, smoke on it so they don't know, drop down, Fade Eye, double swing, just because we've got so much time.
It was just such a risk to try and get that into
Especially when it's a plant for them this good. You're going to end up swinging this anyway.
Boo, a maestro of his positioning.
We're seeing some like the plans from GENG maybe not be 100% the best, but the only thing you can say really about what's going on.
And he finds it.
It's how annoying Boo
do an eco. They used Fado into eco though, so Heretics should be pretty happy with this one. This was the ult round that they did with the Razor earlier.
A shrouded step to get out of there.
Smoke, Satchel, trying to get the
full control over Mound was taken by that defensive side. Now they start the rotation.
Try combo as well with the Fade Eye through the smoke.
To keep that position, while the rest of the squad looks to reinforce the A site. You can see that Texture's almost in position. And Heretics may just play into their waiting arms.
Okay.
What a kill.
Expects Lakia to be holding the angle. Of course, he did push it just moments ago.
Yeah, swapping it up so Minibu can send it.
Juggled away so that you can have that entry taken and the utility to force
Nice though,
back.
Prowler, so you know where you throw the Omen Flash, Tether to make sure that no one floods out so you can cross and get the best plant. Holding the best bit of map control.
Meteor is also just 1 kill away from a lockdown, so anything he can find just by spams or pre-fires could give them away.
The only way they lose really is if Meteor gets a kill.
Smoke off. Rian's is going to have to play through that, but
There
there might not be much left for him to do. It's being cleaned up on the site.
Yeah, this is very nice. You might see a Gen G timeout here.
10-8. The gap down to 2 already. A better second half than what we saw from the last time these two teams faced. The attack side of Heretics seems to have some legs to it now.
Yeah, no, they're looking good. Like their initial execution, they knew that Lakia had pushed already because he went and destroyed the turret, so they were very methodical with that initial fight, and then just the utility they had in from afar with the
Hey, look at some of the stuff Boo's doing in this.
Nobody
Boo's crazy.
Him from that heaven angle and cause them any issues. Then it's just those post plants, and that's where you do have high expectations, especially when you have the man advantage. You have everybody on the team at least performing to a decent level. And because of that, Gen G are going to take themselves a pause. Now, expectation will be that it's not going to be this round that will end up being the one that this pause is for, as they're only going to have pistols, their economy definitely in a worse position. But they do have so much in terms of their ultimates. So having the Vipers,
oh yeah, but I mean he's doing so good.
Down if they need it, one away from a showstopper. There's still potential in a lot of these rounds. And
oh, in a good spot though.
Gen G have been able to do so much with so little.
I don't know where their money's sitting. I think they low buy.
Make sure that they're very careful in these sort of rounds.
Well, I look towards someone like Meteor, Tom. It's been a couple
Our
of rounds
Sentinel's meant to win against that. Well, they should be focusing on FPX first, because that's not going to be an easy game at all.
It's when I look at the player cam when he's getting shut down, you can see it's starting to affect him. He's starting to get in his head a little bit, perhaps, and you want to see him light back up that scoreboard. This might not be
Edwin,
for it, though.
Edwin_TCG with the prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you.
Stinger, all that they're working with. After that pause, we'll see what their ideas are. Pushing up on Mound hasn't been easy. Taking the control has, but going any further, Boo seems to be there until the last couple seconds.
Yeah, last minute purchase. I think maybe an attempt. I was going to say at some wall bangs, but it doesn't seem like it. As Munchkin's playing elsewhere, it's going to leave him with problems on the economy again.
Again, same thing, yeah. It's literally the anti-eco round once again.
We've seen before. The spams are going to do so much with the headshot back through the wall. It just seems like the second these rounds get into weak economy, Gen G just find miracles.
They have a two-man advantage. And both players, one behind
that's pretty sick. Yeah, and it's now a doable round. It's a great shot from him, so they get it all out, and it's now a 3v4.
The life traded out for a bit of damage with him on 50 HP, but he has a showstopper of his own. Gen G still have one towards this seaside.
Dude, what a stacked round this is. It's ridiculous.
The shot not going to land. Just with the Sheriff. Has to be precise on these peaks, and it's Rian's to shut him down. Seaside control now there for Heretics.
Yeah, it's patience that ends up getting.
Dude, this could be another round that if Heretics do win, they'll take it. Right? We've actually had like the back-to-back ecos that kind of went similar with Wu going down. This one was Fatal, and this one was Razor.
In fact, Showstopper going to be utilized, but it's more just to try and hold them back. The Snakebite has delayed at least a little bit more.
They are locked in though.
For this Odin
like position-wise, you would say Gen G win this.
From Minibu, not paying attention, not ready for the players behind. Luckily, Benji has found another. Still decent weaponry now in play. With only pistols starting off this round, there's real potential for them to turn this back. Munchkin, his gun was never spotted, but he can't.
Shout out to Benji, man. That one got close though. I'm telling you, they'll take this. They got the Razor out of them.
Just one away.
Oh, a big round from Benji indeed.
Well, that was a scary round, man. Minibu hit a really nice shot on A-main. Dude, I kind of want to see the Sheriff shot as well.
Beautiful timing by Munchkin as well. He really waited in that corner right until the second.
Out of all the replays, we get that one.
Watching it the whole time. He steps out, he dies.
That's a crazy decision.
Grabs himself a kill, but it's not quite enough. And the Odin flank from Lakia, not bad.
A crazy decision.
Take my hat off to it. But the lead still sits with Gen G. One round ahead as Team Heretics look again towards Mound for the early control, and that smoke seems to be getting them everything they could possibly want.
Again, this is where the majority of ults sit with Gen G. Even though Heretics are bringing this close, they might be able to use that just to springboard themselves back into the game. We saw them close out the previous map in close fashion. Know that they can seemingly turn it back on whenever they need it. For now, Heretic's going to play things incredibly slow. They've got the Nightfall, so they can go for these sort of late round hits if need be.
And I mean, this is going to land on Karen's head.
Has a shrouded step and an ult to get out of here if needed.
Right. Oh, okay. Oh, really? Because I don't even know if it's meant to go there, or if it's meant to go on top of
It's doing some damage as Karen's at least able to find himself a way out with the shrouded step, but there's no pressure from Heretics. They're moving in the other direction. They're
Fade,
moving into
yeah,
the pit.
you've at
This is a
least
big risk.
use this into it. You've at least got to open that door.
Prowlers, so this really is a gamble to try and force this man out.
You got to open the door here. We've got 20 seconds. They got to
gonna
force through into a Killjoy ult and a Viper ult. What do you do?
The snake bite to slow them even
Yeah,
further.
okay, well, this is a done
played
round.
any better by GENG if they tried. And now with 10 seconds left, Miniboo is going to have to fight tooth and nail. Needs to get this plant, tries to bait in his opponent, wins the fight. But I don't think he's got it. I don't think that's going to be close enough. It's going to run out at the
he messed up.
Nice
Dude, he got the impossible shot, but then didn't plant in time.
Was played
Oh, he had time.
It absolutely was. There is a split second where you see Munchkin thinking about going back into the pit, and that's when Meteor
he whiffed on the plant. He hit the hard shot, but whiffed on the plant.
Easy as can be.
But he put a snake bite in there as well, so they were vulnerable. Like every single combination, it was either you try and run back, and you're going to end up going into the lockdown, so you can't go that way. You run forward, you're running into two players. Like it is just, they have basically herded them like sheep.
Yeah, did they realize
that? Their death. They have been culled. It was just wonderful usage of the ultimate.
Devastating.
But they did use a
Still
lot.
impressive that he got the shot, but that is devastating.
Even in the early round before that, when the Nightfall goes through, Lakia 10 seconds before it started to rotate, and I don't know if it was
that would have been a crazy round to that actually might decide the half.
He kept spamming.
It would have been
with the damage. The one way went. I think
would have been Killjoy ult Viper ult that they would have won against.
Stand there solo, and then they realized, no, if we can stall
that was the round, yeah, I think
maybe
so.
They go back the other direction, and if not, it was shrouded step across, play at the broken door, and play the retake.
Still doable with a reset.
From GENG. They've had a number
That's like the only good news is like he got that extra kill, so the reset on the rounds.
Ahead. 2-round gap now with
money wise, it's doable.
To lock in playoffs.
It's got to be frustrating as well. Like Miniboo being able to find those 2 kills right towards the
Weber
end,
go, man.
Managed to play spoiler for what was a great round. Just I think unable to quite plant within the last second. I think even just a tiny bit of hesitation, which
it seemed like
sometimes that's all it takes. It's brutal to talk about, but I think he was genuinely like maybe half.
Yeah, because look at this. Like this would be straight up reset, 1-9 loss bonus, which would get it to 11-11.
Confidence, but it definitely looked to me
so, like damage done there. Like it's devastating. The misclick. Oh boy, the plant. But
this is a risky play from Munchkin.
Yeah, they're on top of this with the low money as well. Maybe this is the most common spot they like to use with a judge. Looks like they were very on top of that.
That's already gonna force issues for the rest of the team because you have your plan with deep beat control in mind. It's a risky TP. I guess didn't spot that Rihan's had already crossed.
Jesus, what a reply back, man. That's a nice shot. Dude, I'm telling you, Boo's playing insane.
What a way to start off this round. Easy early picks. Meteor rotating in. He's going to be the only player anywhere near.
He landed for the shot though, right? Because it looked really fast. Okay, shout out to Boo, man. Look at this guy, dude. He's playing so well.
This was a massive round for Team Heretics to win as well. If they lose this one, you can see from the credits, you've got a couple of players who were quite low, and then the kills also even boosted them up slightly. Without that, they would be in trouble. GENG would be 12-9, 3 chances to close it, 2
it was jiggle when they're holding out really interesting.
The next one, Heretics wouldn't have enough money to confidently buy on every player. Instead, it's 11, presumably to 10. As Texture's going to double blast pack, kill a bunch of people, and defuse in the next couple seconds. So, GENG find themselves in the tough spot. Take a look at their credits. They're not sitting pretty at all. And Team Heretics are getting close to a couple of ultimates. Showstopper now just 1 away after Miniboo's round.
Yeah, and they're going to go against Nico.
The scales, if not back in Heretics' favor.
Looking at the money here.
Even territory.
It seems like they're definitely getting further and further back into this one, even with a blip here and there. The problem is just like this in the last map. It looked like they were going to climb all the way, turn this game into a victory, and then just GENG, it's almost like they realize it gets close, and then they have something to play around. This time, yeah, it's a similar spot. Financially, it's not looking good. GENG shouldn't be winning this round.
Ult-wise,
that's where it seems like Heretics
far away from these.
That's where it seems like they
close to all of these.
On the other side, an opportunity, and well, let's be real.
Yeah, the ecos haven't been great though. The ecos have been pretty close.
Get something done here for them.
Yeah, you can't really put any pressure on other players. That said, the pistols have done a lot of damage in some of the previous rounds. Very, very slow approach from the attacking side towards C and B, but that's just one man left behind to cover that ground. Now, all they wanted was rubble control in the early round, and they found it pretty much uncontested. The rifle on mound won't get a chance to strike. In fact, looks like it's going to be Karen and Lakia, a Sheriff and a Classic, that have to hold strong.
We'd have to hope that this shouldn't be too much of an issue for the side of Heretics.
Whoa.
Utility being expended. In fact, they're even going to use the lockdown here, and Woot.
And they're not taking any chances with this.
Paranoia in hand.
Oh.
Just gonna headshot Munchkin straight through. Expecting
Poor
someone to be
Munchkin,
on
man.
the
He ate the Omen flash into into eating that.
Heretics are playing this one incredibly safe. Don't
That was so uncalled for.
Any sneaky corners, any risky spots that could cause them issues, and now in the post plant, this is going to become a lot tougher.
Yeah, looks like most of the bodies are going to go with the rifle. Woot's up top now, ready to fire back.
I like that from him. They'll bait up. They create a lot of pressure, then they fall back. Hey, this was nice. And they kind of learned from earlier, where you know that eco round where they let them take too much space and then they got caught just holding here and they lined up. It feels like they're learning from those rounds as well. Dude, what is that little 1-2 as well? This is scary for GENG. There's some good ults here.
In what is a very important round.
They still have Fade ult though, right?
He's going to be pushing up to 12 and have map point under their belt. The ultimates.
Shawanati, thank you so much again for an extra gifted. Appreciate you doing that. And Squelchy as well with the Prime. Welcome into the Slot Club. Thanks for using a Prime on my dude.
I think for the most part, after
Appreciate
that
the
first
support.
half, we have sort of been waiting for the moment.
Dower again, thank you for doing that, dude.
Round 20 looked like it might be, but no, it seems like Heretics are locking things down at the moment. We're even going to see
more money as well if they lose this. Okay, 11-11, and if GENG lose, they have to have some kind of low buy.
Well, we've seen them go aggressive B a couple of times.
They call for the punish over towards C.
In case they go towards Mound, this is a scary prospect.
This is what GENG need.
Off the turret
like
contact.
This big play. The trap, though, has been escaped. Heretics just about make it
They're
out
good to get out of there. Instant reaction from Woot is to take space, knowing that they heavy commit to this.
Karen's watching it. It'll be a
And then they raise ult back to clear this. Then you kind of locked into the side. This is nice from Heretics. They're handling it well. Karen 4 HP.
Of the C site. And with the orb down, they're not going to be decayed walking through. Karen needs to be sublime.
He did great.
One to be found. It's worth it. Trading out his low health. In goes the Nightfall. Meteor and Lakia up close.
Hey, who else did good? Woot did really good here.
They look the other way. Woot rounds the corner and takes a kill.
Nice reaction from Heretics. Definitely done some good prep into this one.
To keep this 12th round out of Heretics' hands, and I'm not even thinking that he's going for it at this stage. He's so far away and all alone against 3. Still a Viper's Pit for Heretics, though, and that's a scary prospect for a 12-11 scoreline.
Well, yeah, this is now where you have to think, okay, the Heretics, they're great in OTs.
So
they're looking to try and close out the map in a similar fashion to the last.
And work out their money. 2-9 on top of all of this. This guy gets 1, so we can't really drop.
Pretty much a death sentence for them,
this was really cool though from GENG. Sorry, from Heretics. So they definitely looked at this before where they have the turret, because as soon as they saw the turret, they realized what play it was. They managed to get out of here. Woot did so good. Instant ult over towards here. Then he didn't overstep, he was just waiting for the reaction. Then he smokes off waterfall. They raise ult to clear back this. Still just got his gun out the whole time.
Coming out from GENG with a decent trap setup.
And yeah, and they used Fade ult.
And I love the TP coming out of Wu. You can see it immediately put the opposition in doubt of where he could have gone, where he was positioned.
You just saw him on the
made
minimap.
that round so much more difficult.
Yeah, otherwise the three
It's a good
players
trade.
on B probably go sprinting through the spawn, and they'll be there to support Karin or at least to trade him out afterwards. Instead, they have to be so cautious about just how deep he could be. 12 rounds for Team Heretics. They struggled on the last map, always on the heels of GENG, but not able to take the lead out of their hands. And now, well, the shoe's on the other foot. Heretics just one away from guaranteeing themselves a bind and what could be a very competitive close to this series, to this rematch. Not a bit of deja vu from the 1-0 for GENG and the fight back from Heretics.
Yeah, they've won 7 of the last 8. And then the one that was won by GENG used a lot of ultimates to put them into that position. Right
The game,
now,
it's been a stacked game, yeah. But both maps have been really good.
An incredible start to this map. He's still doing well, but has definitely stopped having those high impact rounds that we've seen from him. The wait will be to see if this is the moment where somebody on the GENG side steps up to the plate. If they have
The
another
best tour of
plan,
the game so
that's
far.
it.
I think both of the
Round, they
Heretics
had
games
a
like
decent idea,
been
just
the
didn't
most fun
manage
to watch at the moment.
capitalize off of it when it was put into play. And you can see the credits are just
Double
ludicrous.
attack
Look, there
op.
are 3
Triple
operators
attack
currently
op.
waiting. They're spending all of their extra credits
Yeah, we got
just to try and
got
catch
extra
an early
money.
pick.
Got backup guns.
That is a pretty nasty idea. Sees nade, but that gets Karin into position. The spams do go the way of GENG here.
Who goes down
Through
more than anyone
tracers
else here?
being followed up on. And for Heretics, an immediate stoppage to the play. One of those ops has already been traded out, and I think soon we'll see the same thing happen. But the idea here again is they're making noise on A, they're spamming away, and hopefully on B or C, someone gets curious. But as we can see, that ain't happening. GENG have lost a lot of HP on Lakia though, thanks to the Ode.
Yeah, both.
They go back for their
players
reclear, but
getting tagged. And there is the
okay.
kill. That's the exact
Well,
kill they
that'll
were
do
looking
it.
for. They're going to have a decent idea as
Did
well.
he-
that
I'm pretty sure he
Karin is
pinged
going to
before
be
he did
playing
it.
this aggressive ground.
Aaron,
Snake
is he
fight.
sticking around? Oh, he's sticking around.
Not going to be forcing him off this
Oh,
angle. The
he's in
paranoia,
trouble.
however, will. They're already looking to try and just execute onto him, but he'll survive
Koreans,
longer
man,
than
that was
maybe
it.
expected.
I
But
feel like
even
that
still,
kill on texture is
the kills
everything
have gone
there.
the way of Heretics. 2 stand in their way
2v4,
from an impressive comeback
secure it.
on a map that was heavily favored
Munchkin has a molly.
to the reigning Masters champions. Looking to try and take this to a third, but there's still a couple to deal with.
Meteor's had a lot of big rounds, and Munchkin, when he needs to, he can step up to the plate, and he certainly does need to this time. 2 players just around the corner, and he misses them by a hair. Wrapping back around, they're ready and swinging straight into him.
Well,
Meteor has
that's
the
a
info on
gun.
the first and knows where the other 2 are. The swing is good. He spotted them and heard the shrouded step, heard the second 2. They've split the angle, perhaps offered Meteor a chance to isolate the fight, and he
Whoa.
connects the shot.
Oh,
Locked
no.
out, now in play, and it's Benji Fishy needing the clutch to keep the
Okay,
dream
shout out to
alive.
Benji. All right, so we get a 13, we have 13-11, 13-11, and the only reasons that we didn't get overtime is because both teams got 2-0 for pistols.
And now bind will be the final battle.
Did we get a bind?
Yeah,
That's
it's gonna
sick.
have
But
to
dude,
be
what a
an
map this was as
impressive
well.
Come back from that position they were in. It looked like they were down and out. But somehow, this team once again has dug deep.
Man,
We
shout out
head
to
Bind
dude, everyone's
to
playing so
decide
well.
Who makes it to playoffs.
It's sick to watch. There was a couple of small mistakes here for GENG in some of their rounds that cost them a little bit. But you could say the same for Heretics, really. But there's so much good stuff going on that I don't even want to think about it. Chat, let me spam some ads. I'll upload that again. VOD channel, if anyone wants to rewatch even any of these games. And we've got a VOD channel, you can check them all out there. Anon, thank you for the gifts. Thank you for that. Whoever you are, appreciate it. Shotted as well. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate you doing that. Yeah, I saw the name. The Anons are getting crazy out here. Dotted, appreciate you, man. Thank you for doing that. Okay. Be back in a little bit.
We got ourselves a match, folks, as Team Heretics manages to force that map 3, digging deep and pulling off the win on Lotus. Welcome back, everyone. As we break everything down, I think Wingman was quite satisfied with that one, too.
I'm not.
You're not?
I'm not satisfied with
Why
that.
Why not,
Genji are up, oh my God. Genji are up 10-5 at some point on that map.
Yeah.
And they managed to take away the follow-up off the back of the pistol round. They were 8-4 in first kill to first deaths on the defense side that they lost. How are you losing that many 5v4 rounds? Like, just way too many opportunities given to Heretics. It felt like Genji took their foot off the gas, so they thought they'd won.
Yeah, normally we're priding this team on how clean they are in advantage situations, how good they are at keeping things in control, but this was a complete 180. Credit to Team Heretics. We saw some massive clutch moments from them to stay in this one. Genji as well in that second half, 1 for 10 on trying to make these retakes happen. A lot of the time, those are retakes where they were at advantage, and I think we saw some of the fundamentals slipping. Players swinging on their own, a piece of utility missing here or there, and it just continued to snowball to now send us this third map.
I tell you what, though, seeing Valorant's Ring General Boo pop off the way that he's been doing it has been pretty damn awesome. And honestly, it just goes to show that you really cannot sleep on any of these teams. We're champions for a reason here, and this is exactly why.
Yeah, and it's not that anyone was sleeping on Heretics. I don't want to make it feel like I underrated Heretics, but on Lotus specifically,
of course.
That's where Genji should have a big advantage.
Yeah.
And for Heretics to be able to overcome that map advantage now makes anything possible in the series. You know, we have no idea what's going to happen on Bind.
Yeah.
It's a great situation to be in with a clash of two top teams, though.
Yeah.
I think what's especially surprising to me is seeing Team Heretics rally back, despite the fact that I feel like this has been a dominant series from Texture on both maps, like you're talking about with those first kills, but also Miniboo isn't really performing up to some of the numbers he would get giving in EMEA, and instead, like their last series, they're relying on guys like Rienz, and in both of these first two maps, Boo, to step up and deliver these big moments. I think Team Heretics is having to show the depth of talent in their team, and they're rising to that occasion.
But this is exactly what you want, I think. granted, I understand you want Mini Boo to be putting up those numbers.
But Big Boo can step up too.
Big Boo's got it, you know what I mean? And to see that output from him gives me a lot of hope for this team going into Bind, because you gotta be feeling pretty damn confident in yourself now. You managed to bring this thing back. GENG looked like they pretty much had it running away with it. I mean, come on, you got to be feeling pretty damn good now.
There was a lot of frustration from Miniboo on stage. You saw him slamming his desk a couple of times. But what it must feel like, I can't even imagine, to be sat on the stage and know that your big brother's got your back. You know, to just be sat there and just think, this guy that I've grown up with my whole life is there next to me, having an all-star performance coming out from Boo to make up for my deficits. That's
literally someone's messing with you at school, and Big Bro just pulls up and smacks them out of the server, wins the map for you.
Texture was giving flushies to me. Boo's come over and just beating him up.
Not today. Absolutely love it. Honestly, a credit to Heretics for fighting, really just digging deep, tooth and nail, whatever you want to say to describe it. Look at the way that the series has played out. Both teams have just been slugging at one another, lefts and rights nonstop. But now we take it to the streets of Bind. Now we see who wants it more in this situation. One seed is the #1 seed out of Group A is on the line here. A big matchup, Sideshow, and Heretics have to be feeling pretty solid right now.
Yeah, I think having got past Lotus, this is eminently winnable for them.
Yeah.
They did have a stumble on Bind against FPX, but that was a weird composition from FPX. I think once things go back to more standard between these two teams, that Heretics have showcased that their Bind is very strong. I'm not expecting the same slip-up from Boo's calling.
Yeah, the biggest concern I saw in that game was their attacking sides going for a lot of contact plays and getting caught out by the odd positions that FPX had when they were playing the chamber in the top.
Yoru
Yoru chamber, weird stuff. Players were in really odd positions. GENG play a not quite that standard 100 Thieves comp that most people have picked up, but they play a solo Skye that honestly executes quite similarly. And did you see something?
No, I'm looking at the chat, sorry. I'm looking I'm looking at how much people are favoring Team Heretics after making the comeback there.
I just feel like a bunch of Heretics fans are just preying on GENG's downfall.
I mean, they very well could. And I know that this isn't an elimination game. It's a little looser, right?
True,
but if you lose this match, you're going to be going up against one of Sentinels or FPX. Either of those teams, whoever wins it is going to already have proved that they have the quality to potentially upset one of these giants of 2024. And they cannot afford to take that risk.
And even if you make it out, you're playing against another one of these groups' #1 seeds, and there are some dangerous teams that you don't want to face in your first round of the playoffs. This is a super important match.
Oh my.
And that comp,
What was that comp?
I saw a Yoru on there.
I saw Yoru.
Yoru, I think.
Wait, someone doing a mad comp?
Skye,
I believe
or was
so.
it solo Skye? Dude, whatever it was.
There was a Gecko for sure.
Okay, that is a weird... You know, I was just talking about, oh no, I think once things get more to standard Valorant, Boo's calling on Bind will be fine.
Oh, it's Heretics. They go back to their they go back to their Astra Yoring.
Playing Astra Viper. Okay, so they have the Skye Gecko combo. That'll play fairly similarly to a lot of the comps on this map, but the Yoru adds something interesting in there. You can have different executes, teleporting into your Astra utility, fake outs through those teleporters, that kind of stuff.
I think getting into A, smoke heaven, get into the smoke.
It's interesting. Heretics have been one of the teams that struggled with it a little bit in the past.
Yeah, you can't
where it's a solo Yoru and they can't get over towards B.
That looks difficult. Munchkin has been
they've been one of the better teams at doing it, I guess, but they still struggle.
The same idea of new comp always wins is going to carry through.
Well, let's see if this composition
they went for
is what Heretics need to get them over the line, or will GENG shut it down here and now? Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
Well, Tom, we were going to be robbed if we didn't get a third map out of this, and Heretics fought hard for it, but who takes it here is anyone's guess. They struggled up against FPX, and GENG facing against the new comp. You heard it from Sideshow. Something that Munchkin's done well at in the past is dealing with comps like this. How do you feel this is going to set Heretics up for the final map of the series?
I don't mind it. It feels like they've combined some of the old ideas with a few new ones.
Okay, so GENG on the fence, Heretics on attack, and they go for the solo Yoru. So on attack, it struggles to go B. Probably why you see 3 people over towards B at the moment with Cypher, because teams will try and go B on like pistol rounds and rounds when they have ults.
Step out into the A site. Although already see they're bypassing.
To try and prove that they can go B when actually they're only hitting it on those rounds. Oh, this is nice, those smokes for back of sight, and they take back of sight. They got a lot of smokes here. They haven't got too much to deal with the trips though. Maybe the Cypher can be pretty impactful.
But it's going to be tough to capitalize through that smoke.
It's now patience for Heretics. They don't need to overextend. They don't need to take
They
too much
need
of a
to
risk.
wait for
They've
someone to
still
go
got
showers.
plenty of time to play with,
This is
and
good.
sort of
Heretics have a
hoping
lot of time at the
there is
moment.
more of an
Need
extension
this
on the
guy
other
to
side.
go
I think they're
showers,
also
and like the
waiting
whole plan
for
should
Boo
be
to try
tap with
and
the
get into
spike, and then the
position.
guy goes
But in the
showers.
meantime, look at the pot flash. It's
But
gonna be coming
GENG,
straight through their
knowing that they cut
already.
sound, he
A
needs to get
couple,
info.
but Rians responds immediately.
Shots, man.
And even adds one more to the pile. And Karen, he just about manages to get the kill.
1v3 for Karen.
Still 2 remaining, and it's
Hey, very nice, man. Rians, and he gets the plant as well. We're really on our way to a fish short here.
With another pistol round.
Yeah, this time it's GENG on the receiving end of that 4K. 1-0 to start this off for Heretics. Picking up the pistol, grabbing themselves a decent buy, follow-up on what should be a 2-0 lead. They managed to avoid a lot of the dangers there. We talked about the traps that were in play, and by the time that they actually took the fight, because they had gone around the back and dealt with Munchkin, there was nobody really to follow up on it. So at least able to grab themselves a plant, or at least
I mean, that's one of the best pistols you can have, really, with a
very nearly didn't work.
With a Gecko getting that many kills.
Across the line. Now just classics for the most part. You only look to Texture with a Sheriff, and he's on the other side of the
Taking
map.
the orbs
to the
away.
Majority of the
Nice from
Heretics
Gen.
squad, just grabbing the orb early.
Yeah, you can see though it's again.
Yeah, they went to take the orb over towards B, but didn't stick it.
Deadly, and just going to try and spot out the info. It seems like he's going to get contact. Through they go, and wow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and I've been enjoying the Heretics anti-ecos, at least when they have like the one Sheriff in and they're prodding.
A gap. And for Heretics, it's not like they're down to 30 seconds. They don't need to use this as an execution point. They are just going to
Still nice from GENG though, just over towards here. Lakia realizing that they've left. With the flash, they pick up the orb.
They can fairly safely gamble.
They're allowed 2 deaths, so.
Benji Fishy with a Sheriff on a short bind. Always manages to...
Where he got his first ace, right?
It was indeed. It's exactly what I'm talking about. The guy was he was cracked in that moment, and just here you get a little glimpse of it. Won't be the ace. It's already been denied. Meteor and Lakia, the last 2, and you can see that they're not looking to run on in and give some free orbs away and free kills instead. Just waiting around to die to the spike and maybe get a kill if someone's caught off
They're
guard.
trying to set up Rians. That was what the flash is for. He's one off getting the thrash. So actually not giving an orb away.
Lakia's got to know they're hunting.
Even if it's killing him, that's not actually going to help too much.
Hey, perfect, man. They keep everything. They get the fish up for the big buy round right here.
Thrash
They're in an incredibly good spot. And the fish ult does mean that if they want to, they can go B.
Back in and have a really strong buy going into round number 3.
Correction. 3rd time's the charm on both of those sprays. Got it with the last shot in the chamber. 2-0 for Team Heretics, and like you said, Tom, Thrash is online for Rian's, an impressive pistol round. He's a Gecko, so he's planting. And with that, they're set up nicely.
It's whether or not they're going to almost immediately execute here. You can see 3 players ready over on that A side of the map. Lots of utility to be combined. Still got the trip setups, and they've got themselves.
Oh, does the nade hit the Gecko?
Immediately doing a fair amount of damage, but also denying that thrash. Further push from
Mini Boo got annihilated.
He's going to step up with 2. A great start to this round, but there was a response.
2 players down for Heretics. Although they got Meteor, they still have so much ground to cover. Just take a look at how many players are waiting on this A site. The rotate through the TP won't be for free. Karen goes looking, and he certainly finds.
With that round, with that kill, they pretty much decided this round because these 2 just have no chance of doing it.
Online, but
their best chance is to TP, really.
Rian's, I assume, didn't get the Dizzy back. They're going to go straight through. Lakia almost caught off guard. That door opens just a second too late. Now, oh, in goes the Thrash. 2nd time. See what ground it can find. Nothing broken. Just in time, and Lakia, well, with that, seems to have secured the round. A fire
very solid from GENG. This is impressive. Heretics should be kinda happy. I know that they lost the ult into it and like trying to snowball.
Bind.
Did okay damage.
It just gives you flashbacks to the
Shout out to Meteor, by the way. Meteor did great once again.
Back in the day. But there's a reason that
but this is the thing that should annihilate this team. Like the trips be everything.
Again, he has a safe pair of hands in moments where
got no scatter nade from Heretics. So these kind of kill trips all the time should be catching them off.
To make sure that while there's a gamble stack, while there's players on one site, the other site isn't just going to be given
like Meteor on defense, it's going to be all about his trips, really.
So much smarter with the way you use your flashes for information. Already, jiggle peaks. Again, like in the past, you might have used your flashes early in the
but
round,
you can kind of double up the trips as well, as the Euroclone can only get one.
Found in other ways. A judge in play. And of course, the last being a bonus round, there's still plenty of finances to invest back into for Heretics.
Yeah, of course. They're still able to get that buy up. Rifles for the full part. I like the fact that
a lot of people that come by next, so
starting to expect that GENG are going to get aggressive across the map once they feign out that control.
Okay, they create pressure over towards long.
One of the main things we'll say about GENG,
but the judge has locked down Hookah the whole time, and Lakia, and he's going to circle his flashes because he's been flashing over towards long in a second. Yeah, there goes one of them, flashes over towards long, doesn't hit anything, and with that, the rotate of Munchkin can come in.
Someone goes to break it, he's swinging in.
Extra flash goes in, it hits this guy, does.
Eventually, we'll have to take a gamble. 40 seconds left.
Munchkin go back. Yeah, they do. So Heretics leaning into like a 4-1, 3-1. Dude, look at this trip.
That's the bigger issue. They
no way.
Go through, but they can't
Indestructible.
They can't break it.
Oh
so
god, it's going to kill him.
There. And it's just being waited for contact. Finally, there is that split you were talking about, but they're heading
they did
straight
manage to
the
find
judge.
it, but here we go. Judge, 20 seconds.
Waiting. First is easy, and now they have to go. There's only 17 seconds left, and they're all just falling to this judge. He's going to take them all. That's the spike down as well.
There's the done from Karen, man. Doing the
retrieve it, and with the Molotov down there, just is not enough time.
Classic.
The judge. And it pains me to say it, is going to win the round for the side of GENG, and even escaping from Karen seems difficult.
Yeah, the only thing that does escape Karen is the ace, as per usual, for the side of GENG. They won't be finding 5, but I think they'll be happy enough with that performance. The weakest weapon bought up, and the one that finds all the results.
It's the best judge map.
I mean,
the only reason it's the best judge map on defense because in theory Split has more positions. But I'll say it again because I always say it when we see it and we see like a good round.
GENG are a patient squad and one that's happy to sit back.
The reason it's like the best on this map, in my opinion, is because you can always judge here and then you can retake lamps. So you can like you're useful in the retakes. You don't have to be like a Raze with Satchel or anything. That's why the judge in Hookah is like V1 because you're good in the retake as well. You're not just completely useless. Whereas other maps, pretty much you have to have Raze to be able to have impact on the retake.
He's also taken a lot of control. Now this is a much weaker purchase in this round for Heretics. They lost one of the guns early on, but they've come out in a good spot.
Yeah, so like we said, big eco at the moment, but it's looking alright. We've got to keep an eye on Boo, right? Is Boo not getting a kill right here? Rias?
For a player to come up through mid and instead
nicely done. Nice round from them. Yeah, big reaction over towards long. Boo just lurking in the corner.
He was just harassing them by constantly waiting on angles they weren't expecting and stopping them from being able to get aggressive. Well, he does the same here, able to support from across the map using his stars.
They wrecked him on this round. This was a good round.
Down to 60. This one looks to be sealed in for Team Heretics, and the question that
best thing about this round as well is this.
Munchkin can carry this weapon forward.
Guns.
Got a little bit of cash in the bank, but this weapon may help them out.
Yeah, I think that is the difference with that Brimstone. Is okay, you have a decent range, but just the global utility, it means Boo can play anywhere on the map. And you saw the attempted rotation. Like, this was a weaker buy where a lot of players initially rush showers, and you even had a player sneaking his way through mid. The expectation is, okay, if there is a lurk, they're probably a little bit further back, wanting to play that utility.
I could be tempted to call it like I could understand a timeout here from GENG.
When they went through long and cleared everything out, he just had one little
I could definitely understand a timeout.
To catch them off guard. A big round for the side of Heretics.
I think they overstepped pretty heavy here.
And it's not going to obliterate everything for GENG. In fact, they're actually going to go back in with an operator here. I think Texture wants to challenge if they try that again.
Like, do you really want to fight showers when you see an Astra Star on the floor with your Cypher against a comp that can't break Cypher trip? I would never suggest that you have to do that. Like, considering the comp the Heretics have, I don't think you have to fight for map control. I think you can play further back and just let the trips do the work.
Instead, you're sitting back. They're no up. that ends up when the barriers go up. It's all the rifles to work with.
Look at the immediate denial. They even shot the fake out this time because they were so worried about what happened in the previous round. Still, that control is going to be taken. And more importantly,
and they're scared of doing it now because of the round before, and I don't blame them.
This is the one major
Again,
factor
I don't think they need to
that
fight for
plays
map
such
control.
a huge part. It's just the
Nice
space
though from
and
Heretics.
angles that you're able to clear. And the question will be, is how did GENG react to this now?
Well, they need to break the camp. They're hearing it activated here and there inside
Oh.
of A. And, well,
They're fighting so
man
aggro.
operating the
They don't need
camera
to do
that's left
this.
Alive. Miniboo pushing up is ignoring it completely. He sat on the corner waiting for the re-aggression. A smart play, misses the shot to start, but he gets there in the end. And now, well, they know they've got all the space to work with. The plant's underway. The control
Yeah,
is
I'm
most
definitely calling a
locked in
timeout
for
now if I'm
Heretics.
GENG.
GENG may just want to save these weapons at this point.
Yeah, I like the fact as well that even in the late round, they're using that thrash just to make sure that this round is converted. Because we've seen it many a time where they walk into the traps that have been placed down by Meteor and end up falling victim. But again, the thing is, GENG's response when they see that dimensional drift online is not a bad one. They go, okay, you've got that ultimate, you have thrash. If we sit back and allow you to use an ult that can clear all of us, and then another
This is
one
good
that
from
can
Heretics.
stick us in
The
spot,
good thing
we
about
are
this
screwed
is
for the round.
their money.
So they go, okay,
Like
we have
these
to get
two
aggressive,
rounds
we have
back
to
to
take
back,
some
their
control.
money is
And
through.
Heretics are just waiting.
They've got
had
money
the
pretty
sort
much
of
for the rest of the
counter blow,
half here.
counter process. Now, they're going to try and take some of these weapons away, but I think the likelihood...
Yeah, and in my opinion,
slim,
it's like a
unless they're gonna
double
go full
misstep at the
sprinting into
moment.
hookah. Well, actually, never mind. Lackey is actually
It's a
caught
really
right at the end of the
costly
round.
double misstep.
A big blow.
Like the
and an
challenge
early
over
lead
towards
now for
Showers
Team
doesn't need to
Heretics.
happen.
We
Challenge
went
over
2-2,
towards Short, in my
back and
opinion,
forth.
doesn't need to happen.
This is their chance
Be
to
playing around the
extend it even
trips. They
further
can't
with
really
GENG
break them.
losing that weapon.
Or
They'll
do
have
kill
very
trips,
little to
more
work
passive
with
than this.
in terms of rifles, and it all comes down to that big crunch on Short. Just a massive fight, a firefight that goes the other way. Meteor had an opportunity here, but he's not landing it. And for that, I think
Still no timeout, force him down to an eco. Alright. Heretics.
Rien's most certainly has.
Good
we
right
need to
now.
see the same thing from GENG, albeit not in this round. Again, two rifles.
You're saying?
Sure.
You're saying?
Okay, well, I'll take that
Yeah,
one
dude.
right back. There's
And
some weapons
Lackey
to be
is just
retrieved.
spamming
There's a
flashes
showstopper
as
in
well.
play.
And
Woot's gone
the
before the
ult
rocket
would have
lands.
hit, but Karen stole the
Lackey
kill.
needs to get out. As said, a lot of the time he's a safe pair of hands. That was a way back
Okay,
into the round if he
4v2 now, and
falls,
we've got a
but
lot of guns
instead,
down over towards
that early aggression
Showers.
from Texture, you always know that at any stage this man can be a danger. And the hero rifle he had has done just that. Even the support of Karen from behind. And now they just fall back. Even using the Seekers, it's not the worst ult to expend in a moment like this, just to make sure that you haven't lost too much ground in a certain position, or maybe even wary that they're about to make the hit onto long. Instead, though, Hookah is the play, and with a defensive smoke in position.
What the hell are you meant to get out of this?
Try and risk it and jump out. It seems like they are going to try and potentially make a move around it, but you can see Lackey is honed in, ready and waiting.
He has trouble though.
Yeah, nice. Okay, so as much as Heretics won that eco where they picked up all the guns, this is the same one for GENG.
The other players were out retrieving weapons.
Now everyone's just got so much money.
Everybody now stocked up with free upgrades.
Yeah, everyone's just swimming in money.
Yeah, the start of it is already just...
This one makes sense, like dueling over towards Showers together because you have one hero gun.
This is why you put
like, this one makes sense.
Of best duelist in the world. He really does just take
I would like to see the buy rounds be a little bit more chill from them.
But at any moment, that can be where Texture takes over. And then again, just falling back into those passive positions off the advantages that have been had.
Heretics go for their fast.
Instead,
get a molly over towards here. Dog goes up. Yoru ult again. You have Yoru now with an ult, which means he can actually hit over towards B. Astro into the back corner. They used this before. Does this work?
They know exactly where he wants to go. Secondary location chosen. Miniboo out of the ult and catching Karen on the fallback. Flash around the left side.
It's a good backup from him. Oh man, what a flash that is.
Already under his belt and still challenged the fourth.
Damn, bro. Big 1v1. Dude, Meteor did so good here. Yeah, I like this backup from Heretics. It was very nice. They have used this before. I can't remember the game. Maybe it's against like Sentinels in Madrid or something. They used that ult.
A lot of time to play with. A minute on the clock.
Dude didn't hit the TP, he's not close enough.
TP to immediately rotate, but he's definitely worried about the potential of his opponent already being there. Munchkin stood in a spot where it didn't matter where the plant went in. He would have the knowledge. Oh, Woot's actually just going to look to fight him. Get right up in his face. Go for that final
What a shot, man.
And it is
Little
perfect.
ADS on this.
Lands the final bullet around
Little
the meteors.
ADS.
But he gave everything for.
Hey, and they win one,
wasn't
they
enough.
lose one, but they gain so
Not
many
this
guns
time.
that they're still fine to
4
buy.
kills. And well, like we said, Team Heretics came in, warmed up, ready to go.
Quick scope, mate. Yeah, made it
we
look
had
like Call of Duty or something.
Bit of an activation from Meteor with this. Good positioning around the back. I didn't even see he got the info so
Yeah, dude, this
quickly
guy
with
is
the second
so
player up
good to
close.
watch on Sentinel.
Wasn't quite enough. A big round for Heretics as they defend their lead.
Money's
5-3.
going to start to get low after that.
We're going to see a Viper's
They're
pit
getting a
online
lot.
for Benji Fishy. Karen,
Bomb.
he's toyed with the idea of putting that orbital strike down a number of times, but never quite pulled the trigger.
Oh, the pacing looks a fair bit quicker this time. Hookah control taken immediately. It's a position they have problems with. Lacky's going to remove Boo. Some of that late round utility already gone. Also, a player that has been their lurker. It might even bait the defensive players on the other side of the map. And in fact, they're actually going to try and use the pit to get out. The counter spam. It's perfect. In fact, Rians has found 2 through the wall.
Ow.
It's got to be frustrating if you're on the other side. Still Meteor's here. He managed 4 in the last round. This time that would be enough, but he's going to be decayed all the way down, and that will be enough for Benji to clear him.
Could have been either player that he took down. If it was the Viper, perhaps they'd be in with a chance. Instead, well, maybe again.
Has he
Karen's
done
gonna
that?
toy with the
Oh
idea.
my
That's the
goodness.
orbital
Well,
strike
that's the
straight
ult.
through the smoke and the wall. Benji couldn't find a safe space.
There were chances
to
he
hide,
got
and now
Brimo
they
on
really
this
need
as
to be
well.
careful. Orbital
Oh
strike in
boy.
play. Both
Oh
players
god.
trapped. Gate crash available. Yeah.
No way, they got the kills before they went down.
Grabs the kill onto Woot, but it was traded out just a little
That's
bit too
ridiculous,
early.
bro.
They both just go for the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they got to.
Like, for Woot,
I
it's
think they're both
understandable.
about
He
to
is
melt
screwed.
here.
Like, he's the run forward, running back, he's dead. For his teammate, they both go for the fight, and it's just that he lands that bullet quicker than the orbital strike can kill him. That's insane. This whole round was insane.
I mean, this whole round
2
is
through the
ridiculous.
wall,
Yeah, he's
then
not wrong.
this kill through the wall, which removes the pit, and then literally that shot is the difference. If he goes down even a split second sooner.
I thought we lost. Dude, I thought you lost.
Can't even believe it themselves. 6-3. A guaranteed equal half for Heretics. And you can understand now why that pause has been taken. There's been some deadly close rounds
They have
for GENG,
so
but
many on attack.
Heretics, they've been building. They lost that first map, their own choice. Many, including myself, thought this could be over. They win the second map in incredibly close fashion with a great comeback from an 8-4
Wait, this is
deficit.
nuts, bro.
Now,
They have
well,
so many rounds.
seems like all the pieces are aligning at the right time, and you can understand why on the other side of things, coaching staff, some elite level coaching staff, are going to look to try and slow things down.
Well, this is the problem, Tom. You know, again, we've said this a number of times, but the hardest losses are the ones that are that close. And I think what's more devastating about it is you can look at Heretics. They had the same situation in map 1. But for GENG, it's not just a map. That was the series within their grasp.
Forces
Just
them down to an
rounds
eco.
away from taking it, guaranteeing playoffs, not having to go to the lower, getting to go to lunch early. But instead, it's Team Heretics now. Double the scoreline of what GENG have brought to the table, and that has to have some emotional weight. The coaching staff have had their time to discuss, and we're going to see a stalemate in the early round as, again, Team Heretics pump the brakes and wait for GENG to make a move. And that's just not happening.
I think the scary thing as well is who's already in that lower bracket.
Trip is a good
Sentinels,
idea.
A Masters winner with the opportunity to watch this game, watch every single round, try and pick it apart. And FPX, who... Oh, they've already shown Heretics that they can go toe-to-toe and even come out with some wacky compositions that can throw you off completely. They beat them on this map. Here we go, though. Thrash.
They short for showers. Dog
Already
up
used
short.
the TP even while blind. Double blinded. Doesn't even matter. That's Miniboo gone, and they might have to pump the brakes. No, they're continuing this push.
Oh, he's
right
out in the
into
open here.
hands.
Just dropped the wall. He had to double
Munchkin,
drill
he's gonna
too.
try and retreat,
My
and
god, they
Lash
tried
has gone down
fast
elsewhere. In
flood
fact,
sight without a
everybody's falling.
flash. There must have been a sky flash there.
Red for the attacking side as Benji Fishy grabs the shot to the back of Munchkin's head.
It looks a
and
little
Boo,
bit wild.
He's so annoying to play against. They're not even clearing it.
No! Oi, hold up. Hold up.
Disrespect.
We're out here giving it as well.
7 on the board for Heretics.
Got 7-3 on attack with a solo Yoru duelist. And we're knifing.
Is that the first knife with the Champions Blade? I can't. If there is another one, it's escaping me, but
there was just no need, Boo.
There you go. He's going to enjoy that one, and of course, it's got to be frustrating. Either way,
okay. Woot 1 away from
Heretics
his Seekers. Have the Yoru ult again.
Always a team
and go to B.
GENG.
Oh.
Favored by us, favored by the desk, favored by anybody who has seen them play over the last few months. You'd have to be a little bit mad not to see the level of this team, but right now, well, we haven't seen a lot of them over the last few rounds. Ultimate's still there, but if anything, the Viper's Pit can easily be countered by that dimensional drift. In fact, it's going to be used early, looking to just try and clear things out.
Reactions last time were really good.
He's got some space, but he's forced straight into a fight, surrounded and dropped by Karen. Meteor up close, finally manages that opening with Woot down, but Karen and Lakia fall right after. Now the pressure on for Texture, his teammate on the other side of the map.
Didn't fully commit, man. Benji did so good.
Team Heretics.
They got 8 on attack with a solo Yoru. This is the most I've ever seen with a solo Yoru.
Has to do this 1v2 all
and they have the Cypher that kind of counters a lot of what they're doing.
The Pit not going to be useful here unless he wants
like
to
the
try
Cypher should be getting
everything. But likely won't give him anything, and Benji's already
wild,
rapid. He's
really.
just going for it. He's just going to take the fight alone.
Benji's just super confident.
The confidence from this Heretic side is off the charts at the moment. And the big round from Benji. I think he was the one that traded back those 2 kills that ultimately looked like it was going to be a problem.
Oh my,
quick
nice shots,
reactions. And now 8-3 in the lead. 6 of the last 7 have gone their way, and well, we are seeing uncharacteristic performances. Texture, I think a couple of his kills came in a single round.
Yeah, they had so many people
Lakia
there.
has gone amiss. They've been able to isolate
like
him.
everyone on
normally
site.
A very safe pair of hands when it comes to that B side. They have pressured him.
Yeah, I'll smoke short, guys. It's all good.
You know,
who needs it anyway?
Yeah, just move it. One of the more surprising things here, Tom, is up against FPX. Obviously, Heretics struggled. They got 4 rounds on their attack. They couldn't string a single round together. And here, up against GENG, of all teams, they've made that recovery. The work they've done is
more
clear.
impressive, the adaptations. Like, they changed their composition, and I think it was for the exact reason you're talking about. Bring in a multitude of flashes, a multitude of information, force players into awkward battles. The dimensional drift of Miniboo, it can basically floor all of the issues that they were having. And the times they did run into awkward things, you could see they didn't do it again.
Nice Skydog over towards long, clears everything here. 3 people can hold strong. We've got a fast rotate from the brim.
But it hasn't slowed them much.
Viper on defense is really good, man. Nice trade, though.
But he still falls, as does the Pit, leaving Meteor with sight on
Still a
Benji.
crazy hard round for Heretics.
The advantage now towards the defensive side. Spike recovered, and Team Heretics have to think about taking this somewhere else. And Meteor still floating around, grabbing all these kills. One safe haven for them to plant, or so they thought. The Molly forces him out of the round, that is. It's only Rien's 1 against 4. He has to do it all by himself. The whole squad bearing down upon him. They'll at least have a light at the end of the tunnel on
not the best.
Finding a round.
Against a solo Yoru, getting 8 is unheard of.
A strong lead for
really impressive from Heretics. That back-to-back round where, in my opinion, GENG misplayed it, really haunting them in this half. There's been so many 50s as well. Wingman's just tanking bullets as well.
We'll see if GENG can do the same after the break.
1 enemy remaining.
Heretics winning pistol. Problem is GENG have to win pistol here. Actually have to win the pistol. Let me check if the VODs have uploaded for the other. Last map. The knife kill as well. Yeah, no, they're confident. Some of the rounds they're winning are insane. That Brimalt round over towards Long was something else. Oh, it's actually 8-4. Oh yeah, production from earlier. Dude, they were just predicting it for the next map. Mandizzle with the Prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 3 months. Mamfa_CB as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 11 months. Doing that easy too.
We're going the distance, and Heretics have managed to
Coach
take
is talking
quite a
halftime.
lead.
Yeah.
They've got a distance between them of 4
Everyone can talk in
rounds,
halftime.
And GENG, after being so close to 2-0ing this
Remind them of all the info. Bro, GENG, you're in a really rough spot, man.
Here on Vine, this new comp for Heretics, it's working wonders.
Yeah, it's a
Banner the World with the 12 months. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you doing that also. Thanks for the tier 1. Thank you for the whole year.
Problems with when they play versus FPX. I think again, this team is always learning, always adapting.
Dude, Banner the World, man. Appreciate you saying that, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for the whole year as well, dude. Andrew Meister as well. Thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate the Prime.
Turnarounds of rounds that looked rough. And more importantly, just like the last map, are we now going to see that step back up from GENG? Because we know that this team at any moment can get back into a game. A pistol victory, you see some magic from the likes of Texture, and now he's going to be the pinnacle point. He's going to be the man being set up to get those entries. And if you're not careful, you'll get destroyed.
Yeah, if you're not careful, he'll be fine.
Okay.
Team Heretics,
what's going on with the music?
Clearly have done some
Guys,
reading into this.
Relax, we're in game. Don't come for the VOD. Good luck to Boo. Straight up. Good luck to Boo.
Got a knife kill, but won't quite be able to stab them in the back this time. Texture falls as a result of the damage done, though. And we're back to equal territory.
Hey, don't see Tiger kills too often.
It's Boo gets the assist on that one. Damage done. Dog trades it out.
There's going to be a flank fight as well. That battle could be what ends up deciding it, although considering the plant, it's
Lakia wins this duel though, right? Okay, Lakia wins the duel.
Another one for Munchkin as well, and this is looking clean. Left on to Miniboot, and he's not even going to get
I can't
a good
have a better way of doing this though, like a 2-0 into a 2-0 into a 1-1 for the final map pistol. That it's kind of perfect.
Of Team Heretics instead. We're going to be
3-3 overall for people that can't do basic maths.
At least you'd imagine that. GENG forcing their opponents down to an eco in the next. The Tiger kill, really is a rarity around these parts, especially in a pistol round. That's worked out this time. And Munchkin, well, he got 2 kills there, only 1 counted. The wingman extermination. 3-round gap between the two.
I just thought I'd do it just in case, chat. Don't come for me.
This isn't a team that's going to sit back.
I wasn't highlighting anyone. I'm just saying maybe there's someone out there.
And done with. They've been here before. They've made it work. But a high-stakes game with playoffs on the line, that's going to have them locked in. And right
GENG
now,
allowed 2 depths for this.
To cover A aggro, as they will take space slowly but surely towards B. Only danger is if they do go to hookah. There's a big trap play with a Yoru already inside the teleporter, has a gate crash to fall back if he needs, and 2 players stacked up close, ready for the duel.
I think looking at this, overall, there's not a lot of expectation, but somehow these pistols once again are doing damage. Meteor, Karen, at least
and Yoru has a kill here, right? Did he hear the door open? Doesn't look like it.
None of the weaponry's been retrieved. Miniboot.
Oh, they found out about him. Timing was a little bit unlucky. It was a really nice eco. I can't believe these 2 on site managed to get the first kills with the Viper wall.
Just not connecting, and that might be the chance gone. It's going to come down to Woot making a play, and with the knowledge of where Boo remains, I feel like the chances are slim. 5 bullets.
Aim game. That was a nice time to sub. Thank you for that with the Prime. Appreciate that.
There is another gun.
Thank you for doing that, man.
I think the expectations.
Appreciate the Prime. Thank you for the 4 months.
Heretics, you have to look at every missed chance, every opportunity.
Only got 5 bullets. Guys been spamming heavy.
Potential repeat matchup versus FPX, which if you've ever seen a Heretics FPX game, it comes down to the absolute wire. It will be the closest games you're ever going to see. And the other team, if Sentinels are to make it through, well, they're the ones that beat them, or one of the teams that beat them in the first Masters. So I don't think Heretics are going to want to face either of those teams particularly. For GENG, well, a rematch versus Sentinels probably isn't going to be the most fun thing in the
we get the
world.
drop out. So even though they lost a couple of kills, actually didn't matter too much gun-wise.
You know what I always say, Tom?
Recovery was good from GENG.
I'm nervous. It's always harder to
Shout out
beat
to
a
Meteor,
team
he
the
did good.
second time
The guy
round.
inside did good as well to spot the Euro
maybe they're
flank.
finding that out here.
Say that last time.
No, it was a little different last time. I've modified it now. Slightly. But yeah, for GENG, this position, 8-6, last round, big one from Meteor. The fact that he goes late through hookah where the trap play was, but those players had already been pulled to sight by the hyper-aggression down B long. He catches a kill on sight. They get the information that Miniboo had come up behind, that he had come out of the teleporter and was now in hookah. And so he adjusts and grabs that kill too. Got rid of 2 big dangers from the round.
I don't know if that gives away
This time there's a bunch of
much.
Dangers with everybody on Heretics
Like
having
Sky
rifles
Flash
and a very
over towards
passive
here,
play from
Viper
that
jump
defensive side.
peeking.
Gate Crash, I presume,
I guess
is
it's
gonna
the
be
first
used
time they
here
come
for
up against this
rotation.
comp.
There it is, already put out to the B site, and A will be stacked
They
up
should
with
at least
3,
know that this
just
guy
as
has
GENG look to
another
push it.
smoke. If they do this, they might flash through. Like this comp has a lot of flashes that you might want to be taking back a sight. Yeah. This is the thing, so GENG forced to use the back of sight flashes. But like, how often do they practice doing this?
They're starting to look pretty
Sorry,
problematic.
back of sight smokes because of the
Bonus
flashes.
round.
What I meant to say.
Had a lot invested into it. Maybe even leaving Munchkin with less desirable economy for the next round if they don't manage to find a little bit more here. Wanting to at least get a bit of damage done. He's fighting tooth and nail.
Nice
One
kill.
of his last bullets before the reload.
5v3 into a 3v3.
This comes back into a competitive position.
Dude, Munchkin's
as he'll
done
keep it in a 2
incredibly
versus 2.
well.
Such
Rian's
smart
still
play.
alive
He
though,
knew he
does
was
have
being
wingman
baited
for
by
the
the player
defuse.
further back and just kept falling
So
back,
GENG
retreating
might want
and
to play a little
taking
bit
the
more
fight,
aggro than they
guerrilla
maybe
warfare.
would.
And it's worked
Karen
out.
gets a kill, he gets
GENG
his
with
ult.
another on Meteor, and now Rian's has to do it all. This round was
Still has
looking
wingman.
so heavily favored, and instead they are massively on the back foot with the defuse underway though. Here comes the swing.
Damn, bro, I'm telling you, dude.
Stopping the defuse.
It's the best
Still
agent to have
plenty
in
of
these
time left to
positions.
bring it across
Lovely,
the line.
man.
Massive clutch.
Shout out to
Red Bull
Wingman.
clutch,
We'll give
in
him this
fact,
one.
for Rian's.
He has been lights out in this game so far, but that seemed like an
They
impossibility.
got a plant, so they're probably going to force into it. They got double
There
ult.
was 0% chance I think he wins that otherwise because they are split across
Yeah,
from
so
each other.
I like the way they were playing until, like, I like the way they were playing in the 2-on-2, but the way they reacted was like they killed the wingman, right? It's like they killed the Gecko.
For the trade. The main thing though is Rian's read. The fact that he works out where both of those players
They
are.
were playing it so perfect until they got that kill, but then they acted like it was the Gecko, and then they played far back against a wingman, and then that spike tap came in, and then it's like then they remembered that it was the Gecko, and then they were in bad positions for it.
The flash, no one gets hit. All right. Time to put
So
the
many people
wingman
died
down.
in this round that
Perfect thinking
I can
process.
circle everyone.
The perfect agent in that
People that
position.
can't buy
Anyone
next.
else, and I agree with you. That one is done. Texture out looking for an opening duel, just pixels away from swinging straight into the angle with Miniboo, and that is a definitive fight if we end up seeing it. Miniboo now getting aggressive. Tucked up in the corner, Woot goes to spot out. They thought that, hey, it was a little bit more clear, but little did they know, danger was lurking around every corner. The gate crash used to get out of there, so no punish onto Miniboo. But GENG still have their sights set on that side of the map.
They're going to have to reclear everything though. Tiger being used just to remove any doubt. Benji's
Wait,
aggression
the
is
extra
punished, but there,
leak out
again,
smoke on
it's an
attack.
immediate trade.
Kind of
Thrash
nice.
is available.
Adding an
Rian
extra
wants
angle
to
they
use
probably
it,
wasn't
but finding
thinking
a
about.
safe spot is going to be more important, and it might even be worth
It's a nice
just
trade,
holding
and once
onto
your
it for the
Viper goes
retake.
down, going over towards B becomes a lot easier. No wall that you have to think about. They all gather close, they get the ult.
To try and lock off some of these spots instead. He's going to be caught in it, but he goes swinging instead. Texture deals
Whoa,
with him
man,
at
nicely
the
done from
second as
Texture,
well.
bro. I was
No
looking at the
trade to
minimap,
be
I guess the
had.
shots were
The
nice.
nade will deny any repeak, and an afterplant guaranteed.
Does a lot of damage too. Woot's down to 70 at this point. What a phenomenal read by Texture. He knows exactly where that second player is going to swing in from and corrects to it before he even gets to the angle. Absolutely unbelievable gameplay. And for Heretics, now they're okay, being punished. For
Absolute shot.
everything. I think
Okay, so
Woot
big
missed one
round
bullet.
that's worth 2.
Right to the head he goes.
GENG,
What an
I say
adjustment
it's
for
worth
Meteor.
2, man. Everyone's getting
Double
50
digits denied
in this
for
game,
now.
so
9 to
gotta pay
7
attention to that.
for GENG, with
Good
Miniboo
news is
saving
for
this weapon
GENG,
on the
Texture
other
can
side
start
of the
getting
map.
close to
I was
his
about
ult.
say
I say
attempting
close.
to, but it looks like
Start
he's
getting
got
his
away
ult for the next big
That's
buy
the
round.
bigger problem, though. It's just that economically, the last round has basically made this as hard of a reset as you're ever going to get. Yep. You survive with one player standing in a clutch. Everybody
YouTube
else
stream
goes
is lower
down,
quality. You talk about my
YouTube
YouTube stream, or you talk about this one?
On the other side. This is going to be a huge. This as hard of a reset as you're ever going to get.
Yeah.
You survive with one player standing in a clutch. Everybody else goes down, and now you've lost with 4 players on the other side. This is going to be a huge boost for Gen G.
I stream on YouTube? Wait, really?
Should be fairly minimal. If you're going to gamble this, I think that's a risk way too far. And even going for like Sheriff and stuff is going to put the economy on a much lower position.
Didn't be.
Early adjustment is just so clean. Takes the first immediately. Yeah, you're going to swing from there, aren't you? And lands the shot seconds later. 9-7. Low buy for Team Heretics. A pistol to start out this half may have sent Heretics straight to playoffs. It would have been a very much an uphill battle for Gen G, and instead they're close to being on equal footing with this squad. Texture's nade. It's going to cause
It's on his head. What does Wood do?
Wood be tagged a little bit, I believe, in that corner.
Hey, nowhere near.
Dropped in the meantime, though. That's the one rifle that Team Heretics have now spotted, shown to be towards this position. They deal with him. They might not even need to. They can just go for the plant.
Weird, because they don't have showers.
Almost baiting them into a fight. They're going to go swinging. Wood
shot.
that kill as
Wait.
well. Another 3v5 attempt.
Wait.
As they've lost the early blood.
The flash double swing goes out. They kill the most important person. They isolated these two. Bro, they got 1 kill against the eco. We had 1 hero gun coming in. It's that same thing now where everyone's picking up guns. What's going on today? Everyone's getting ecoed all the time.
But it's the fact that you have Woot finding the kill up close, landing that sheriff shot.
That's why I said we were going to pay attention, because
behind a box, it's a free upgrade.
Keeps happening.
And now everyone can go swinging because you've got 2 rifles to work
that?
around. It's this one. That shot, free rifle, free ability to swing this one as a team, and Miniboo hits his shots.
And you're already starting to see the impact here
Again,
of...
what this composition allows is for so many flashes for information, flashes to slow them down, and then you can double pop flash almost everything because you have so much to play
kind of what
with.
he's saying there is like you saw the double smokes here not provide them with too much, right? Then double smokes here against a comp that can flash through heavy, and then wants to combo with the Gecko flashes. I think a lot of times you want to take back a site.
There's a second player for Heretics as well.
And that Spike sat
And it was like that for a second, they forgot.
Meteor finds a bit of ground, but only the one to be landed before Rienz is able to trade back. He's been locking down control of B-Long. There's next to nothing that anybody can do to seize back a position there. And just a split second away from seeing that player. Texture knows there's someone close by. And a team.
No way. He wins that duel as well. That's ridiculous.
And the balls to go for that. Unbelievable.
In a 3v2, that's mental. Like, you could have easily just thrown the round away.
Yeah, it could have easily just chilled out.
This Heretics roster
Didn't have to do
more
it.
and more confident. They go for these scarier plays. It almost feels like they got beaten by Lunacy and then decided, you know what, I want a piece of that. I want to throw that back in Gen G's face. Meteor. Well, I think he knows that's not real. It's not selling anything, and while at this stage of the round, 15 seconds, he's just looking to save. That's all the goal is. Just try and keep the gun through, but there's 1,000,001 angles that he has to check just for his own safety. And on the side of Heretics, they are more than happy just to convert this round and keep their economy nice and strong. They're going to hit themselves towards 11. And I wonder
what if it was real? Dude, imagine doing the play he just did into that, into the fake TP at the end there. Would have been the most outrageous round ever.
On the board for Heretics, early aggression working out. They try to trade it
They
back.
clone at the end, it would have been so good.
But this man here is just unhinged. And keep in mind, I don't think he had any iota where that player was. He's just
He's
mad,
just laughing about it.
Sometimes you thrive in the madness, and Heretics most certainly are. One of the other things, Tom, is when these rounds end, I'm looking down at the stage, I'm looking at the player cams we're getting, and there's a lot of heads in hands for the side of Gen G. They are starting to feel these losses round by round, the chances to go straight to playoffs, to take that higher seed, just slipping through their fingers. 13 to 11
Pick'ems if they win this? Oh man, Pick'ems if they win this? Yeah, I'm going for the bottom 20%.
11-7. If they lose this one, it may well... depends how much they invest, to be honest. Is even that question to ask. But losing this one, 5 in a row needed. It's almost over before it begins.
But that's the thing. We talked about this group, talked about it being a tough route, and in the first match, GENG made things look incredibly easy. We were almost sat there going, okay, this is just a different beast. No one in this group is going to be able to handle them, and it's who's going to be fighting for second.
It all comes down to this.
13-8, 13-7.
They're going to have 2-9 loss bonus, not going to be able to
just
get a good buy after this. Slow buy.
Texture and Karen right now,
force buy,
Texture's
obviously.
having a rough one. He's gone missing
At least
GENG
have the ult for this one.
At least this map in particular.
Seekers, we go for the 4-1.
And as said, when on the attack,
we're going
he has to go
aggro at one
diving
point.
in. We've already seen it a few rounds ago. The double
Either
entry
that or they
he was able to
normally
get.
go over
It seems
towards
like they're
A
gonna go
with
for
their
that again.
Razor.
And look at where the majority
Flash goes
of
in
the
towards
defense are.
long,
It
hits
almost seems like
nothing.
they're playing a retake.
Well, I'm not sure.
Just
they'll have
holding
much
heavy
choice.
over towards
Traps cover in
Buka.
the back.
It's gonna be interesting to see how Boo plays this.
They focus right in front. Texture.
That is not how I thought he was going to play
He's
this.
been let past by Boo.
He kind of did
Only
great.
finds the one as a result. Luckily, they were still clearing those angles. The deep showstopper not landing. The Viper's Pit is covering off all of this control. There will be a small gap where the spike is planted.
There's Seekers online. Kill for Benji. Would also get a counter pit. It seems like they're going to try and force them into awkward battles. Texture has done so much.
My God, Wood
Woo
stunned
is
for
tagged.
3
Just
HP.
3 HP. The players out
Yeah,
of Hookah are
Munchkin got healed
desperately
up as well
trying
from
to
the low
just
HP.
Fish out where that Viper is going to be hiding from. And the flashes have done well. Benji gets one. Texture now dropped as well. This is starting to fall
Viper
apart a
ult
little
on
bit. But they
Viper
still
ult.
haven't dealt with the pit. Still looking for where that last man standing. Karen holding his ground as he'll come out with a third. But
Not
that
again,
spike has already
Wingman.
been defused. They have to get towards it.
But who's
And
going to
guess
do it
what?
again?
Another 4K
Shout out
will
to
be
Karen
there
and
for
great rounds
GENG.
from him.
An 8th round on the board.
They really love
They played the
4Ks,
Octoplan really
don't
well
they?
though as
What
well.
a round
They had
from Karen.
so
And I'm
much
so happy
stall
to see him have
at
this kind of
spawn here.
performance because we hailed him for the impact of
Yampy,
some of
hello
his
bro, how we
rounds.
doing?
Even over on
Yampy,
Abyss,
the
I felt
games
like
are
he
too
got so
early,
many
man. You gotta ask
2Ks
me later.
that didn't light up the sky
I'm out
or
here not
anything,
eating.
but they were essential.
Thank you for
can
the
see
35
if he
months
got
though, bro.
one
If
last
everything's going well.
round's not going his way. This time, though, here on Vine, he's really hit his stride. Now sitting 23-11, the kill leader by a long shot.
Yeah, I think most people look at this as, well, unless someone, I guess like Wu, has an MVP level performance and takes the trophy, that the Rookie of the Year is already decided, and it's hard to argue with.
The
Karen has
guy's
been
incredible.
fantastic throughout the entirety of the year, a trophy under his belt, and GENG, one of the favorites, or the favorite, to lift that Champions Trophy alongside it. Make this the most successful year of any team in VCT
Axe
history. and one that's almost
Seekers,
impossible
1,
to beat
2,
if they
3
were to
people
do it.
can't buy next.
And as being
And
grouped
11
here,
if they
there is
won
plenty
this.
of resistance.
If they can win an
Still have
eco.
Purchase ultimates.
They can't-
Definitely
no
leading
one
the
can win
way.
against ecos at the
GENG
moment.
here. Karen with that
Heretics
multi-frag's
again
got
going for a
himself one away from
4-1
an orbital
stack.
strike. It's whether or not he'll find a kill and get to use it.
Obscuring vision.
Well, again, that stack up on the A site has gone amiss. Team Heretics gambling the wrong way.
He saw, yeah, okay, he saw the leg as well there.
Easy time if they can deal
That
with
rotate starts to go in.
only man standing
Then
in the
that
way,
Rienz was
stopping
about
that
to
plant on
rotate
this
and then he
side.
doesn't.
He's seen 4 players
Boo's
already.
out on
He's
site
nailed
again.
up.
Can he
There's
get
no
one?
way out. He has to fight forward, and Meteor meets
And how
him
do you retake
halfway.
this now?
Comes crashing into the side.
Okay, Heretics probably going to
Finds
call a
plant
timeout.
at the
The
last
4-1
second for
stacks at the
GENG.
moment are not
11 to
not
8.
going well when they
Put
keep
9
going
on
to a
the
site where
board
there's
with
one
a man
person.
advantage under their belt.
The calls from GENG back to back, pretty
Impossible
perfect.
Position. That execution really couldn't have done anything more. And actually, it seems like Heretics are just going to sacrifice this one. Don't really want to try and fight back into a full stack up on the retake. And so they're just going to opt to hold on to their weapons. It's a bold call.
Yeah,
I'd say
I think they
like,
got
to
to
just
save here.
basically give another
Like,
round
they
over,
got no
send
money.
the economy sky high for GENG, but you kind
They
of
definitely got to
understand
save here.
it.
It's
Like,
the
that
right call for
execution,
sure.
I honestly couldn't have been any better. Have the pot flash initially, nade to the back of sight. You had a Molotov that he'd have to run into, and then just forcing him.
Oh, dude, they got to stop doing the 4-1s.
There was nothing Boo could do, and once that ground is completely given up, and they gambled on an A site stack,
They're just getting, well,
you
they're getting a
almost
little bit
have to
unlucky
say,
that GENG
even
keep
if
hitting the
in
1.
a 4v5, it's tough to do.
Yeah, look, I think there's no doubt that they made the right call there. But now the call for the timeout comes in. Heretics haven't used one so far, but 11-9 up. The gap has closed massively, and the gamble stacks on the A side didn't work out. You can't help but think that maybe what they're missing here is having someone like Miniboo, even if they want to play light on
I mean, just go back to playing a little bit more normal.
Aggressive for the information, because if anybody swings out, you're going to notice that there's 4 players, sometimes 5 players on B long, creeping their way up. And it's just that gap in information that's usually covered by something like a Cypher camera. But obviously in this case, that's not quite an option.
I think for me, it would maybe make a little bit more sense to have one of the initiators there. Yep. Because right now, what it's coming down to is, okay, there's 35-40 seconds. We've not seen anything from GENG.
I don't even care who plays as the one. I think they just need to leave the site. You can still retake with the Viper wall and stuff, but the one just can't be playing on the site. But I also don't think they should be
as you said, has a Yoru
gambling
that can go
as well.
aggressive and find info, has 2 initiators that have flashes that give you info. To have 2 rounds in a row where a team is able to hit into a site that you are unaware of until they are in your face.
I also think like maybe they're gambling the wrong site, because have they not just been able to retake this because of the smokes that go down here and the flashes?
We're playing without information and gambling on them.
It was a weird call to gamble over towards A with what's going on.
Side, the way they're approaching it, it is a trap play. It's why I sort of say about the Yoru, because the initiators are meant to be on the A side, popping their flashes out, flooding them with blinds, and then the swing comes through. But that means you're not having those super deep flashes clearing out space. Now, well, off rip, there's 1 player outside of A. They know that for sure. The gamble stack on B is not going to work out because short has been taken for free.
Nice.
GENG have got backside A control. They've got side control. They've got everything. And Meteor, I expect him to get a kill or 2 there, and he got both. Of course he did. Even blinded
It's
up.
a save. It's already a save. I can't imagine that the players on the other side are going to be going for this. It's going to be so difficult to find a way back in. I guess they've got some extra credits to play with. That's why they're going to try and run into what is Texture. And while he wanted to try and get all 3 instead,
he did so much
gets
damage.
the 1, but does a lot of damage. The remaining players have no choice but to try and leave
that was
this position.
devastating. Flash into the smoke, but then they've already committed, even though it makes the sound like there's someone in the smoke, so then they're going for a small choke point.
Again, you look at what was being done by Heretics, I don't mind it. They needed to clear that backline, they needed to find that guy. The flash was perfect, just like the shots from Boo. And of course, with the saves that we've seen from the side of Heretics, there's so much economy.
They can heavy hunt this.
Get rid of the guns
they can heavy hunt this.
Well. Is Boo really going to survive on 2 HP? It looks like he will.
What a round. What a round from Meteor. I was going to say, I somehow expect him to get a kill or 2. Fully blinded.
Wow.
Double spray to the head. That's absolutely ridiculous.
I think they both checked left as well.
Yeah. Yeah, they were both clearing the wrong way. You probably even just assume, you know, he's jumped out of the smoke once he got blinded.
They gotta relax a little bit.
Down, but nope. No.
I don't think they need to do any of the mad stuff. Maybe they do.
Karen for that kill lead. Orbital strike online for the attacking side. 1 round in it. And what a difference 1 round could make. Heretics, they've been struggling to put anything
until
on
I
the
see
board, and
GENG convincingly take back of A site.
Trying to break records of how many rounds
Heretics not doing anything too wild.
If they go on a run, I think they might. Miniboo waiting.
Nice shot, man.
Only going to be the 1. And they know that, or they should know that Woot is around this angle. The Tiger just being used.
That worked out pretty well as well. So Woot can pick up the gun. Now they have 4 guns into it, 4v4, and they got the gun.
Again, the ultimates seem to just lean slightly in favor of GENG if they can get themselves into the post plant. I like this duo though. Like having Rians alongside Benji, they've been so good at getting info, finding the delays. Have they just dodged that off their own orb? That's what it looked like.
Oh my goodness, nice shot from Benji.
Anyway.
It's a nice frag.
Yeah, imagine he had gone down there, there would have been free B site.
Pressure with just 1 man holding it, they were overwhelmed.
It's hard for GENG. Got a small window now where they have to go in. And they used the Brim ult into it, and Benji got another. 2v4 at its peak.
Meteor manages to find himself 1.
20 seconds.
Taken over by Benji. Stood underneath.
Benji fishy, man. What a round.
And there's backup on the
what a round from Benji. Holy, that first kill was everything as well, man. Two chances for. I mean, this is an upset.
Team Heretics have
no doubt about it.
And series point, playoffs point.
Well, that's the main thing. It's a little bit of a break, but more so, it gives you a good opportunity to dodge some pretty fearsome teams. Think about those #1 seeds, the potential of someone like Leviathan. You're not going to want to face off against. I guess in some of the other groups, maybe the one that like things coming up a little bit later on. I think DRX or Fnatic. It's a pick your poison sort of moment, but
okay, 2 chances.
There's definitely real opportunities.
A baby
to
upset,
dodge
yeah,
hitters,
I'd say that. It's
so
a small upset. It's not like crazy odds, but
in that decider match.
Which, for a team that all year we've been talking about burnout being a big factor, for Heretics, it's so important to get that win on the board.
judge out.
Look at this. We've seen the judge in this position before do damage, and Rien's, well,
dude, it's such a savage way to lose, man. Oh my goodness.
Players dropped,
and he fish shorts out, checks it, insta pickup. Micho takes the time for a one-way, taken down 2v5. Dude, Heretics, what an incredible game we had though.
Heretics.
Like every map was sick.
Who's in position? He wants a little bit of revenge. Gets one blind.
18 HP.
It's not long for this world. 18 HP. That's not the gun he's looking for. But even still, this looks like a bridge too far, an impossibility. And for Heretics, a team that struggled towards the end of EMEA.
Yeah, dude, every Heretics game is just incredible,
defeated,
it seems.
Maybe even should have been. They're coming up against the inarguable best team in the world right now.
30 seconds left.
And unless in 30 seconds 4 kills are going to Munchkin, they've taken them down.
Dude, Group B gets pretty scary in the lower bracket now, though. Whoever wins out of Sen FPX has to play GENG. That's nuts. Hey, shout out to Heretics, man. Big win.
Everyone expected GENG to be the ones taking this across the line. But somehow, Los Niños have gotten it done.
Yeah, they've done it.
Yeah, this is a team that we've spoken about all year. The fact that they came in as a squad that, let's be real, expectations were almost zero. They were a bunch of youngsters thrown together, built by Neil Zenio, and they have gone from strength to strength, improving as they go. They finally get their full roster together for this tournament. They get a revenge match versus the likes of GENG.
Yeah, this group
and
is
just
incredibly
like last time, it was a 2-1, but there's not a couple more maps to play for. For GENG, they're going into that decider match, and I'm sure the other two teams, they're crapping themselves. Like, they are not in a good spot right now, because that is not a team you want to face off against next. At the same time, I feel like these are the two squads everybody wants to be seeing going the distance in this tournament.
They've done what they couldn't do in Shanghai. They've bested GENG and proven
and they must feel great now.
Champions. For now, they have a break.
They got a lot of time as well. It's a lot of time.
That won't get any easier than this. No. A phenomenal display from a group of youngsters. And well, an entertaining one too. It went the distance.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you can see the depth still from the side of GENG, but I love the risk. The gamble to switch up to a composition that, again, you kind of look at and go, maybe this shouldn't work, maybe they shouldn't be able to catch them off guard. It was said by the desk that the likes of Munchkin's very good at dealing with a lot of the stuff that was run, but I'll be honest, it's just so impressive that, again, when needed, players like Benji, players like Riens, Boo himself, the IGL, just had such high levels of impact that honestly, it really does feel like this team can go the distance. If you're a GENG fan though, I don't think you're too worried. The likelihood is you're going to come up against
Kaneda, thank you so much.
Sentinels who they've
explain how this win from Heretics guarantees Foot to win it all now. Yeah, I'm not sure they're tied like that, but I like your optimism.
It absolutely is. With some phenomenal moments
Appreciate the bets,
this series. There was a point where it looked done on map number 2. We thought GENG would take it across the line, but some of these players dug deep, and Team Heretics ultimately take it across the line. Let's toss this down to Jen on the stage with Benji Fishy for the Verizon post-match interview.
Newen, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for doing that.
And welcome to the Verizon post-match interview. I have Benji on standby. Congratulations, Benji Fish!
Thank you.
벤지 피쉬 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 젠지에게 상하이 때 복수를 제대로 해준 것 같은데요. 승리 소감부터 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You got your revenge right here, right now. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing, man. I mean, GENG, they're like an amazing team. Like, we worked really hard. I think if we would have played them the first game, we would have, like, we're nowhere near as good as we were, but like, we've improved a lot. So I'm really proud of us for taking them down because just of how good they are.
젠지가 워낙 강팀이기 때문에 헤리틱스도 정말 열심히 노력을 했었고 만약에 젠지를 처음 만났다면
this is gonna have better pick'ems than me, bro. I think everyone in the world is gonna have better pick'ems than me.
이게 헤리틱스가 워낙 많은 성장을 거쳤기 때문에 너무
It would be hard at this moment to have worse
오늘
pick'ems than me, I
3렙까지
think.
갔었고 특히나 바인드에서
got wrong?
젠지가 따라오기까지
The three
했었거든요.
games mean that
정작
everything's
한
masked.
3시간의 혈투가 펼쳐졌는데 그동안 좀 어떤 느낌이었는지 더 자세히 물어보도록 해볼게요. Now, GENG making their comeback on the bind, right? They were crawling themselves back into the game. Just talk to me about the emotional roller coaster, what you guys have been through, you guys were going through for the past 3 hours.
I mean, yeah, it was super hard. I mean, the bind especially, like, we're in the lead and I could feel that they started gaining momentum. And I remember, like, the specific round, I got a 4K on B. And after that, I was like, yeah, there's no chance we lose this. There's no chance. So, they played super well. I'm really proud of us for keeping our composure. I think that's what made us win the game.
먼저 이제 헤리틱스가 분명히 큰 리드를 잡았는데 젠지가 서서히 이제 흐름을 되찾아가는 게 느껴졌고 근데 또 벤지피시 선수가 워낙 B사이트에서 4킬을 한 이후에는 진짜 우리 이거 이긴다. 진짜 젠지가 이거를 이길 리가 없다. 우리가 반드시 이긴다라는 마음이 들었기 때문에 너무 힘든 경기였지만 그래도 굉장히 기쁘다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 헤리틱스 같은 경우에는 이제 바인드 조합을 바꿔 가져왔는데 사실 그동안 예전 조합으로 치렀던 경기들 결과가 나쁘지 않았거든요. 왜 바꾼 건지 자세히 물어보도록 할게요. You guys changed your comp on bind. I mean, why? Because it was working for you. Why?
I mean, I think we just kind of wanted to change. It was, I think that comp for us was prime in like Shanghai. And to be honest, I think GENG would have prepared for our old comp. So, I mean, we played this comp before at kickoff, like in stage 1. So we kind of had experience of it. And we knew if we just practiced it a little bit, we'll be good at it. And that's why we brought it back. So, yeah.
일단 예전에 썼던 조합은 킥오프 때 썼던 조합이고 워낙 상하이 때도 잘 썼었는데 그때까지 좀 이 조합으로 최고의 포텐셜을 낼 수 있었던 것 같고 또 이제 젠지가 아무래도 헤리틱스의 예전 조합을 많이 연구했을 것 같기도 해서 이 킥오프 때 썼던 조합을 다시 한번 가져와서 조금 더 좋은 모습을 보여주기 위해서 이런 조합을 기용했다고 얘기를 하는데요. 이렇게 해서 1시드로 플레이오프에 진출하게 됐는데 사실 사람들이 이 그룹을 죽음의 조라고 부르기도 했습니다. 이제 모든 경기 다 치르고 플레이오프로 진출하게 됐는데 스스로도 그리고 선수들도 죽음의 조라고 느꼈는지도 궁금하네요. Now, people call this group the group of death. Did it really feel like group of death for you?
Yeah. I mean, both games, the FPX one and this one, like some of the hardest games I've ever played. I mean, FPX, the first one, went map 3 overtime. This one, like we lost at 13-11, whatever. Then last map as well, super close. I think we have to like put our all into it to really win. And yeah, I mean, it felt very, very hard.
확실히 죽음의 조가 맞는 것 같다고 얘기를 하는 게 FPX와 젠지 게임 모두 벤지피시 선수가 했던 경기 중에서 정말 역대로 힘들었던 경기가 아닐까 싶다고 얘기를 하고 FPX 같은 경우에도 3세트 오버타임까지 가서 끝냈는데 젠지를 상대로도 오늘 굉장히 팽팽한 경기 13대 11 경기를 펼쳤기 때문에 굉장히 힘든 게 아니었나 정말 죽음의 조가 맞다라고 느낀다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 벤지피시 선수 만나봤습니다. Congratulations, 벤지피시 once again. Now everybody give it up for 벤지피시 one more time.
Thank you. I love you guys. Thank you.
And that's all we have for the post-match interview down here on stage. But stay tuned because we have DRX versus Fnatic coming up after the break.
The Fnatic DRX should be a banger
it's
as well.
It's the run back of the Shanghai Masters
final. So far for me, both of the Heretics games have been like the two best to watch so far. The FPX Heretics game was like the best, maybe up until this game. I think I enjoyed this game more just because of the Abyss game. Abyss game was sick.
But they've still got 4 to find.
K-Texture already spotted, but he's going ham! 3 already! Karen takes away the ace possibility, and again, he'll be denied the 5th. But GENG win the round, and I guess that's all that matters.
Texture this time there with the opener. Karen does go down though.
Use your time symmetry.
By Meteor to grab the info, and he
see how crazy
grabs back side control. They've already floated back in through the choke point. Now they just have to fight on the sides, and the drop from Lakia, it buys enough space. The kills swinging either way, but with Boo on 20 HP, it's down to Munchkin again, but this time it's Heretics coming out on top.
Oh my god!
Here it comes, the big play, the spray is good.
They won so many insane rounds.
Flash for backside, and the spray from
How was the banger? Yeah, Lucio was great, man.
That rifle and Meteor spearheading this push.
I strongly think this Abyss was one of the best maps I've seen this year.
With the Cosmic Divide, they get it across the line at the last second, 13-11 on Heretic's map pick. Tugged. And Miniboo's backing up the fight inside the door. The season absolutely perfect. And Woot, he can't get himself out of there in time.
With Mini?
Trying to take a fight and at least make his lost life worth it. But Texture, 3 kills already under his belt.
He's literally at the event.
Now
he's going to be on camera in theory in a little bit.
For Meteor,
a chance
with Munchkin though on the backside, dodging the paranoia and landing a headshot. The one-way already surpassed. Novakia has dropped down below and he's got support up top. But up goes Woot, the 10 health.
This is an upset. I would say baby upset, yeah. If you're looking at like all of the maps
Texture keen to convert,
and form of teams at the moment, you could probably argue this is the biggest upset.
An essential round for Team Heretics. Perhaps
just because of like map-wise and everything that's been going on, but I would say this is an upset. Yeah.
Now in play, and it's Benji Fishy needing the clutch to keep the stream alive, and Heretics got themselves
this and Vitality are by far
the upset. Comeback into Lotus and taking GENG down, something
very micro upset. I think it's only more, it only feels more of an upset just because of the recent form of Heretics, right? That's
out of the ult and catching Karen on the fallback. Flash around the left side. Meteor's done well to keep this one competitive.
If Heretics have been looking just as good as they did in from Shanghai, we would just be saying it's a 50-50 from the get-go. So it's cool that they've come into form at the end of this.
And it is perfect. Bang! Let's go! The players out of Hookah are desperately trying to just fish out.
Dude, look at how long the highlights are, man. It's crazy. We've been here for like, what, 20 minutes?
Benji gets one. Texture now dropped as well. This is
starting to fall
apart a little bit, but they still
There's too many insane rounds.
Still looking for where that last man standing. Karen holding his ground as he'll come out with a third, but that spike is already being diffused. They have to get towards it, and guess what? Another 4K will be there for GENG.
An impressive comeback.
Okay,
in the
there we go. Chat, I'll be back in a little bit, alright?
Fishy to close
We've got Fnatic against DRX coming up.
2-1. Everyone expected GENG to be the ones taking this across the line, but somehow Los Niños have gotten it done.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to day 5 of Champion Soul. Of course, Golden Boy here, back on the desk alongside Mimi and Sideshow. Los Niños get their revenge on GENG. And folks, I think it was safe to say that matchup was a certified banger.
It was. It was a ridiculous certified banger.
Mimi hates
There you
me.
go.
She hates me
It was
so
a great
much.
match.
It was.
That I enjoyed immensely.
I think that really
There was a
sets
banger.
it sets the scene for the next game coming up.
But
as
there's
well.
no board that would certify such a thing, to my knowledge.
There is the
production here will certify it.
Yeah. Check it out. Look, we can certify this banger right now if we just show it, and then everyone can know that there it is, certified.
Yeah,
that's how the graphic works. And there's the visual.
Are you stupid, Mimi?
I want to see the license.
Are you stupid? That's crazy.
I might be. It's possible.
Okay, before one of us gets
smarter than
fired
him.
for whatever, let's jump into our next match, shall we? Talk about this one, DRX versus Fnatic. We make the joke, but yes, this is going to be another big match, another banger for sure. These are going to be two teams that end up meeting at Champions each and every freaking time. They can't get away from each
Literally
other.
been every event that these two teams have had to play against each other, and every time it has been a heartbreaking match. Elimination in the last two champions that they played against each other. Fnatic is up 2-1 in the history of this matchup, and this one won't be quite as heartbreaking. It is for playoffs instead of elimination, but still a very important game with a lot of history.
Yeah, just going back a couple years as well, DRX actually beat Fnatic when DRX made top 3 with their old roster. Champs 2022. That was on Alpha Year's home turf. Turkey, in Istanbul. Now he's got the opportunity to do the same, get revenge in front of DRX's home crowd. That's why Alpha's so pumped up for this one.
Yeah, it's like what George Lucas said, you know, it's poetry. It just rhymes.
George Lucas never wrote poetry.
He never did.
I don't think he wrote poetry.
It's a gag. Look it up. Anyway, let's go ahead though and send it over to Yinsu, who's actually standing by with Alfir. Maybe we get some thoughts about coming into DRX's home turf. Let's check it out.
It's going to be a big game for Fnatic. Alpha Year here, because we've heard you talk about how you want revenge after what happened at your home turf, Istanbul. You're in Korea now going up against DRX. But how much have you changed and developed, do you think, as a player compared to when we saw you in Istanbul?
It was my first international tournament, like Champions, I will say, in 2022 in Champions in Istanbul. And I have pressure because it was Istanbul. It was my own country, but I'm not that kid anymore. I have more experience. I'm a better player. I just can't wait to play.
We can't wait to see it either. Good luck, Alpha.
Honestly, I couldn't agree more with him, right? He is not the same player that he was in 2022. He's grown significantly on this team, and, well, I think now's a great opportunity to show the progress that he has made, for sure.
Yeah, that Champions was still kind of a continuation of the honeymoon period that he had after joining right before Masters Copenhagen in his rookie year. And now Fnatic has ran it back, and they have another new rookie player coming in with Hero in this roster, seemingly creating another one of them periods for themselves as getting that win over BLG. I think the perfect way to warm up with that rookie.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Fnatic are on a bit of a, like, it's not even necessarily a honeymoon period. It's just that they now have really good ideas. They haven't lost a series since Masters Shanghai, since adding Hero. In my opinion, they've got, coming into the tournament, second best team in terms of like your expectations to win champs behind GENG. Obviously, GENG, we just saw them lose. It is an open tournament, but in terms of those expectations, Fnatic were top 2 for me coming into the event, and I think they're gonna look good here.
Did they do enough in the BLG matchup to give you confidence?
I don't think that's the match that's going to sell me on if they're ready to do this or not, but I think they did look good. Crucially, I think especially in map 2 of that series, Hero individually looked really good. He had a lot of moments, had a clutch to close out Bind in that one. And when you talk about this kind of revitalization with Hero coming in, I think a big part of that is kind of coming up with new ideas. Since stage 2, they've really started innovating, coming up with new compositions, and even on the maps they've been playing similarly for a long time, adding new ideas into the mix, and I think really reinvigorating their style from that team who felt really stale at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, they're actually 9-0 in matches since Hero joined. And then their map record is 17-4 with a 59% round win rate as well. So like proper tournament winning stats that they're putting up since adding Hero to the team. Is it because Leo's bad? No. It's because it's also coincided with a invigorated team that wants to win, with new ideas, with getting Alfie out, ISO. All of these things happened at the same time. It wasn't just
I always
boot out Leo, get the wins.
Joke about the new car smell, but I honestly, sometimes that does help out here where you kind of get some fresh ideas and fresh thoughts.
Have you had a sniff?
Not yet. I mean, I
think we can smell it a little.
Yeah, give him a sniff in the backstage.
It's quite pleasant. Just go up there, get a little whiff.
Interesting.
You know, see what he's got going on.
They had the same smell about them, though, last year. What was it, 2 years ago now? When Alfia joined this roster. It feels like this team, when they get that new player in the mix, it does give an opportunity to build themselves back up, to try out new things, and it's definitely been working here.
All right, well, let's go ahead and shift focus over to DRX and Buzz and get his thoughts about DRX's opening win at Champions in this Omen player moment.
안녕하세요. 현재 DRX에서 활동 중인 버즈 유병철이라고 합니다. 이겨서 굉장히 기분이 좋고요. 일단은 이번 매치에서 굉장히 많은 교훈을 얻었다고 생각을 하고 있어요. 3명의 선수가 챔피언스에서 처음이기 때문에 사실 저도 그렇고 명관 형도 그렇고 처음에 살짝 삐끗했는데 그거를 통해서 조금 더 실시간으로 성장하고 더 배웠던 것 같습니다. 그래서 시작이 매끄럽진 않았지만 그래도 이긴 건 이긴 거기에 너무 기분이 좋다고 생각하고요.
And now Melter sticking at the fuse, spamming into the angle, but a Cove defending against most of these bullets. Half is earned. Another smoke. Blooms and blossoms. Kesner with the kill, and adjustment again. Flick of the wrist, tapping away with the guns, and it has to be reclaiming it. Bane backing up and running into it. Oh my goodness!
Fnatic과 이제 만나게 되는데 굉장히 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고 있고 그 전 경기에서도 좋은 모습을 보여줬었기 때문에 방심하면 안 될 거라고 생각하고 있고요. 저번 챔피언스 LA에서 저희가 졌던 기억이 있기 때문에 그거를 꼭 복수해서 되갚아주고 싶습니다. 일단 한국에서 경기하는 거니까 그 말은 또 한국 팬분들이 많이 찾아오신다는 뜻인데 사실 어떻게 보면 그런 게 조금 부담이 될 수도 있지만 사실 저희는 좀 그런 한국 팬분들이 응원 와주시는 거가 좀 많이 저희에게 자신감으로 되돌아오는 것 같고요. 그렇기 때문에 사실 더 어느 때보다 더 잘하고 더 좋은 모습을 보여주고 싶은 마음이 더 큰 것 같아요.
That added pressure, right? Playing in front of the home field, right? Having been eliminated by Fnatic, champs last year as well, like you can tell that there's a lot of pressure in this situation, and you even felt it in their opening matchup against Cruvisa, right? Map 1 was a little bit shaky, but then they were able to find that success, bounce back in great form, and I think, you know, they could just continue to build off of that.
Buzz talked about it just then. They were also talking about it at the press conference. This is a new team with rookie players. This is not the old, super experienced, always make a deep run DRX.
Yeah.
Bane said it was his first time on stage playing a big event like this. He didn't realize it, but he froze up on stage. And when he walked back off, everyone was asking him, what's happening, dude? What's happening? You need that kind of experience, and they got it on Haven, and happily they were able to bounce back.
And that's the important thing, right? Losing that first map, but going back, talking with the coaches, finding the reset, and playing like they did in Pacific. The defensive protocols looked good. They were playing well as a team. The rookies weren't incredible, but Flashback in particular had a great match. It was the game they needed to warm up to this big stage.
Yeah, well, here we are. It's about to go down as our two teams take the stage. It's going to be DRX going up against Fnatic. You know you don't want to miss this one. Let's head to the stage.
DRX.
Whoa. What happened?
Fnatic.
What happened in the last 3 days?
Two prolific teams in the history of Valorant facing off against one another on the champion stage yet again. DRX versus Fnatic always brings it. Now, we would be remiss not to mention, unfortunately, Foxy9 sprained his ankle.
We get to see Fnatic
you
Abyss.
don't need your ankle to play Valorant, so he's going to be okay on the stage.
I heard Boaster broke it. He wanted an advantage before the game. He just snapped.
Well, then he shouldn't have gone for the ankle.
Neon, yeah.
Dude, look at this, though. Abyss coming out here. DRX picking into it. Fnatic have left it open. open.
This
what
Lotus
a trap.
bind.
I'm
This
sure
is literally
Fnatic
the
read
same
this.
map pool we just saw.
It is.
It is. And
Not,
well, Fnatic have a
not
trick
too
up
bad
their
for
sleeve.
DRX.
They've brought back their specialists that they seemingly always do for a new map. Anders joining again in an assistant coach role, cooking up some comps for them for history.
Hey,
this
let's
guy
see
has
what we
joined
got.
and left the team about 10,000 times, and he's the guy they brought in to make their Lotus comp that has been the meta on Lotus for literally 2 years.
I hate to see the way they do the tax documents and all that stuff. I mean, goodness gracious, get him in and out, in and out.
Yeah. No, I swear, he's an independent contractor. He's not an employee. No, this guy cooks. He's very good at coming up with good ideas. So I'm excited. It's going to be similar to Gen G, where they come out on Abyss and they're playing stuff that makes sense, has good ideas behind it.
And we got a spoiler there. That's a comp we've already seen from G2 in Americas, running the solo Yoro with the Astra in the mix. I think this makes a lot of sense for Fnatic. Boaster loves playing on these Astra. We already saw in the first match of the day how valuable that double controller comp can be, taking space in mid on your attacking side. It's super impressive.
And it's very similar to what Gen G were running. It's just that Alfier's coming out here and playing the Killjoy gives them a little bit more information on their defense side and even cringier post plans.
Yes.
And we know you love cringy post plans, buddy.
Oh, I love them.
I mean, they are extra cringe.
Let me pull up the telestrator again.
Yep. Durka on the Yoru as well. We've seen him playing a lot of that in stage 2
DRX
in
can't
EMEA.
really let him
I think
plant.
it's looked pretty good. There's, of course, a lot of combo potential in this comp, but if Fnatic is playing a new map, we know they have been practicing hard, and this is their chance to show it against a DRX that have already shown VODs of this map.
Well, let's go ahead and send it over to your casters, who,
When I
by
joked
the
about
way,
Anders
are
on Plat Chat,
totally
do I know
happy
that
that
who's
they get
been
to cast
signed behind the
DRX
scenes?
yet
I actually had
again.
no idea.
It's Achilles
Actually had no idea.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's always exciting, but especially with this matchup
Yeah,
here
it happened
versus
like 2 days
Fnatic.
after
This
as
is
well.
going to be
They
an
must have been
absolute banger of a
laughing when
series.
they
I
saw
see
it.
that you're giving me some ice here. Papers in.
You just get out of the sauna? You coming right from the bath?
Okay, look. I figured today's a good day. We've got both Korean teams playing. I might as well wear some traditional Korean garb. For those who do not know, this is a jogori, and this is a part of what would
DRX
more
on
commonly known
defense,
as a hanbok.
Fnatic
I just didn't
on
get the memo.
attack.
I look really out of place right now.
I think I'm the one who looks a little bit more out of place.
Okay, fair enough.
Well,
And we got Alpha with a raid boss
Team
here.
will find
Gets
their place
dropped
here
a
on
ghost,
Abyss,
buys
as
armor.
we have Fnatic kicking things off on this attacking side.
And we see a
this should be
similar
really
pistol to
interesting.
what
I mean,
we
a
saw
lot
earlier with the
to
one
kind of read
all over
into the way
towards here.
DRX likes to play this.
Honestly,
Buzz
we
once
might
again
see
on
the
top
same
of that
kind of
box at B,
smokes.
the same as we saw in the pistol round against Crew. And this time around, though, they've got Foxy9 to try to cover this angle. A jiggle peek and Buzz gets the first kill.
He's double sheriff level towards B is doing damage there.
Unable to
They
nail
need
the
to
shots
try
there.
to do a
Durka
little bit of
still at
damage
full
and just make
HP.
sure they don't have as
Press here
much
for the
good stuff for the
moment, and
afterplant.
Let's actually get a tag there. Buzz going to be down to 70.
Right, but because of this Yoru, you can take a lot of extra space. Bane challenging, got Durka down to 45.
Both are able to find one. Bane now going to be eliminated straight out here. The Sova's gone, but Plant still not coming in. The Spike still needing to cross the gaps. Coming through now from Boaster. Passed over. He'll tuck back. Plant handed over here towards Durka. Paranoia crashing across, able to get the connection there onto the Yoru, but they cannot try to capitalize. No, Buzz does. Managing to find him.
Doing work.
Second kill here for the
One
Jet.
molly for Alpha.
For now, the man advantage in the hands of DRX.
In the air at the moment, lands on this.
Nanoswarm just landed. Delaying a little bit.
Delays a bit. Can't start the hold to half here as Buzz eating a little bit more damage. As Fnatic just going to be trying to buy as much time as they possibly can. Still going to be dumped. The hold coming through. Foxy9 body blocking.
Oh,
There's the
they wanted
grab.
to try body
Pulling
block
Mako
it.
off. They still have not gotten
Still
this
not
one.
half.
Up to half. The poke and prod hero going to be good to take down the enemy Omen. Flashback just trying to stay tucked away as Buzz tries to keep them in this one, but Hero
nicely done. Good
with a
afterplant on this
4K
one.
will go ahead
Like we
and
said,
scoop up
DRX
the pistol
cannot
round
let them
win.
plant
Yeah,
really.
and you're already
What's
seeing
going
some
on?
of the
Nicely
ideas
done
that the
from
desk
Hero.
was talking about with this composition, that it's going to be
Problem
very
with this
post-plant
is you
heavy on this
can-
attacker's side. They
Jiggle
have lineups for the
pre-fire all the
nanos.
time.
They have that grab well in the back pocket. Boaster able to get out before he takes too much damage there early. Going to be so crucial in these post plants. You have
Okay.
so much ability with
Thanks
the
so
smokes,
much,
with the
Steph.
grab wells, with the Nova pulses to make DRX's
I'll
life
put him
a
here, it should be a
nightmare.
bit
And the
better.
whole time I'm thinking in the back of my head, I'm like, DRX has got to try to push past this pillar towards spawn to start clearing players out of Fnatic, because it's going to be near impossible to get this defuse with the setup that Fnatic can bring.
And really heavy purchases here from Fnatic. Still going to have two pistols, but Sheriff and Ghost.
And they're allowed 2 deaths on this.
Firepower still there alongside these 3 Vandals.
Good
As
Hero
DRX
as well.
have gambled on
Drops,
A,
drops Darker a
and
gun.
that is not where they are. That is not where Fnatic are at.
Lost that
Drops
gamble.
in the
but
rifle on this one.
You know what? That's A-OK. And here for
The stack
the side of
from
Fnatic,
DRX.
you know, Boaster
maybe
and
they've
Hero
looked into some of the stuff
do a
that
lot of the
Fnatic
heavy
maybe
lifting in this
don't
round.
proper
They've
default
just
on their
got the pistols,
ecos.
those
This is
you
interesting.
can afford to throw over, so you can have a full rifle buy. into the bonus. Plant going to come down. Very similar scenes, and now let's
Still
see
loud,
what
okay.
exactly DRX
Hopefully
wants
that's a
to
bit
do. Most
better.
likely trying to find ways to die without giving orbs over to Fnatic.
Especially once they realize what kind of firepower is there. Maybe one person get taken down here. And then look to try to tuck back his hero, looking to scale up into mid.
Wait, he might get
Well,
really
just
good
had a
timing on
ghost,
this
so
one.
If I can go backstab and
Yeah, he might
even
get a lot
closer
of
to this
kills.
Viper's Pit, then that's going to be all right with me. He's being watched here for the moment, and now they will note him. Quick little swing out. They're going to look for the challenge. The swoop forward, and Buzz able to find that one. Grabs the ghost here.
I mean, that's just a ghost. He delayed a bit of time.
A bit more damage, but he himself still tagged down to 40. As the spike will get ready to detonate. So it's just going to be a full 5-man sacrifice here on the side of DRX, and Fnatic move up 2-0.
Yeah.
DRX had a pretty good round here, though. To be honest, not giving them anything.
Everything
Get any
going
ults
about as you'd
online
expect. Now
for a while.
Fnatic should be able to buy up for a couple players. Plenty of cash saved over there.
Quite a bit.
Ooh, and an op.
And
yeah. Early op.
Currently here in the hands of Boaster. Curious to see how long he keeps
Both
on.
the first round op. Buzz first round op.
And this is really crucial.
What's going on?
DRX's defender side on this map.
We got no armor
up
up.
Early.
We
Being
got
able to lock down a lot of different parts of the map.
got
Whether it
up
be B, whether it be
insta
mid,
for Boaster. So
really been good in those moments. He's done a great job of holding
yeah, we've
angles,
already looked
knowing when he
into
has to
some of
back
this,
off,
and we have
taking
shock
fights
dots to break
when
the
he can,
trips.
catching his opponents a bit off guard. But now
It
that
lands,
Fnatic's had a
didn't
bit
look
more
like
time
it, or maybe it landed
to take a
somewhere
look at some of
else.
the tape from DRX. How are they going to be ready? Last time around, they let this angle go unchecked from Buzz. No util to clear it. Let's see if there's going to be.
I mean,
a
the drone's
different-
gonna
use the drone and a flash. Very nicely done.
Yeah, right into the face.
Yeah, that's nice.
Doesn't
A little
have
flash to make sure that
that
it can get
up
around the
draft
corner.
available either, so
Pre-fire
can't just
tag over
try to
towards this
reposition
as
up
well.
and have a jiggable
And they
beat there
do
from
not
Bang,
expect the
getting
op to
punched,
come
both
out,
got
and
the
Boaster
shot
gets the
boxing out at
first
same
kill.
time. Fine, hero.
Good trade,
And
man.
Buzz on the peek out. Ooh, will take down Boaster, but now Durka answering back, keeping some parity here between the numbers. CP's forward. Plant now coming in.
And we get that good plant. Alpha
Critically
still has one molly. Durka one flash.
Kill to come through means that trap wire not going to find value. Couple shots in.
There
Buzz
goes
going
the
to be good
flash.
for a second. It's now just Chronicle.
Felt like some miscoms here.
Since picked up that operator to try to hold things
I
down.
don't know. I don't know why he thinks that's fine to just jump
Nice
across.
coming in, Alpha able to find one, and already this is dicey here for the side of DRX.
Oh.
Mako does manage to find Chronicle, but now they know that the op is in play. The flick shot not
Speaking
going
of
to connect, but
shots.
somehow Alpha is able to tuck back.
Yeah, I'm surprised that one
Himself
missed.
out to safety. Buzz just holding the hard angle. The peek in.
Yeah,
Buzz
that
up
one's a
over the
nightmare.
top,
Shout out to Buzz,
making sure
man.
he
Buzz
can't
had a
get
really good
length.
round
We'll
here.
find a third kill. That will be
Fnatic
DRX
should
getting
be
on the
kind of
board,
happy with the
but they
damage
do lose
done.
out on
Like,
3
this is
players.
good with these
Yeah,
three.
still though, critically, you're finding some really good moments here for DRX to step up and take players down. Buzz
I like
getting
the idea
Boaster
from Fnatic.
after that first op
The
shot
op was
reveals
kinda
his
cool.
position is a really nice pickup because you eliminate a whole bunch of really difficult parts of this composition that Fnatic is bringing. You're taking the Astra down, you're taking that op down, making them have to switch it over to another player. A little bit of frustration already from the Fnatic coaching staff. This is the first time they're debuting this map ever and seeing what they have cooked up.
Yeah, I mean, I think minor frustrations are okay because first time you're debuting the map, as you said, but you also are so close to being able to get that bonus conversion, which would give you such a fantastic snowball effect. That being said, though, Durka does have the ult ready to go. Going to be suppressed here for the time being, so they know what side of the map he's on. So if the dimensional drift comes into play.
One thing I also
So
really like
they
about
do
this
Viper
comp for
smoke on
Fnatic
attack
versus the way
here.
DRX likes to play this
It's
map
good. You
is
can
that it
like
gives you a lot of
constant
ability
create
to
pressure,
control
like you're
space in
pushing
mid
into
with
vents.
The Astra and the Viper potentially. You can really
The
make
B wall,
DRX's ability to
B
sort
wall's
of get
okay.
those free picks through mid that they have
I
been
still
really
massively
good
prefer the
at
Genji A
nailing. You
wall,
see
but
Buzz right now.
was
He's
okay.
currently watching it with the op.
It at least
Alpha's over there as well.
gets
Flashback
you
gonna be
over
using
towards here
that
and creates
Cypher cam,
pressure on the left.
Keep his eyes onto B,
Like
but
pretty early.
you have that extra layer of control there for Fnatic to gain a little bit of extra mid space.
Camera
Some really
sees
given teams that have played
a little bit of a
DRX
gap
on
though.
this map, a lot of discomfort, and I'm really curious now. Flashback was absolutely nuts on this map against Crew.
What is this flash?
Going to be able to dial up another crazy performance. Buzz getting aggro.
Stomping across the
So
site
that's his
here.
flash
Gonna
for
be
the
met with that
TP back
flash,
at side. That's pretty cool. Gets past both of the
Durka
trips,
does
breaks
find himself
one.
in this site. Spike plant coming through.
Yeah, and then just keeping over towards the back of the site,
Really burning that
and then
potential
get
ult
out
charge,
of
but
there.
now the mask will come on. Buzz trying to play elusively.
They have
drops
cleared
down,
the front of
keeping the
sight
walls wider
so
angle.
early. The
big
delay on
run
this is going to
over
have to
towards
be
heaven here.
unbelievable.
Up in the tower, rather. Here for Durka.
We can
and
delay
gonna be
Alpha's
spotted
double
out.
molly, gets the
Pop
kill over
flash,
towards
the turn
middle.
front,
Dirk
the decoy gonna be
takes his
sent.
ult and TP up towards heaven.
Not cleared, but Mako dead can make things a little bit more complicated, but Bane's able to find 2. Lineups now starting to come in as
Ollie
able to
came
hold that
in,
diffuse
but he
at the
managed to
He's
get
quite a
half
bit
of
damage
it.
now down to 58. Pop flash from Foxy9, swing onto the corner. Albier going to be good for it. Buzz right back in onto the spike. Can they get there in time? There's the setup on the star. The gravel coming through. He cannot scope in. The turret is set up.
Done.
And Buzz is going to have to back away.
Oh, can't quite hit that shot. Does get one parting gift in Alfier.
Yeah, the after plant stuff over towards B is very strong.
So much of this round, and so much of these rounds for Fnatic on this attacker side are going to be about having Boaster alive. If he can be alive, he makes it nearly impossible. Him and Alpha together.
Boss is up as well, yeah.
Delay. This is that old post-plant meta that we saw back in the day all over again. And you still have very similar tools to work with. You even have the snake bite as well from Hero. So DRX needs to, I think, start being a little bit more aware that the way they played retakes against Crew, where they could just kind of flood retake, sort of use
That'd be fine for DRX to do the timeout early.
KO and other things to clear space.
Especially once you see Alpha over towards middle. He's probably the person that you need to kill. Or, I mean, maybe they talked about it already and they don't need to pause because they're already going out over towards aggro middle. They just need to pressure here a bit more.
Buzz was going to be going for a smoggy play.
And I feel like
better safe than
the after plant is really strong, don't get me wrong, but build teams
posted up here in
kind of
mid, reinforced by Mako,
use middle a little bit better. It's going to look,
that's the big punch, the only
it's going to look stronger than it
actually is. Sheriff in the hands of Flashback. Losing that operator due to the spike in the previous round, certainly hurting the RX's odds here.
No doubt about it. Buzz now starting to push through. You do have the turret to check. Buzz can hear it. They're going to use a dart to clear a little bit of space. Fnatic now starting to make their way towards B. Just
yeah, and turret doesn't see him.
Currently.
There's the wad.
Yeah, they hear the drone and they just go for it. Shout out to Buzz on this one.
Very solid value found.
This is way better. They're going to have to start doing it more. Fnatic round after this probably have to punish some kind of middle.
Push up into the smoke. Foxy9 unplugged by it. Pushes out. Gets a smattering of damage across on the Durka. Cannot find that kill. Boaster now watching a quick peek of the shoulder there from Bane, who has to back away.
I love the way they're using this Yoru.
Slinking in from behind. Recovers that weapons, able to find one. Gives them a fighting chance. It's Dirk.
Durka gets the plant, TP's out of there.
Sheriff, too good use now. Alpha.
Oh, he jumped across and they didn't see him. Oh, man.
You can find the 2 kills. That'll be locked down for the next round as Bane caught unawares. Set up here. Double nanos on top.
Yeah, and this was a great run from Flashback. This is a good run from DRX, and I thought they needed a pause to do this, but they decided to do it in the eco. They push heavy over towards this, so shout out to maybe Mako in game. Someone in game did a really good call here. Go in aggro, Buzz gets double kill. The best thing about all of this was just Flashback getting this kill, having pressure from here, and then insta-rotating around as well. That was awesome. Jesus, what's going on YouTube? Exor, what?
You know, near global
50 gifted
that you have available in this comp. So very good job here.
50 gifted in the YouTube chat from Lexor. Bro, that's insane.
Into the future rounds, but overall, I really like the way Fnatic's, especially
you're just doing non-stop gifted today, man. Appreciate you so much, Lexor. Thank you for doing that.
He's always the one planting. They've got the lineup.
If you got gifted, make sure you say thank you to Lexor.
That's another thing DRX might want to consider checking.
The W's in the YouTube chat. See you guys doing it. Dude, I'm gonna need a slug oiler. Just need a slug oiler command in YouTube chat.
A setup to be able to try to get yourself a back-to-back thrifty win. This would be it for Fnatic.
Lexor, man, appreciate you so much. Thank you for doing that, dude. Thank you for the support.
As the Viper's pit.
We're gonna be the most people that have got membership ever on YouTube. We might even be over 100 now. That's crazy.
Recon up over the top, the spot of the leg. Able to find Hero, Buzz on the repeat, taking down Chronicle.
Yeah, this pause with an op, I spoke about it the other day. This pause with an op is very hard to deal with.
You can just go ahead, slap the mask on face. Pushing forward though, Foxy and Bane, 2-man firing squad. Able to find one apiece here before Bane gets taken down.
The DRX is together with this. I like this one. But this was a nice round from them. Dude, I'd kind of be fine with Fnatic taking a timeout now as well.
At the point of attack, never really letting anything snowball out of control there.
Finally get to use some emotes. Yeah, I need to update some more YouTube emotes.
And the Viper's pit to consider. You do have the Hunter's Fury. Counter the lockdown though.
Lexor again, man. I appreciate you doing that.
In the world dumped at him. Great flash here from Foxy9. Has help from above from Mako.
Was he ulting at the end here?
And the fans, the hometown fans, liking what they see so far for DRX.
Oh, good.
Now let's see.
They need something to cheer for after the opening series.
I mean, it was still very close. There was still a lot to cheer for. Just
a nice knife. Good spots the lurker over towards
well, now
B.
Lockdown still available. That pit at the ready. Null Command, Neural Theft, Hunter's Fury, plenty of util available here to the side of DRX to try to gain the lead for themselves.
Yeah, and they've got all the kind of tic-tac-toe counters to what Fnatic wants to do.
Yeah.
You have the Hunter's Fury, you have the Neural Theft in case they Viper's Pit. You know, who knows?
But I'm loving from DRX. Again, they didn't need a timeout for this. Dude, this is cool as well. They're like on the fly learning so much. They have like these afterplants over towards B, so on the eco run they go aggro twice. And then over towards here, they're looking at the default smoke and they go down to the floor here and they don't realize that they're close. And it creates pressure behind at middle. This is sick, man.
Fnatic are in such a rough position. Turret still available to them, I do believe. That would know.
Yeah, and they push up fast as well because they've seen this turret earlier once they push middle on the round. Dude, Fnatic need to time out and change so much of their stuff. They've already been countered
You have to fight
on the fly without a timeout.
This is going to be one of those rounds, and certainly looking like it's going to be a save at this point for Fnatic.
Yep, I'll just have to stay set back.
That one round that made him go aggro, they learned so much as well. They see the smoke towards middle, so they can do that punish here. They did that overall punish over towards B. They also saw the turret so that they could put someone here, knowing that this area they can catch all the rotates because this turret's just watching behind. Yeah, like even DRX are talking about it, the fact that the turret didn't see him.
Pretty rock solid for DRX.
Incredible.
Yeah, Fnatic's going to take a timeout. Now you're starting to get a pretty good read here at DRX. I love the middle aggression in particular. That's something that has to be addressed by Fnatic in this time.
Let's see what the call looks like, but I think overall a decent time here for the side of Fnatic. The streak, the run back here from the side of DRX, something that you want to break immediately. As we'll see what the purchase ends up looking like here for them. It's probably going to be a couple half armors, or mostly half armors across the board. Maybe a Guardian or a Bulldog having to be there because not everybody is going to be able to get that full-fired rifle. We'll see what they decide to do and whether or not any of these ultimates that they do have available to them are going to come into play.
Yeah, now you've got the.
That's my favorite Abyss comp so far.
That's something that
I like the GENG one. GENG one's pretty cool.
Maybe just a clean execute towards B again. Just get that plant down, get into those deep post plants rather comfortably. You know, use that to make it so DRX obviously has no idea what's going on the other side of the wall. And if they're not going to push through it or anything like that, you can do what this comp is meant to do, and that's delay, stall, stall, stall. Again,
like the Paper X one, the Neon Phoenix. Yeah, the Neon Phoenix is up there.
That I think they look to have Hero do.
The more I focus on Paper X and think about their map pool, it's so mad.
But it's tricky.
It's so mad
this DRX comp through mid. They've got cracked aimers.
Okay, so this was a very good timeout for them, though. They have to change a lot of stuff up. Like, they got to change a lot of stuff up. Money's getting pretty low as well. I know they get 2-9 loss bonus, so maybe with a bomb they can still buy.
Counter utility. A lot of times they'll send out the
if they go fast over towards B, what you're most likely going to see is like them actually fighting on the site. Right? If they're focusing so heavy on pushing behind now, you either like punish them or you take map control and you make sure that they use more util to get over towards the site, and then after that you can go back to this afterplant stuff. They need that one round where they punish on site, basically. You should probably see more people commit over towards the site if they hit this.
Not falling for the bait.
Probably gotta wait for the KO fast though.
Able to avoid that damage. For now, the Null Command widely just keeping them locked in position, but Fnatic looking to play this patiently.
That's great there. Buzz able to take out that TP from Durka. That's been a real pain point for DRX early on in this match.
Oh, for the mods, Ernie.
Cosmic Divide right across the B site.
Paranoia going to be sent out here, going to be forced back. Foxy9 going to be taken down low, tries to survive here. It looks like for the time being will. Buzz gets set up on the angle.
I just think DRX were a little bit ahead of this one. They had a little shutdown over towards A. They had everyone in front of the ults here as well. The KO ult was perfect timing, then the knife behind it as well, and just everyone fighting in front of the Astra ult. DRX were way ahead. And I'm not seeing too much to do with Buzz in this area.
Seemingly just gonna have to go for a save.
Curtain Bird, thank you so much with the tier 1 man. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you for doing that.
The idea behind that Cosmic Divide is to cut off.
Yeah, look how many green shadows there are now on YouTube. That's
from
crazy.
The link from heaven for DRX.
Wait, I have the Oiler spam in YouTube.
Foxy9 and Buzz are already ahead of it. You know, Buzz is holding that angle now. They've decided to
kind of change up
some of the protocols, some of the ideas that Buzz has with that op to make sure he's going to cover jump, to make sure that it's going to be a lot more difficult for Fnatic to get over there carefully to make sure that TP is cleared. So some really nice adjustments of their own during that timeout from DRX.
Now, the lead a bit more firm here in their grasp, 5-3.
Buzz is getting more value. Yeah,
the Arsenal might be
this
weaker
spot
here,
here,
Fnatic, but they still do
this
have
spot
those
here
ultimates
is just incredible.
Trying to work off of all it takes is one crucial
Spot with an
opening,
op is
one
so
pick,
good. And
a round can absolutely spiral out of control.
I don't feel like this Viper wall is doing too much. No joke. If I'm Buzz at the moment, I'm kind of enjoying this Viper wall. I peek down here, and I get to see everyone kind of close and not have to worry about people holding angles. So I'm most likely to hit people as they're running up. Then I look at this part of the wall over towards here. I can get a further back peek before they see me and swing out. Like, in my opinion, if I'm Buzz, I'm loving this Viper wall that they're throwing.
No contact found.
Like, I just have full...
Fnatic trying to
I just feel so fine.
To get back into a sight, to get that spike down, and to get back into the comfort of this comp.
Slow going. 3 players hovering in this position. 0 point going to be going out, and that catches onto 4, denying the drone as well.
That's a lot, and we can rotate, and then we can get Buzz into the pos that I've been talking about.
A reroute here from the side of Fnatic. Mid still being watched by Bane, but he loses out the fight.
Got a middle, man. It's an absolute shot.
But Mako answering back in kind, finds one, suspects the forward player, and is able to take down Boaster. Swings back around. Hero widely just stuck in behind the poison orb.
Look at him. He's just not.
But the re-hit.
He's just not feeling so good right now.
Foxy and Buzz, they have lingered. They're still here. Try to fight back, swing onto the corner, and Buzz is so damn ready.
But he can go out further because of the wall as well. Yeah, they gotta throw a different wall, man. This guy's like the problem with what this is as well. Buzz always plays here, so it's not like he's antied this wall. Just plays it.
DRX continuing to look excellent here on Abyss.
Yeah, really sturdy stuff. Fnatic starting to punch back a little bit, starting to try to fight for that mid control. They do get the opening pick, but Mako.
Yeah, they should just have a backup A wall or something.
Steps up to the plate, takes down 2. That's clean there on Alpha. A little less clean on Boaster, but that's okay. Gets the job done. Buzz, it's been such a huge boon.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz is just incredible.
Stepped up with the op.
Oh yeah.
Like it's always been good, but this year it is starting to be great.
Not sure what happened, but maybe Buzz just spending an immense amount of time in aim labs.
Okay, so Boaster's moved his wall ever so slightly to the left.
It's been incredible from him.
To try and make sure that he can't peek out and he has to full commit. That might help.
Man knows when he can fight his angles.
That is the smallest change, though.
That he does. Once again, though, slow going here from the side of Fnatic, and it just seems like that confidence to just go for a fast pace.
Oh, sorry, Hero. Sorry, Hero.
Pushing it back against
Dude, I'm so used to seeing Boaster on
speed about to get ramped up a bit. Lockdown going to come into play. It's like widely waiting. See what the response looks like here on the opposite side. They know there's no Hunter's Fury to try to clear this out.
Killjoy ult is nice with the lock over towards her. I like this. Did we use the shocks to break the door as well? Oh, I think we did.
Able to strike, finds that kill. Bane was covering fire, takes down Hero. Lingering his way into backside.
Right, DRX are all over them.
But Alvier punching back
Not even fair at this point.
Finds one, tap onto the plant, Chronicle. Hunting for that elimination, but Bane shuts down those hopes and dreams, and Alpha once again is going to be the last man standing, and he's completely and utterly surrounded. Bane with a big round. 3 kills for him. DRX
Jesus,
now.
They're getting smashed.
It was not tough for DRX at all.
Yeah, they are getting smashed.
Stymied this hit. I mean, Flashback there finds that ping.
It was that cam.
Yep. That cam. Huge for him. And I thought DRX was going to have to play post plant there because looking at the map, they were pretty well off from that position, but Flashback just finds that moment to strike. I mean, I think that's something that DRX has really started to do well, is just keep them from getting that plant down. As basic as that sounds, that is a huge win condition for DRX on this defender side. And they have
pushing down to another eco. We've got Guardian Stinger. Shock to break that trip. Doesn't
try to clear out some of this util, but
cameras have been nice though.
Being missed here so far. Just watching that drone.
I remember DRX did this to me last time when I watched them. I was like, actually, the Cypher doesn't look too bad when I see the DRX stuff. Oi, that recon.
Out of that B tower, finds one before falling. Now, For the first time in a long time, the man advantage is there. Pop Flash going to be sent, looking for the interrupt. Foxy eventually able to stabilize that aim to take down Chronicle, but Alpha
still no
is able to trade him back out. And now it's Buzz all on his lonesome. The mask goes on, the Dimensional Drift on the hunt, trying to spot out Buzz's position. Eventually, we'll just TP back over into
he hid
main
behind.
here. Buzz not wanting to look like a fool. Dashes forward. Op still in hand.
Top side's too strong.
Oh. Shot ringing out.
Oh.
Hearing Alpha in above him. Knows now that it's clear. But where are the others? Seeking target. Swinging forward, making a bit of noise.
I mean, he's just going to think that this guy is
still
just
about
constantly
tower,
going around.
Wraparound from behind. Pushes up left side. And
very nice in the end. Very nice.
Chronicle
a good util here as well.
Thrifty here for Fnatic to get a 4th round win. Now we go into the last round of the half.
Finally, some stability for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, but the problem is it's meant to be
on the way into the B side.
Problem is it's meant to be
just stepping through some deep utility with that nano. Flush flashback out. Able to cover Heaven as well. Really
this DRX picked this map,
good adjustments. Finally, another round win for Fnatic as they try to follow through. See if they can make this 7-5. DRX once again with that op over towards the B side.
Double stack op. It's Foxy picking up one as well.
Foxy's going too, you're right.
Yeah, so double op set up for that B site.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, knife goes in, hits only the Astro again as they're making sound towards A.
Just in case things get a little bit hairy, but ultimately
Alpha maybe picks up the orb, but it's still away still.
Just want to try to drive those players over to that B hit. Make them fall for it, make them fall into that trap. From there, it does come down to them connecting their shots.
Yeah, exactly. But so far, Fnatic.
Yeah, Maka's doing the punish again over towards middle.
Kind of falling for any of
DRX's push over towards middle again.
Goes on such a deep push forward.
That timing is so
Hunter's
good.
Fury opened up. Chronicle on the hunt, finding Foxy 9, looking for a little bit more.
Do they expect this guy here?
Mako very much implanted here in this forward spot, but he's got.
This is the pause, man.
As there's Hero
nicely done.
This time he gets the better of him. The timing on his
I respect
side.
that.
2-man
yeah,
advantage
he
here
had
for
to
the
go
side
check
Fnatic
it as well.
Once again, they're going to start working their way in towards A, and flashback has to be the one to try to hold the line. Couple shots coming through, just looking for that grab combo into the Nano Swarm. Unable to find it. Tap of the plant, not for the hold. Forward position though, and Bane is not ready for that, but flashback answering. Finds 2. Buzz trying to
ace
scope
him.
in, cannot find it, and it would have to be an ace clutch now for flashback to get them this 8-4 score line. The push forward, Hero with the short, it will put him down.
All right, I still think DRX did insanely well, man. This lockdown over towards B was sick. Fnatic just full game plan, wanting to hit over towards B, heavy after plant. DRX adapt without a timeout, which is the most impressive thing. Realized they got to push over towards middle, and once they had the op over towards B, it was kind of just done. 5 on attack.
Oh, come on. Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
5 with a pistol. Yeah, 5 with a pistol. They won the first buy round. Then kind of got low buyed, I guess. Low bought, thrifty-ish. Then they won their own thrifty. They just didn't win a buy v buy really over towards B apart from that 4th round. Like as soon as they got sussed out, that was it. Which is a very good sign for DRX, by the way. We got Mako, like new IGL, like someone on that team. They did really good. Like of just either relaying information or adjusting on their own. I think there's many Gecko. There hasn't been many Geckos just used. I think the Sages are near must. I think the Sage is very good on this map, but honestly, the Viper stuff that teams are using, especially on defense, when I look over towards
here in the tournament thus far,
E is way better than I thought.
Pick up next pistol win.
And the attack wall that GENG uses is similar to what I wanted to see.
Fnatic. DRX had a pretty solid defender side, but generally
I'm still still haven't like been fully convinced by the Sentinels, same as Cupid's kind of saying now as well. I will say that DRX do have the best Cypher stuff that I've seen. Yeah, I'm still not overly convinced that you need like an info Sentinel.
A lot of ways that you can get trapped in corners, at choke points, trying to get through towards the site. So I think, again, mid control.
1, 2, 3, 4.
For DRX throughout.
4 Sheriffs against 4 Ghosts.
Somewhat considering the same.
Sheriffs.
Take a peek. There is a turret out there. It gets cleared.
Being just able to get rid of that recon here and not allowing for the ping to go through.
Their plan here, does it take angels everywhere?
A bit of noise being made in mid. As Fnatic realizing, okay, we've given up a lot of space. This flank could be coming through.
Wait, they bought.
Rotate around. And they would be right.
They even have they only have 1 smoke.
It's just, are they going to have enough forces?
Oh, they only had 1 smoke.
Oh my god. Well, snappy headshot from Boaster and Chronicle with a 2-piece. Finds Foxy and Flashback. Bane now going to be taken down as this looks to be a flawless, unless Mako has something to say about it. A couple players worked low, plenty of footsteps being made. Finds the headshot. Oh, falls for the fake out.
Oh my god, I thought he was gonna.
Not gonna get punished yet as he jumps across over onto the rope. Drops down, rides back up. The swing now coming through. Nearly ends up falling down after losing some of that momentum, but it's snappy with a follow-up. Pulls back away, concussed you for the moment. Mako putting up a solid effort.
Oh, not again.
He's still in such a rough position.
Yeah, you don't.
Even making time. He's going to go ahead and go for the sprint. Rushing through. Chronicle there to intercept. Cannot stop him on the drop down, but can certainly swing in. He's going to try to go for the knife. No. Push up into the smoke.
And nicely done. Didn't get the plant down as well.
Crucially, that money not there for DRX.
Did not like this plan from DRX. I'm normally very open. I normally won't criticize a pistol. This one didn't really love it, man. 1 smoke, 4 sheriffs, a ghost, and an omen flash.
Watching over Boaster's shoulder and just nails a couple nasty shots. Chronicle just able to get there in time as well.
Like if you're gonna do that, maybe just duel.
In terms of his spirits, no matter what's going on
these areas for longer.
Even with an injury.
Instead of going through middle into the crossfire when you got no armors. 1 smoke. Okay, either way, 2-0 for pistol.
Yeah, his cheeriness, his energy. Such a nice kid, and now DRX on an eco, all classics. Nobody buying up to anything. Couldn't even get that plant down. Guardian, Bulldog, Vandal for Durka.
I like this. This wall's really good. It's similar, if not the same, to the one that G2, right? Just once they commit over towards here, they're just super committed. You take the damage. I don't really get the wall on the.
See if they can break through. Boaster on the A side.
Boaster alone here for now.
On attack either.
Grab the orb.
Did not backfire enough.
This Hunter's Fury here
but either way, they have to commit so heavy, into the side that they're just kind of like out in the
open. Himself situated up in tower. And looks like we're going to be playing a little bit of back and forth here. Pendulum swinging. Don't like what they see on the A side. And let's go back over to B. Flashback. He's pushed in decently deep.
I think he got
he's got a lot of space for his team.
I'm pretty sure he got spotted there on the cross.
At least wary about
he's going down, but
nothing else. Fnatic have been very good about identifying what space
whoa, extra dink.
Hold up. Classic in hand.
Hold up.
Dink might not going to be going through. Bud's going to be
doing it right. We've got a plant down.
Yeah,
I can't believe he got an extra dink.
DRX just looked
3
to see if
dinks.
they can do any real damage here. Flash going to be sent down, swing onto the corner. Durka eventually able to find his mark, but Bane does put down
everyone's
Hero.
getting the dinks out.
Any more deaths from here, and that would be costly for the side of Fnatic, but so far they
even,
will be
even
able
an
to
extra
hold
one
on
at
to
the
their
end
weapons, the ones that matter. And as the
they
defuse comes in,
still keep the guns,
up at 7-7.
Was
still very, very clean with those classics.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
He's been nuts with them.
Yeah.
He's absolutely cracked with that gun, and that's unusual to say. But he hit what, 3 headshots in a row or something like that there. It was absolutely disgusting. But already DRX with a timeout. Pretty interesting. Already Termi seeing something he doesn't like or something that they need to be aware of in terms of how they handle themselves.
Oh, that's early.
I thought that round was pretty clean overall in terms of making the best out of bad situations.
Yeah. Dude, he went from never really doing timeouts to doing a timeout before the first big buy round.
Take down a couple players. This time you get the spike planted. I do agree. I think overall it's a good one, but clearly Termi maybe noticing something here, wants to go ahead, call this timeout, and get a really solid plan in place as they get ready to go into Fnatic's bonus.
Absolutely. Very curious to see what DRX is going to want to do coming out of this timeout. Scoreline all tied up 7-7 in this classic match. Every champions, mark it on your calendar. You're going to meet wherever champions may be in the world, and these two teams are going to collide one way or another.
Yeah, plenty of history between them. Who comes out on top this time? Nobody knows.
And every time it's been a 2-1. One way or the other. I mean, every time.
I mean,
Which can the team comes, maybe he didn't like some
good old
happening.
salt of the
Yeah,
earth.
could have been that.
Punch in, punch
He
out
did it pretty early,
I don't
though.
have the whole thing memorized. I don't know what they say.
Good.
But,
Okay, would have had to be him fast.
It does happen to be that way for the most part with this team.
For sure, for sure. But that's just, yeah, that's who they are. You know,
Maybe telling him to watch out for an op that Boaster might be
It
buying
is.
because of his money, because of what happened
and I wouldn't
earlier.
have it any other way.
See what's going on.
Now we go into the rifle v rifle.
Also, I will say it is like the first time they're seeing this comp, so it could also just be like how to approach the B wall. If you think that what happened here, Flashback walked up pretty much, saw the wall, the molly. They saw a good amount of the setup over towards B. Maybe just relaying everything that they've seen so that everyone knows what to do. It could be good.
For a crunch through the vents. Try to come in through the other direction. There is that turret there from Alpha towards B Link. Shock Dart there, trying to clear, not connecting, trying to clear that KJ util. That might have been part of what Termi was talking about. Sending some info over to Bane. Identifying where he was noticing
with the
some
cage
of
as well.
utility may have been
and he's
placed,
kind
but
of
they
safe
tried
here, right?
to give them a
This
little bit more
door's
flexibility.
not broken, and then he can just check if anyone's pushing behind him.
Chronicle taking a peek at it.
And he can hear the guy jumping up as well.
It's a tuck back.
It's a good default at the moment. Oh, Omen flash to go through, so they can't hear it break.
Alerting and letting them know that he is
nice
in this
default.
position. Boaster in the meantime stuck here in this nebula. Decides to swing out, puts a little bit of damage down, but ultimately will end up falling. Spud's fishing here at backside, spamming into that smoke here, just trying to see what he can get. So far though, it's just going to be a spike play.
A great round from them.
DRX, 5 members here in the post plan.
Something really simple there from Mako. Paranoia into a smoke to set up the hit here for DRX to clear out the tower.
I have no tower control though. Retaking
Then
from
you
this
save an
position is
extra
gonna prove
trip,
to be
and then you have a
bit
trip
difficult, especially
early.
as Buzz does
You have a
that.
cam for
Turns back,
middle.
Foxy does still fall here, able to find that elimination. Double setup though in towers. Bane could end up dying. He does. Alpha. Oh, a quick peek in, but then shut down. Flashback coming over the kill. The double push up, the weapon scoop up there from
Dude, this was really cool, man.
Just
It's a really good round
save
from
these two
DRX.
rifles has been made. DRX are going to be regaining the lead.
A control, they insert one here, they Omen flash. If the Omen flash hits anyone, you're not going to hear them breaking the door.
Unchallenged in mid.
You can break the door and then you can get a kill. Then once you got here, you do a trip a little bit deep, the camera over towards middle, and you have full info and you can just reactively
that covers Flashback
do something
to move
off the back of
into
it.
The Tower of A, take control of that space, set them up for that first kill, and then they're able to lock down. Yeah, there's a few trades from Fnatic. They try to fight back, but the layers there for DRX, too much for Fnatic to get through in the long run.
Yeah, that's a great round, man.
Able to carry
Good
two weapons
default.
over.
Sure.
They
It's a
killed
good
two.
default, and then now they've
the
done that
bonus.
early,
They
like
lose
just
the
the
lead,
pressure
but
of them
it's
breaking
still
the
an opportunity
door
for Fnatic to
and
fight
having
back.
A control is going to
Brings
make
back
them
to
feel a
tied
little
up
bit
scoreline.
uncomfy being at heaven.
Two Bulldogs going to be in play, but I've seen plenty of teams put those to good use.
Oh, you just caught two there. You caught Durka and Chronicle off that knife from Foxy9. So now you're going to maybe want to try to test this defensive setup with the Viper and the KJ, but Durka, of course, is a Yoru. He can very quickly get around the map if needed. So DRX taking their time on this. Dart cleared. Trying to see if they can find that pick, find that extra layer to get in towards the site, but Fnatic not giving them any opportunities. Now it's going to be just a spread of the map again.
Yeah, calls being made. I mean, Boaster in a far forward position here at
Smoke
main.
deep middle to create pressure over towards middle. They want to push back to the single person over towards A so they can go back and hit B, and then we have a lock over towards mid.
Seemingly going to make the call, like, okay, actually, let's go B instead.
Ooh, and then we're going to put the drone into this as well to keep 3 here. Man, this is a nice, dude. Their attack at the moment is cool. No one's overstepping. Really good at manipulating the rotates at the moment. It's good pressure around the map. It looks hard to play against. Great kill. Maybe I don't like that entry. Very committed entry. But everything else is really cool. GTC Kobe, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 16 months. Thanks for the prime.
Give them a little bit of extra room to get through, but man advantage for Fnatic on
and
this
it's that
retake.
after plan. We got no one pushing behind for Fnatic, so we need to start looking at what actual util they have. It's not too much. They got Foxy 9's Molly, they got a shock.
You know, that Viper, that vulnerability to try to set up for the kills as easily. Smoke coming through. And,
oh boy.
Hitting the headshot,
now he's hard to deal with.
Smoke, fires off a couple shots. Spots out
oh my god.
Well.
Dude, I thought he's going to get another. Yeah, Molly goes down as well. Oh man. So doable. Yeah, there it is. Dude, that was cool, man. Shout out to, shout out to Mako. That was outrageous.
Cannot get the defuse. Chronicle will be left alive with 10 HP, and DRX will move up by 2.
This rookie has been brilliant this year. That is such good awareness, such good shooting. Mako, what else can we say?
Mako did it all, man.
Ridiculously good reactions. Mako's Mako, though. He's a known quantity. He has been incredible for years. But Flashback, this new player for DRX, has been instrumental on Abyss time and time again for DRX.
I mean, I believe it was Sideshow that said it, that if anybody was going to overtake Karan as Rookie of the Year, you would have to win Champions. Flashback, that's exactly what he wants to do.
Oh, he's certainly looking good so far. He's definitely a contender.
Wait, this is kind of cool.
No doubt about it.
They did footsteps here in case someone went up. So they're now scared of this and then just walked back. And that's the plan.
Absolutely
I'm not entirely sure.
And very...
Has a TP onto Heaven. Maybe he heard something, but...
To step into Leo's shoes here.
Omen Flash looks good. Omen Flash into Recon. That was nice as well.
On the approach. Well, shots to the box. As they try to assess where they want to go for the plan here. Nebula's going to be coming through. Looks
Bold plan, but they don't have the guns to spam this in theory.
Safely get that spike planted. They do so.
Yeah, and that's the really good after plan.
Still playing forward. Takes a couple shots. Goes for the swing, and Alfie able to put him down.
Really good after plan.
Going to be there.
Plant position.
Well, can be scooped
Spike position.
For them is Foxy having to tuck back. Nearly getting picked off. Ping gets the reveal. The grab well to try to pull him forward. And Boaster on the hunt. Shocked will find him.
No way, that was sick. Might be able to get half here. Yeah, that's half. Wait, whoa.
Shuts it down. The fuse held to half. The dueling Hunter's Fury is coming.
Damn, nice done from Chronicle. Flashback, you got to do it all again. Don't have time for this one. That was impressive from Fnatic as well. The util down here was really cool. Viper, Molly into Astra Suck, and then we have the shock at the end in case they want to swing.
2 players surviving. Once again, get within touching distance of DRX.
And you're seeing
and DRX don't have money after this.
The fearsomeness of this Fnatic comp when they have time, when they have comfort to set
Chronicle,
up.
yeah, he was so calm with it all.
First of all, I love Alpha's early nano swarm there to buy himself some time when he gets paranoid on top of the box to give his team a little bit more ability to make some quick rotations. But then you have so much ability to make Foxy 9 so miserable behind the jump.
Force him down to an eco. Buzz is the raid boss on this one.
Dart, I mean, just absolutely annoying to deal with, and they convert. They get the kill off the util.
Oh, Durka.
Recon to set the op up early.
I know the operator's going to be there. This orb take is not going to be punished, so now he's got that dimensional drift online and immediately TP's away. Buzz going to be noted. They know that there's 2 players here and he just wants to try to disguise maybe that vandal as much as possible, but as he draws it out, they'll see it in the silhouette.
And once again, DRX starting to line up. Flashback has taken a lot of space, but weak on the weaponry this time. Can watch
They're looking like the same thing that we saw before.
Team, but they're pinging it out. Fnatic.
Dude, this camera's getting full info.
Knows that it is decently likely that Flashback has taken
Fnatic never dual middle.
Yeah, ping's coming down though, also from the side of DRX.
You can use this camera every single time now to get full info unless they break it.
Just on the opposite side of this very flimsy door.
Going to see the Omen flash again, and this time it might work. Let's see. Chronicle should at least be ready for it, and once he gets flashed, he should run.
Looking for the entry.
Oh, okay. Bro, everyone's learning so fast on the go, man.
There's the ping reveal, and Durka ends up getting flushed out, but Boaster finding one, but Buzz finding a
Those
second.
are the Omen flash only gets the right side from Alia.
Op is going to be scooped up. Buzz says thank you very much. Lockdown available for Alpha here. Does he send it, though, in a 2v3, knowing that weapons are recovered? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Opts to go for it. The fragment isn't in play. You know, there's nothing to really clear this one out unless Buzz gets on a deep enough line. But now Buzz is out into the open. He's got nowhere to go but down into the depths.
Was he going to try go all the way around?
Snake bite on the one side. The smoke.
What is this smoke?
Question mark there. It's Alpha. Going for the defuse. Mako waiting patiently. Here's the retap. Knows that it's up to half. Swings back in and cannot make it happen.
Nicely done from Alpha on
Narrow
this.
margins, but Fnatic will tie us up.
Yeah, smoke just to duel over, I guess. Take some angles.
Really, really good on his entries as usual. Knocking a couple down, but an even better
yeah,
here from
Bacon.
Fnatic. Able to use that lockdown to
for sure. I tell you what, this was still a very good eco, though. Like, Buzz is just doing work.
Ready for the follow-up. Huge shots from Mako. Not sure what happened with that smoke.
Oh, it is kind of cool. You go behind it, you crouch once you see them, so no one else can see you.
Either way, I mean, that felt like that was a must-win.
It looks like it. It looks like it has some thought behind it. Looks a little bit better once we saw it from that guy's POV and he's crouched after. He spot an insta crouch spam, and the other people. You kind of isolate 1v1s.
Ton of ults for DRX. Have that null command.
It's not the not the worst.
Can find an opening. Might be able to take advantage of it. Now Durka with that op. Going to try to challenge that catwalk that has been given up to Flashback a couple times already. Been a bit of a pain point, so need to find a different way to adjust to it. I like this change up from Fnatic. Making sure that that extra angle is going to be that much more difficult for DRX to create. And they're just making sure that this space is clear. I mean, we've already seen a couple
lot of
times
ults for
where
DRX. Need to see them into this round.
Pressure towards this orb, whether it be Durka, whether it be Boaster.
TP up in the tower.
Well, that's a different way to get in there.
And drone clears, so then you know where you need to slash. Knife goes in as well, hits no one, so you know that site's clear.
Knew that he was going to be going for it no matter what. The patience pays off. Fnatic once again, man advantage.
Okay, Foxy pops his ult, and now this is a hard retake. Pops his ult before they get to combo as well.
Shocked out a little bit too deep. Damage not going to be found. Hero looking to pressure around the back. Another smoke going to be sent. Mako turning his sights back in. Catches a glimpse, but cannot catch the shot. He gets eliminated as this.
He wins that, but think of the angles. How can he win that?
Such a poor position. Completely and utterly surrounded. Doesn't know which way to look. That's going to be a flawless.
Okay, nice retake at the end. Hey, shout out to Hero. I'm telling you, that is not an easy duel to win.
From the side of Fnatic. Able to give up that space to DRX willingly. I like the idea there from Mako to TP into vents. Try to create that extra angle, but Fnatic just says, that's fine, we'll give it up. We have the dimensional drift. We can use that. Plus, they cut down Flashback as well.
What the hell? The little sidestep to the left saved him on that.
And he just leads the charge, and Alpha's just watching, just saying, one here, okay, bang, next, go.
They got
really
no money
nicely
again, right?
dialed up there from Fnatic.
It's going to be DRX back over onto an eco. Still not going to be seeing that second timeout call. Wanting to hold
hard retake? Well, it should have been hard. I just didn't think Hero was ever going to win that duel.
Blades online. Both are just playing forward, more than happy to eat that null command as he puts, or that 0 point, I should say, as Mako gets put down to 49 health. Buzz needing to be crispy here on the entry. Up and over
oh,
top,
I like it. It's like the Mixwell head on Ascent.
Looking for that limb, but now
you go back
a
site, but you smoke top of it. Don't get spammed. You can go around the corner.
But can they hold it is the question.
What a util combo to try to set Buzz up. It almost works.
Quick peek out. Durka going to be rerouted here. Buzz continuing the duel.
They're going through the tube again. I'm nervous, man.
At the moment that he's going to have to try to
Buzz only has a classic again, not too bad.
Shot rings out. The blind connecting, and Durka finds his man. Bane going to be taking down Foxy 9. Snappy with that first headshot. The second as well. But here comes the drop down. Here comes the flood. Mako trying to hold the line.
What's going on?
The quick TP. The trap.
It's mayhem, bro.
Shots ringing through as they poke and prod out of the wall. The
this guy's just giving it, showing his gun through the wall.
Pull off a MasterCard thrifty of their own when they need it the most.
Okay, dude, as if this is the one they win as well, man.
What shooting from Mako and Foxy9. I thought this had Fnatic written all over it. You don't get that Blade Storm to connect from Buzz. And it just looks
absolute
like maybe your
shots
win
were hit
condition
here.
got taken out from underneath you. Bane flashed up the heck from Durka's utility, dead to rights, and then Foxy9 finds 2 huge ones. Mako comes in with 3.
There's been so many ecos today.
This was like when you get a birthday card and it looks really nice, and then you open it and there's just an expletive in there. That's what that round felt like if you were cheering for Fnatic, because it seemed like they had it on lock.
It was like my birthday when my mom put a case of my own CDs in a Nintendo 64 box to bait me into thinking it was a Nintendo 64. I'm not even kidding. That really happened. Thanks, Mom.
That's great.
It was, in retrospect, pretty darn funny. My friends helped sell it, too.
It's one of
They
those
were
things
all
that
in
just,
on
it really hurts when you're a child.
Yeah, when I was young, I was pretty upset about it, but now it's kind of funny.
I mean, but no, who
On
gets an
attack their
N64
server
at the
all,
age of 45?
and they gotta.
Come on, man.
Oh, anyway.
They gotta be
Crucial
careful
round.
they
Let's
don't get
focus
full
up here.
reset.
10-10 on the scoreline.
Dang, man.
This B site completely stacked with defensive utility. I think I've broken him. Hunter's Fury, though, Neural Theft still available here for DRX. Pit online, sent. Hero able to get that one through. Recon not going to be
Oh
picking
my
out
god,
damn
this is
thing.
a
It's just
sick
sat
ult.
here at back site. Alfier on the jump up, and Foxy snappy still.
How'd you actually deal with this guy?
40 in hand, Buzz able to find one, the push forward
Like
Hero.
that, I guess.
Able to tank down the enemy KO, but the site now broken open.
Dude, that's still a very nice ult.
Dead. As both are
If
now
you actually have a
just go
different
ahead
gun
and
instead of the
try to
shorty,
save this
and they
weapon.
don't have full HP when they're going in
Man,
here.
oh, man.
Like, I think his
mean, that
decision to
looked
get a
like it was
shorty
gonna
out
be
there is
difficult.
actually...
Hero got that pit down just before.
I'm not even
0
sure if
point
it's wrong,
arrives.
because DRX did good to like double
Pulls out the
go
shorty, but
through,
then
and they haven't like
DRX
tanked
just
enough
floods
util
into
yet.
it. No
I mean,
hesitation
HP yet.
to make sure he's cleared out. Flashback on that lurk, able to cut down Chronicle as he's coming in towards the site. Really nice stuff from DRX.
It's a very good ult though.
They
Teams
are
will
going to
steal
take
that.
a lead in what has been a tremendous start once again to another great series between these two teams.
I mean, that's the thing.
Dude, the Abyss games at the
DRX
moment have
getting
been
the lead,
awesome.
It does feel like they really need this win here on
Good
Abyss,
stuff. Oh,
yes.
given that Lotus is coming up next.
Oh God, yes.
But because that Lotus is coming up next, if DRX do it on Abyss, then I am so ready for a potential 3-mapper. But this all starts with that snappy headshot from Foxy, just getting the punish here onto Alpha.
Cool thing about this ult is it like spreads to the top as well. It
He
looks
has
like you
come
can be
online
on
in
the
last
top of
couple
it.
of rounds. And he Bane's doing the KO.
They're having fun with it.
Oh, I love it. Bane, you know, also one of those.
I mean,
hype
it
guys
doesn't really
for
matter about the
DRX,
50s anymore.
keeping the
Everyone's getting
spirits
50'd.
A lot of ults again. Kind of the trio here. Durka gonna get spotted and peace out. You have the Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft, and no command. So DRX can take their time, really try to figure out how they want to work the map. This is looking like another A setup, so what's going to be their ideas behind this execute this time? Typically, they've been waiting for some ability to take tower, but the real question is how do they get that done? Flashback is watching for a deep lurk, expecting something with those weaker buy from Fnatic to be a little off.
Getting a bit of deja vu, though.
Yep.
A site hit coming through. Lower
No.
purchase, but didn't have Durka
Yeah.
getting timing like that.
He was
Welcome
always
to
like
the round.
looking away from the choke there.
Both are going to be spotted out. Bane scaling forward, taking some space, going up over the top, spots the gun barrel onto one, swings in, finds Boaster. It's Chronicle, the shot going right above Mako's
Jaws, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 23 months. Thank you for doing that, bro.
strands of hair cut off, perhaps, but kill not found. Is it what?
Oh,
Alfier, he failed the
boy.
jump. Trying to wrap around at back sight.
I guess it's over here.
At least that's what all I have to assume.
That's my best guess.
Hero silent on the drop down. 20 HP though remaining here for him. As Mako staying quiet within the smoke. Not doing much for him. That's on the opposite side of the map. There's a swing out from Mako. Chronicle, just a Marshal in hand. Hearing the rope, hearing these footsteps, Mako wanting that elimination. Foxy going to be tagged down low, cannot find it, and Chronicle will scoop up a weapon, but he's not going to be able to get away from this one. DRX will move up 12 to 10, map point in their hands.
Yeah, just so clean on the entry here. An immediate kill, and then...
Let's take a look back at this one.
I want to see this.
Yeah, I want to see how it goes down
good.
here.
Checking that angle. Durka there, playing anti-flash. And instead, it's just Bane just...
Oh, he just literally backpedaled.
Just backpedaled off.
I thought he had messed up the jump, but... I mean, that's...
no.
But the thing is, that's why we saw... And at least he has an alright smile at the end. But that's why we saw Durka get timing, because he's trying to play on that ledge. He's trying to get as close to it as possible without falling off. So he's checking that side, and then, boom, the strike comes in.
Yep, exactly. It's tricky. It is a map that requires a lot of kind of mechanics you're not really used to having to have in your back pocket.
It's not even that, it's just like practice.
Practice.
Map, getting yourself there's practice of knowing where it is.
Parkour setup, but most of the other maps, there's less danger in those situations, mostly none.
Yeah.
So, let's see what Fnatic wants to do. They need 2 more to send us into OT.
Victoria,
They're going to have a big buy coming up. They're going to have that lockdown still from Alfier, but DRX has the counter with the Hunter's Fury available. Try to set this up.
London Seal, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for that.
Side. Durka is going to be picking up one as well. I saw Fnatic flirting with an Odin, but...
So much. Okay, 2 chances like we said. And kind of looks like a Z. Let's try that again. Double
resting
up.
on this. I mean, clearly the map resting on this.
Double up on attack. They got so much money they can have a backup gun.
Let's try that double up thing, but this time on the attack. And
Durka no armor.
The lack of the operator has been something that has been hindering Buzz a little bit. He's had a couple of rounds, but he started off this half 14-4.
He got 2 ops again.
Yep. I just said that. We might need to get your hearing checked.
No, I know, but I mean, I'm just trying to understand it.
Oh my goodness.
Picking it up.
I was going to say, how deep is he going to go with this pick?
That's true.
Once upon a time.
He did. This is very unorthodox for DRX.
Oh, ooh. Jiggle peek punish not going to be found there. Hero able to get away with his life. Buzz just going to be slowly backing away. Maybe a drone to come through here from Bane, staying in a forward position. Try to continue to bait further rotations towards this B site. Now everybody else from DRX
and we're
gets
going
ready
for
to
a
stack up on A.
Awesome fake again.
They're playing very safe. I mean, I think they're trying
Smoke goes Heaven, drone on site, just as they wanted to rotate, keep the 3 people here.
Foxy, nothing spotted over at A main.
Yeah, mid,
do they pull the
Fnatic
trigger here on the full
don't want to do
rotate?
anything about it. They just have like a turret that
move out.
spots past
TP from
this.
Durka, but now, okay, a sense here. Nothing else came in on the back of the drone.
Yep.
This hit taking a bit too much time. Durka now in position to try to find value with that operator. Up and over the top here goes Buzz.
Oh, that is sick, man. Double smoke top side with a KO flash through.
As he's right up in their faces. The ping reveal off the narrow depth, spotting them all, and Buzz says, ooh, an operator. Scoops it up off the ground and immediately puts Chronicle
Damn, bro, go for
6
it.
feet under. Looks for the follow-up flick.
No scope or something.
Not make it happen. Still though on the hunt, DRX.
Give us a
2
clip.
kills away from closing out this opening map. As the shot gonna go wide, a bit too much movement there as Hero now pushing forward.
2v5 at his peak.
Down, and lockdown is in
Keep
play.
an eye on this overall.
Fragment gonna be sent to try and delay. Hunter's Fury is available, but they're actually not sending it, and that might be something that they end up regretting. The Hunter's Fury now open to try to stop any potential planter, and Hero will get taken down, but it's already held a half. And
Oh my god, he's got it.
nowhere nearby.
No way.
Alfier's got it, he just stole it away from them
They
all.
2v5'd him.
The 4K as well to boot, and DRX
2v5 at 12-10. Oh boy.
And they have let it go.
And all it took was 1 missed shot from Buzz. He knows he can hold that angle because there's no flashes. And he's got them dead to rights as soon as they come around that corner. There's not a great angle for Alpha to use the lockdown from the back of sight until he pushes forward. And then it's just marching orders here, and I think just DRX gets really lost and confused. I think they fully expected that that round was done and dusted, and oh man, that's a heartbreaker, but you gotta give credit where credit's due.
Dude, the Hero's doing incredibly well, man.
Fnatic was given that slight opportunity, they completely took control of that round.
They did, and that's the thing that you cannot do against this team. Timeout going to be called here from DRX as they look to avoid an overtime here. but it feels like it all came down to that critical moment. Save the Hunter's Fury, don't clear out the lockdown. We'll go ahead and try to pick off the diffusers. But they just
Dude, that's going to be a tilter as well.
Get
the first 3 kills like
and
this.
I think in DRX's mind, you're probably saying, well, they have to dry swing everything. We could just hold angles.
Then yeah, maybe went a little bit aggro, but
they got outshot, and that leaves
definitely played that one a little bit better.
Point,
the overall hit though was sick. Like dash over towards top side in terms of the smoke, then you do another smoke at the top, then you do a flash all the way through. That was awesome.
That's when you got to kind of have that
really nice hit.
My guess is they already kind of had
okay,
those
one chance
protocols
left.
In place ahead of time or something, or they talked
Symmetry,
about
what's
it,
up?
so
What did I do?
A little bit more difficult, but yeah, it do be like that. However, Fnatic, look, they played that to perfection. One little opportunity, and they just roll through that round. You cannot give the fraggers on Fnatic any chance.
I mean, especially Alpha.
Yeah, maybe.
Lobby
Dude, it's a
leader
2v5
here,
though.
25, 15, and 7. It's been all over this game.
It should have been fine.
Why it is as close as it is, and maybe the reason that Fnatic end up taking this into overtime. We'll see though.
I thought he was going to start going for no scopes. It was so secured.
0 point this time. Not
I was calling for it. Okay.
Is that relaxed
The one last chance. Money's still really low. We start getting Bulldog,
really
Guardian out.
Concern them. Recon goes out, so they know the Chronicles here as well as the drone. Nothing being cleared on that front as there's the swing out, full flash connecting on the Durka, but Foxy seeing more than enough. Backs away. Shock dart towards the corner, but Buzz just out of range of it. Able to stay alive. Smoke has to come through.
They've gotten a decent amount of utility out of DRX though for that exchange. However, Chronicle now sent everything he had just to take that extra space. The thing is DRX being pretty quick to rotate over to B. If they can just kind of dial up a good execute here.
Got drone, got recon.
End this round, but Bane
when the next smoke comes
with
up.
The drone, smoke goes out, cover heaven.
Dude, no one gets hit by the knife. They don't even have to worry about the left side of sight.
Wants to avoid it. Dashes over to the side. Hero playing forward here. Guardian
in
hand.
Nice.
Spots out one. Finds the kill. Bane going to be taken down, but Buzz deep cleans up 2. Hero and Alvier both going to be taken down.
Buzz is doing so much work. 23 to 13.
There's Buzz. Be playing.
Everyone goes back. Dirk uses ult to kind of get in clear sight. They're going to clear sight really early.
Dimensional drift.
They've got that molly for after plant.
Durka seeking target, but none spotted quite
and it's the good
yet.
Plant as well.
Flash at the ready to pull out Foxy.
Yeah, I think they had to go for a big play. They got at least half. Did they not hear it? Whoa! Oh my! What a shot though, bro. I have no idea that it was actually getting pretty close, I think. Dude, shout out to Buzz, man. He's incredible. What is that? 24 to 13.
13-11. Fnatic fighting
the first knife insta hit.
They made it a banger.
Oh, Foxy, man.
Unbelievable. You better buckle up, people. This is going to be a crazy day.
Yeah, dude, every single map today is insane. I tell you what, though, double pistol for Fnatic, like DRX, I just had a better Abyss. All right, VOD is uploading. VOD is uploading. I will back in a bit. Same script as the last one. Yeah, but I mean, the people that won the pistol won the map, though. It feels a little bit different, but same scoreline. Out of a game, yeah, the Abyss games are fun at the moment. Still got the new map syndrome, though, so give it a month or so. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
with me. Take me.
Was for DRX. I'm now joined by their head coach Termi and Jen to do some translations as well. Now Termi, there's always obviously a risk to pick a map where your opponent has never showed what they play, how they play. When you saw the composition that they were running, what was your first reactions, and did you think that that was something you could have maybe prepared for?
그동안 보여주지 않은 맵을 고른다는 건 좀 어느 정도 위험 요소가 있는 일이잖아요. 그 푸나틱의 어비스 조합을 봤을 때 어떤 생각이 드셨는지, 그리고 좀 대처 가능하겠다, 준비가 가능했겠다 싶었던 부분이 있었을까요?
푸나틱이 엄청 잘하는 팀이지만 제 아무리 푸나틱이어도 대회에서 한 번도 안 했다는 것은 좀 현장에서 경험 미스로 인한 좀 실수들이 나올 수 있다고 판단을 했고요. 어떤 조합이 나와도 이길 수 있다는 좀 자신도 있었고, 조합도 사실 스크림에서 많이 겪어봤던 조합이라 저희끼리 얘기를 잘 해서 크게 당황하지 않고 이겼던 것 같습니다.
Fnatic are a really strong team, but given that they've never played this map before on stage, it means that there's a possibility that they don't have enough reps in the officials, so there could be a lot of mistakes from their side as well. And we're super confident that no matter what comps that they pull out, what strats that they pull out, we can beat them on this map. That's how strong we are on Abyss.
Yeah, you guys looked very strong. Thank you very much, Coach Termi and Jen as well. Best of luck on map 2.
Holy crap, that was an ending to that matchup there on Abyss. Of course, DRX walking away with the win courtesy of Buzz's buzzer beater shot right at the end, literally. But let's actually go ahead and talk about Buzz, because I think Paperthin had a really good moment where he was talking about how Buzz was always been a good jet, but he feel like here he's been a great jet, and I think the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, I think he's been magnificent. He's been anchoring these sites, putting pressure onto people in the first half, doing a great job of putting up results, and then also pushing deep down mid, smoking off the turret in this round, in round 5, to put pressure on the flank and stop Fnatic from just getting into those post plans.
It was really good. Fnatic to me seemed a little bit one-dimensional on this attacking side. Their game plan was really focused on getting set up into these B post plants, but I didn't feel like they had as good a solution to mid as GENG did earlier today. A lot of those rounds losing that space to the Buzz walk-ups, and DRX I think doing a really good job of varying those rounds where they were hard anchoring and stacking that site, where they were flood retaking, and where they were pushing down mid to not allow Fnatic to get in those posts.
You look at the post plant stats here on your screen though, and you can see the reason why Fnatic actually made a comeback. It was by winning retakes. They won 5 of those retakes.
They looked so good. When it was clicking, it looked really good.
It looked really clean, and that makes me think that Fnatic put a lot of time into what happens after the spike is down, on the attack side and the defense side. But I don't think they thought as much as DRX about how to get into those positions and how to operate around that kind of stuff.
DRX had really good ideas on their attack side, I think, to get into the sites. They had a lot of ideas pathing through mid to split into the A site with some really nice utility, especially some like Omen Paranoias coming in to split through those breakable doors. It was a super clean map here for DRX.
Fnatic could have still won though. It came down to like 1 thrifty round to get DRX back into the game.
Yeah, but I really did like the way the DRX worked that map. Contrary to what we saw in the last series, this one I was absolutely floored, and I'm expecting to see more and more people play Abyss, just like the way we saw DRX play, because it seemed to have worked out pretty well. But of course, it brings us to our HyperX Reflex moment. Now, you might think that it would be the final moments there, but there's just too many good moments to pick from.
This was the round that brought DRX back into the game. 2 players did absolutely everything with the Sheriffs to get them this
I mean, this round
think
was...
about it, what happens if they don't hit these shots? Foxy9 with a 2K, Maka with a 3K immediately afterwards as well. Fnatic are up 11-9. They're probably going to close this game.
And then you're going into Lotus against Fnatic, down a map in the series. This was really the straw that brought DRX back in.
Yeah, this was the moment DRX needed. They needed to get some life injected back into them, and that was exactly what the doctor ordered.
And crucially, I think the rookies actually had some big moments on this map. Foxy9 in that round, a couple rounds picked
Lotus
up for
now?
Bane. It's clear that these guys are getting comfortable on that stage against one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, no, Flashback as well. He had a few, standout moments in that one. Is I think like
is it just me, or is it the most lackluster champions in terms of the stage and production?
It's be very scary if they can keep upon it. But you're going to Lotus now. And
problem is, man, like 2021 is the most lackluster. He didn't have any real stage or any real.
It's just a map
or any real audience.
Best team in the world, I think, for my money on Lotus.
And just remember, it's group stage as well. They never go like super crazy for group stage.
Expectations in match 1 between the two teams that we saw there, Heretics and GENG. Anything's possible, especially when you have players firing.
I think you're comparing the group stage to maybe like
2Ks, 3Ks in almost all of
the
the rounds
end,
towards the end there. He's clearly on fire. If he can
of like some of the other tournaments.
It remains to be seen.
Yeah, great point on that one. We'll talk more about map 3 in just a second, but for now, though, let's hear what Elma.
Yeah, I think you just got to compare it to group stages.
I've got Fnatic's head coach Elma Putty here with me ahead of map 2. Now, Elma, it looked like that Buzz was causing you guys a lot of issues on map 1. How do you make sure you have to shut him down on map 2 before things get out of hand?
I think obviously Buzz is a good player, but we've got to make sure that we're just trading. If we have 2 players there, not getting hit by too much utility, I mean, he can't kill 2 people at once. So our players are good, they'll hit their shots, so I'm not too worried.
All right, thank you very much for your time. Let's see if Fnatic can bring it back on map 2.
Right.
Buzz is probably going to be like, watch me. I mean, with the way that he's playing, he might try and take a trip for that one, right? But of course, it is going to be a difficult one. But I think, if anyone can pull this through, it is certainly going to be Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic are 12 for 17 across this year on Lotus, and that's even when they've been playing. In some of these slumps, it has been the best map by far for them. Boaster's defensive calling is on point. The protocols they have here, I mean, they're the team that defined the meta on this map for a reason.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that the Abyss meta is going to be defined in the same way, but we are seeing a lot of teams lean in that kind of direction with the Yoru and the Viper Astra. When I'm watching these players from DRX hop up on the stage, it makes me think as well back to last year when we were in this position watching these 2 teams fight out. Later, deeper on in the playoffs, admittedly. Yeah, exactly. But when Fnatic got that win, I think that literally caused the changes that we saw in this roster.
Oh, that was the butterfly effect.
Yeah, I think so. These rookie players are out on the stage. I'm not sure that they would be here today if DRX had been able to overcome Fnatic last time they played and be able to make a deeper run. A top 3, a finals appearance, something like that. Surely you have that former roster stick together.
They go Foxy9 on Chamber.
Dude,
that is a weird one.
Chamber's in the house, baby.
Okay.
Honestly?
Right. Well, I mean, the composition itself is not that unusual, to be honest. And
the problem is
people are going to be happy
it struggles on
They
attack.
have been playing Chamber before.
Like, it
they
struggles
were
on
previously
attack.
playing
It's
this
normally
comp
like a
Neon
4
as well.
on
Now
attack
they've
kind of
changed it
comp.
over to a Raze instead. So basically playing the Fnatic comp, but just that Chamber in inside the Killjoy 1-for-1.
I think, though, that Fnatic are going to be very comfortable playing into what they consider like common Chamber sightlines.
That's true.
Because it's somewhat predictable. There's only a few places that you can play Chamber and get good value out of the rendezvous.
Yeah.
They've had experience. When was it? Like, what, last champs they played against DRX opening game? That was a Chamber.
That teleport to get away. You can bait out the utility.
Not DRX, sorry. Zeta.
Like that.
Played against
Still,
Zeta.
I think it is tough
So
to get value out of this agent. I'm excited to see what
had
Foxy
an
can do,
okay
though.
amount of experience of playing it, but I know they ante pretty heavy for that as well, so they may not have like certain reads.
Thank you very much. Yes,
I like this. It's a good curveball from DRX.
Expected to be favored as we go into Lotus, but DRX making
I
some
think they're gonna have
changes.
trouble
The last
on
time we
attack,
saw them
though.
play on Lotus versus GENG. That was that Neon breach setup. The Chamber was there.
Maybe if they get 5 on attack, I think they're in a good spot.
This is going to be really interesting here. So I have to assume DRX switching that Viper in, wanting to take a little bit more map control, having that ability to set up Foxy9 as the Chamber a little bit better. It's definitely going to be part of the plan. See if they can somehow, some way, take this
They
map
didn't end up playing on
that
Lotus?
I
Oh,
completely
really?
agree
Interesting.
Fnatic is the best in the world at.
Dude, I felt like I remember the
fearsome,
Lotus
and it
game.
looks like it's gonna be
Okay,
quick
Fnatic on defense,
control
DRX on attack.
Of Rubble for DRX. Foxy9 with
And we'll
that
keep an eye on
headhunter.
what they got. 6 bullets for the Chamber.
Swooping in to see if anybody's going to come through.
In terms of pistols, by the way, we got a 2-0.
And Fnatic seemingly peeling off, giving a little bit of extra space. And looking to try to challenge a little bit further down the line.
Everybody from Fnatic right now, I mean, peeking out. You've got Durka watching over towards B main. You've got Alpha.
And we're waiting for some kind of reclay here.
Checking out over towards C Mountain, and there's nothing spotted, so they should have a very good idea As the pings come down.
All go. Okay, so sorry, waiting for the fuel of the wall to make sure that we can get over towards door. Prowler goes in. Omen Flash only hits one.
Buzz able to take him down, finds the first blood. Backpedals.
They're just gonna force through.
Boaster's still holding close.
Somehow got to get two here.
Catches a glimpse there on the flashback, but now is at risk and will be surrounded. Boombot dropping down. Buzz obliterated as Durka able to find the kill. Mako revealed, trying to hold close, swings out, gonna be good for one more as Durka will find a second, but now flashback caught off guard.
2v4 into a 2v2. Shot, man, absolute shot.
Foxy 9. And now suddenly Talvi all on his lonesome. Two plays to deal with, and they are high-low setup. The Ghost finds the first one. He gets it done! Alpha gets the clutch, and Fnatic will win the pistol. What a monstrous shutdown.
How's he won that?
He is unreal today.
11-11 remaining on the timer.
Okay, 3-0 for the pistols. What a god.
Absolutely disgusting from Alpha. So fast on this turn.
Hey, he melted the first guy.
Flashback just not anticipating that there'd be one more player coming through.
Dude, he gave him the smallest window to be able to trade that.
Set that up, but nothing you can do against that. He's just better.
Looking like Boaster never loses a clutch. What are we going for here from DRX? We've got heavy armor, and then Mako drops him an Outlaw, and they get the first pick with it, and now there's a gun down.
Foxy with a force up here on the Outlaw. Brought to you by Mako. And does manage to find an opening kill, so Durka going to be taken down.
They still got the 3 guns, but that's a nice start. Looking over at the light armors, we got 1, 2, 3, and 4. So everyone here can be one shot.
Did see that one snappy headhunter shot. Now a good outlaw shot as well, knowing that it's going to be half armors in this.
Yeah, they've gone for it, man. Had a plan ready for this.
See if they can do any more damage.
That's 2 kills to really affect the economy here. Slow push up. Quick pull back there on the rendezvous. The inch forward.
We did say someone would punish the Fnatic light armors. Yeah.
Connector door already broken down.
Still a big investment, but
just lobbing that poison orb over in towards stairs.
And you can see the ideas right now for DRX on this A side is to just be slow and methodical. Check every angle on the way in. But the retakes for Fnatic are something that time and time again, we saw it against Billy, saw it on that previous round, that they're just able to find ways to make it work. They're going to be giving up a little bit of free space, and they're going to try to take advantage of it.
Yeah, a little bit of a potential fake there as Foxy going to be instantly rendezvousing out. Plant can come through.
And Foxy's the guy that has to try and get the kills.
Paranoia does get sent out, but
we can see no one going stairs.
Really try to flood in, take advantage of those potential blinds. But Boaster,
surely someone else is going to shoot that.
Absolutely gorgeous. Mako, not going to be able to outdo Alpha here.
Alpha again.
Once again finds his opening kill of a round over by that connector door, and now Buzz is going to be taken down. Just flashback and Bane, the Outlaw trading hands here, getting passed around. But flashback makes great use of both bullets, but Alpha
once again
finds himself.
Yeah, dude, he's so close to Killjoy. One away, and one of the earliest Killjoys we're gonna see.
That is unreal stuff. But Alpha is.
It worked pretty well in the end. I just felt like over towards site, maybe someone else shoots that Prowler.
With the Ghost, might as well just let him carry it over, and he gets 3 more. Yeah, 6-0. Pretty good start.
One away from a lockdown going into their bonus round.
Unbelievable.
Even with losing a weapon in this, that is still fantastic overall for them moving forward into round 3.
Okay, so damn, bro. Mako, who had to drop the Outlaw, takes the hit and has a Marshal, an attack Marshal.
Mako after the force, the economy.
Poor guy, man.
The after effects of that Outlaw purchase is going to be down to a Marshal here. There's Nate up over the top, Foxy. See if he gets anything to peek out. Oh my God, man, he is on one today. And Durka the first to fall once more.
Well, let's see if they can convert these opening kills into a round win. Use that
and that looks good.
Oh,
ooh, okay.
Have to clear it out, so not going to be able to get that clear, and it would have been a high value one as well. Nano and Alarm Bot both stacked in on top of each other.
Yeah, you would have loved to have had that. Make it a little harder for Fnatic to get a read. Poster, though, pushed pretty far forward, trying to spam down to challenge this entry by DRX, but Toxic Screen goes up, and
Prowler goes deep over towards C as well. Doesn't hit anyone. Jump spot on top of that. Clears everything. Double rotate coming in. As we can see, a pivot towards B is going to be perfect.
Shoulder going to be spotted with Bosa down to 10 HP.
Damage.
Decent
Keep an eye on Alpha
fire there
still.
from the side of Bane. And the pivot to B might end up getting called here.
Yep.
Alpha though on a deep line gets the
No
headshot.
way, the Marshall.
He's a double tap.
Dude, he didn't even look left.
Mako potentially could go recover that weapon, but looks like he doesn't want to be disconnected from the rest of the team for too long, so we'll just go ahead and watch from main here at B site.
A nasty crossfire set up between Flashback and Foxy9 to try to account for these A lurkers. I mean, this round should be done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, the save call has already been made.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to save, and it's a nightmare.
Try to go for a play here.
Sure.
It's
around the outskirts
the
of the
3K
site,
for everyone alive.
Fnatic just have to allow for this anti-bonus to come through here for DRX.
Your own econ is not too bad for the enemy's
Mako,
econ.
he can sprint over and he can pick up that weapon.
Kind of incredible.
Weapon Alfier had.
Absolutely. Get a Bulldog.
We'll find out here in a moment.
Yeah, so DRX will like that. Maybe Mako actually gets a proper gun. There we go.
Bulldog in hand, as you said. A nice upgrade and a very nice round here on the
Yeah,
attack
it was
for
a good
DRX
round.
to get themselves
I mean,
that
shout out
first
to
win on
Foxy.
Lotus.
Yeah, this is so interesting so far from DRX because it's very slow. And it's very just, okay, check
Well,
every
everyone has a
angle,
lot of money now.
Go for those initial trades. Try to just win gun battles off the back of Foxy9's chamber. And is going
And now the two people that die had to
relatively well
buy
in
into
those
it.
situations. It's just the post plants that are going to be a little bit tricky. You have some util to work with, but there's a lot to clear.
These are two that didn't take a hit. Chronicle
In some of the previous rounds,
gets the Odin out. And again, Fnatic just have...
clear out that outlaw
Everyone takes their
initially
turn
to
of
set
using the
Boaster up
Odin,
for
so you
that
never know
kill
who it is.
in the anti-eco that allowed Alfier to kind of get in and do his thing. Have
This
that
is the big
lockdown
ult as well. Got to
available.
keep an eye on Alpha.
Foxy9 same angle, getting spammed down, getting prowlered, but nobody on Fnatic gonna show their head this time around. Giving that chamber a little bit more room to work with. DRX just ultra patient right now. Trying to create a lot of noise. Different parts of the map. Even though Spike very much still in spawn, so this is all just a diversion. But man, you've got so much space here as DRX. You've got mountain control, you've got rubble control. You can really do a lot.
We moved our stuff further back over towards Fnatic. So Chronicle shot them a satchel round before, and then Alpha kind of learnt from it and used like moved his stuff further back. It's also a setup to like buy him time so that he can actually get out of the
I
site.
think they've got a potential decent read that this might happen, but
Smoke on a waterfall.
Yeah, and he just needs to play for his ult here.
Okay,
Okay, his ult goes down. They got like what? 10 seconds to try plant.
Deep, though. Plant can come through, but that's likely going to still lead to somebody being detained as they try to clear it out. Pain shell going to be locked
Incredible
in.
nade, man. Whoa, we handled this well. Oh, we handled this really well.
Suddenly, DRX
Wait, this was sick.
in full control of this round.
They were so calm with it.
I think that once again, this is going to have to be a save call from the side of Fnatic, and another flawless from DRX.
well, now you've got Foxy9, who's already taken a bit of space. See if he's going to want to try to push any further to try to challenge some of these players. Got the cash to do so
Right.
now.
Back-to-back rounds.
Out of range here.
Back-to-back rounds of the 3,000 as well.
This peeks in around the back and looks like
The money's out of control.
these two players from Fnatic
And in
will
my
be able to
opinion,
hold
they
on to
probably
their
only
weapons,
need
but
5
DRX
on
gonna be
attack.
tying things up and maintaining just
It normally
everything.
gets like
Their
4 or
economy
8.
starting to get
But
built up.
5 would be incredible.
They were given
This is a
just
good
enough
start. They're going to have a
space
lot of money
that
for
you
it.
could get those paint shells deep enough to clear that
They had a
lockdown.
lot of trust on Buzz's
Caught
nade here
Fnatic
as well.
off guard.
And
Instantly, 2 players got taken
dude,
down.
if I'm Buzz here,
Pushing
I'd
on the swing,
definitely,
and okay. Flaw's not going to be found.
definitely be
Durka
down
does
for
manage to find that
trying to
kill.
hunt a little bit.
And punishing the lurk, but otherwise not much going to be given over. Durka still a couple charges away from having that showstopper online as we take a look back at this. Clean take from Buzz, just pushing forward.
Good
finding
luck
the
on this
kill.
one
The
as well.
paint shell lob
Fnatic have been
perfectly
leaving
in to
B
go
pretty
ahead and find the
open.
destruction.
Unbelievable play from Buzz. And Foxy there on the other side, still doing the KO maneuver. No KO in play this time, but I
think they might just be flexing.
They could be. You
like,
might be right.
Are they not just doing what Benji does?
It does.
Yeah. Maybe he's also flexing.
Okay, up on attack.
Foxy again, quick little peek. I know that the op isn't playing as he sends out a shot, just looking for a timing hit. Once again, DRX working their way over towards C.
Got 2 people that can't buy next. Durka 1 away from ult, Buzz 1 away from ult.
Really quiet.
One's thinking or talking about orbs at the
Blast pack should be deep enough
hits
to find
this
one.
guy.
The alarm bot and that second nano right at bend is still going to
Omen
be
Flash good to hit
available.
both at the moment.
Oh, they could.
Prowler on the hunt. Chronicle desperately trying to dump out his util. Buzz able to find Hero, and Chronicle does manage to stand his ground, and now Alpha strikes. Swinging in when they least expect. Flashback gets taken down. It's a man advantage here for the side of Fnatic.
Still to worry about that op from Foxy9. He's getting deep with it.
Oh, that was close.
Almost finds the hit there as well. A little bit of spray onto Chronicle as blast back from Durka interrupts the plant. Some time going to be bought. Allows for Boaster now to get into position to try to go for this retake. Mako, fake TP, sliding back. Swaps over for the smoke, and
what an absolute shot. Dude, and they didn't take enough space with the flash as well. One low HP.
Mako dead,
2v1.
gone, Bane all alone. No health remaining on Chronicle, but has to get through Alpha potentially first here. As they look to play together, the smoke gone away, the util drained, the head spotted, snappy with it is Bane.
God, the
Here's
shots.
footsteps to know that he's here on this spike, swings out.
Whoa, man. The shots into this round were incredible. Bane hit an absolute banger, so did Foxy.
These entries for DRX are really well thought out. Yeah, they used the blast pack to clear a little
Okay,
bit
yeah,
of
it is
utility.
the... okay, now I've seen that, it is the heretic
Into
stuff.
the paranoia to set Buzz up around the corner, even though Chronicle holds this down really efficiently with Alpha. Alpha steps up and starts doing damage, but they're able to finally get that plant through. Foxy9 hits another crazy good shot. He is clearly fired up to be playing that chamber. And DRX fired up, find another round win. 3 in a row for them.
And ults abound, Showstopper online for the side of Fnatic, but that's all they have. There's not much on the horizon either.
Yeah, hero judge, hero rifle.
Still a world away, but Nightfall tour de force in case Foxy should lose this operator, should lose his money.
This could be
So many ults.
the start of another cycle for DRX. They can maybe use the Showstopper or the Nightfall in this round and still get the win. Only use one of them. Save the next one for the next round. You know, Foxy gonna hang on to that op as long as he can, but tour de force always in the back pocket. Save a little bit of extra cash, but back over to this A clear. They just take their time. Watching, they know that Fnatic is generally playing.
It's going to hit no one, that's a free sight.
Nightfall, I think, might connect.
Nope, doesn't go deep enough to find that. But
Okay,
it's
double
still
ult used
the
into it
rocket
against
connecting,
Nico
and
though.
Alhan getting the reveal. Durka to try to clear. Drop back here from Buzz, not wanting to have another boom bot go off in his face. Backpedals and flashback. Joins in.
Nice
Showstopper
util,
going to be
man.
drawn out. Rocket
Wait,
sent
what?
In. Flashback. Destroyed.
Durka, why?
P away, dodging that shot. Foxy keeps himself alive. Chain shell sent. Boaster on the drop down into the smoke. Able to find Buzz. There's a couple Sheriff shots here. Going to be going wide. Alpha with that rifle. Able to find one. Boaster taps here onto the spike, but the players are just so very low. Boaster trying to fight back. Finds Foxy9. The hold to half coming through. Bane waiting this one out. The Haunt going to be cleared.
What's another death?
Boaster knowing that he needs to get this kill. Just trying to bait him in, but Bane just playing around here as the Prowler goes on the hunt.
Okay, I actually got really close, like fair play. I criticized the ult, but they did a lot of damage, man. They got this way closer than I thought. It felt like madness, 3v5. I still think it was madness, but it got a lot closer than I thought. So I want to give him like a little bit of. I mean, it still is madness. It still is absolute madness to use your ult here. Is it not free?
Off the back of the Nightfall.
Oh, it's 4v5, I guess. Omen Flash 4v5.
You know, investing that ult.
I don't know, you're still eco though. You're still eco 4v5.
Decently far away from a couple more
Like, wasn't Boaster criticizing people?
A pretty big gamble there.
For that at the beginning of the year?
Yeah, you get a couple ults out of DRX.
It was close to be fair though, yeah, I agree. I agree
They've
with you.
got a few more to fall back on. They've got that tour de force from Foxy9. Both Omens have their TPs for sure. We've already seen on Abyss, you know, some creative use of it. Mako has at times gone for some ones that have left you scratching your head as well, but for the most part, they've got some decent ideas.
4 on it. 4 on attack, man.
Look like here though for Fnatic. DRX still in a very good position to try to scoop up some more rounds. But as we saw from Abyss, can't necessarily follow the path that the the script of the economy is telling us.
There is no script with these two teams.
There's many, many thrifties found. We know that that can certainly happen here on Lotus.
Just think about what happened the last time they met at Champs. It was a 13-2 for DRX. I go and interview Mini, and he's like, well, what are you going to do after that? He and I just both start laughing. That's where that kind of, thing comes from. Teams can bounce back after getting blown out so much.
And I mentioned thrifties, and that's what we might be looking at. Fnatic cannot really put their foot down here in this round. Big investments, the Operator, the Odin here in play. Dirk are going to be scooping this one up yet again.
Okay, let's see what they change
Foxy.
up.
Toward a force going to be popped, but that's
way more aggro over towards C.
The map.
Nice
Alpha committed.
To clear that angle.
So getting a lot earlier info over towards C.
Continues to just fan out, taking this door. I kind of wonder if at some point there might be a bit of a paranoia and a push through that door with the Odin or something like that, or just spam it down because DRX has love.
Oh,
boy.
On the edge here.
God.
Yeah, Mako
30. Mako going to be wheeled away at down to 30. Very rough way to start things off here on the push. Chronicle setting on the pipe, but as he does, Buzz strikes. Now they know
down over towards
he's been flushed out.
Door.
They say paranoia beats
swing
down.
over towards site.
Buzz down to
Guy out in the open because he's focusing on door where they've opened the door.
Gets the reveal. They know that he's
like it's nice from DRX, but
3 players on the side of DRX whose HP bars are completely
Fnatic
shattered. Not even a full
and
HP
are getting
bar
caught out a
between
little
the
bit
there.
there. It looks like they prepped pretty heavy though. I wonder. I mean, this is just their reaction when they have Viper over towards here to do the molly on the first tap of the door. Oh, mid-round replay. That's crazy today.
It's working so well for DRX because they're just creeping their way forward. They're just tiptoeing ahead. Step
yeah, look at that. Damn, man. Prius is brave today. How many rounds are we going to see where 5 people survive? Where 4 people plus are surviving?
I mean, he did pick up the Odin, so they're not going to be carrying that one forward into the next round, but they still have a ton of money.
Yeah.
These 2 players, however, very much at risk.
Where 2 people are surviving.
It's going to help him cycle. Yeah,
Fnatic will take that.
So that's certainly not who they would have liked to have given those kills.
Yeah, it's not that it matters too much. Like, they would still have to win 3 in a row pretty much to break their econ and like actually force them down to an eco, so it's pretty far away, but
he's got the op now. See if they keep it in his hands. Looks like they will. So now I expect, based on what I'm seeing on the mini-map, I think Fnatic's going to try to contest. I think they're going to use the kit and caboodle here.
Okay, Alpha with the op, Foxy going out towards here. We're just going to util dump this. Boaster has this Omen Flash ready.
Made out. Minor damage eaten there by Foxy9. Quick TP's away. All right, as Boaster arrives at top rubble and would have gotten line
They
of
not
sight.
just punish his TP with an Odin spam?
Coming through, but quick to pivot here.
He keeps doing this.
I'm sure they get fanned out across the opposite sides here.
This is already a great adjustment, though. This gives them a lot more map control. And Boaster
They've been buying
up
Odin.
on top of the rocks. Got to keep a good angle through. Foxy9 leading the way. Him and Bane.
5? Yeah, dude, 5 on attack already. I feel like
clear out some of these angles towards B.
if it went pretty much as normal chamber games do, they would probably have enough, yeah.
To watch for the flank, so DRX gonna have to come up with another.
Fnatic also normally historically better on this half.
So well known
they are on attack.
Look at that.
Entry coming in. Hero, blind spray, able to find one.
Great kill from him. Good crouch as well, maybe saved him from the bullet. Not entirely sure.
Sends out the boom bot, reveal onto one, but ultimately get cleared.
Isn't the best plant for them. Keeping on the double push here.
For DRX to try to
yeah, a lot of this is on flashback.
Still have the haunt in the seas for Hero. Try to clear some space.
This makes Flashback's life a little bit more difficult because he doesn't have that trademark to try to play off of. But Chronicle, I think, just going to be taken down blind. Mako with a final shot. Maybe he had line of sight either way to push forward. Instantly dealt with Durka. Not even getting an opportunity.
And
He's a drag across.
He lay played the whole time. Flashback's just the security of this.
Again.
Yeah, dude, they both lost 1v1s here. I don't know how they went down, but I guess we'll find out.
They keep getting decently close. They keep putting members low, finding kills, but it's just not fast enough. DRX's time buying has been too strong.
Dude,
and now they find
this is a lot of rounds, man, for an attack.
I mean, it's just phenomenal preparation for DRX in so many different ways. Like, the game plan itself is really good in terms of the big picture strategy, the way they're working the map, the way they're kind of doing these slow pushes all over the place, letting Foxy9 kind of lead the way on contact sometimes. And then if they can get to the plants, like in situations like this, Crossfire is so well set up, so well thought out. And everybody holds their line brilliantly. And all it takes is a Prowler and a Paranoia to clear Dirk off the site. Once again, space going to be contested.
Okay, first, we saw or heard him.
Oh, Boaster.
Very suspicious of it. Boaster going to be dropping down. The Prowler coming through, and Foxy not sure which way to look. Didn't know where the shot was coming through, well scoped in. Frankly, he's very lucky to get away with his life. And down to 51 HP, but Boaster very much wishing that he had gotten that kill.
Nano up front again. One towards the back. For the delay for Fnatic. But I think they're pretty well suited.
Alpha has his ult again, so he's going to play to retake.
Boaster can hang on against that op.
Right across, Util going to be cleared out. Haunt getting
How many did that I see? Like 4?
Decent glimpse.
Or a lot.
Up here from DRX. For now, we're going to be
At least saw 3 here. Not entirely sure how many. 3?
3 players at Waterfall. Tap the door again. Spike.
And the later this gets, the more likely Killjoy
ADS in on a
going to get used early.
It's Mako trying to just keep them interested here at the C site.
30 seconds left.
The back away, lockdown going to be coming through. Yeah, he sends
now what?
And
oh, what the hell is that?
My God, looks for the third, and he's got it. Goes for the reload. Alfia that is there to back him up. And Fnatic this time are not letting the round get away from them. Chronicle dinked here. But Mako
What was that, bro? Okay. Good amount of money for everyone as well. You don't really need to hunt this guy. It doesn't even matter. It's more about their recon.
Back away.
They can get that extra little upgrade. Mako spam through the box. He swings out. No more bullets. Got to back out.
He does back away. And that's going to be Fnatic breaking the win streak here. It was all consecutive from DRX up until this point. Solid rifling from Durka.
Just insane.
Maybe a
what the hell is that?
Shot, but either way, it is
disgusting. Dude, his pre-aims on the first guy and then he adjusts to the second guy.
Love the idea there. Durka's just so ready off that lockdown for them to come B. After that door had been open, he is prepared the whole time and converts off the back of it. There's that nade. Has to be TP'd away from again.
Whoa, Omenov.
Take it down. Mako caught him going up on top of the rubble again.
Yeah, and this is the first time he's gone for that for a while since, like, what, the pistol maybe? I can't remember now.
Flashback now, watching for this lurk forward. Not sure if he's going to be ready for it. No.
Oh,
peeks in, but Alpier wins the fight. No damage taken. Solid counter opening on the opposite side of the map there for Alpier, continuing to deliver. Already 2 charges, closer to that next lockdown here. 3rd and a half is able to find it. Boombot leading the way, the push coming through here once again over towards B, but Alpier going to be the first one that they have to try to get through, but is it just going to be a pump
nice,
fake?
They create a bit of pressure, means that this guy has to rotate off.
Set back. Foxy
up over towards
forward,
B.
Trying to take some space, and the
oh, it's a big miss.
Going to be going wide. Whizzing past
feels like one of the
head.
first he's had all game.
Swing around the back, buzz out into the open, able to dodge that showstopper. The Chronicle now.
Man, very nice on this. Durka gave him so much space.
Spike now completely
it's really nice back-to-back rounds from Durka, to be honest. Foxy 9 hits that shot as a different round.
There's no way for him to really pull the trigger on this one. Maybe smoke and see if he can try to TP across the map, but teleports over the side, and Hero is right there behind him.
Yeah, went for a bit of a play. Shout out again to Durka.
Start clawing things back.
Still, I mean, they need to get 2 in a row here.
A great kill again for Durka, who's really starting to heat up. Double digits in the kill column for him now as well. And then a quick blast pack to swing around to completely surround and crunch DRX and Fnatic. Ain't missing those. Great ideas there. Great follow-up off the back of Durka's nice play. Really well thought out there, even though you do lose Boaster early, but it's a quick counterpunch from Alpha, who had tucked himself into an unexpected spot. They've been giving up mound control the entire time until then, and it worked a treat.
And because of those rounds, Fnatic have now forced DRX into their own eco position.
That took a while.
Headhunter there for
we got here. Triple stingers.
Rifle in the hands of Flashback. They do have the showstopper, and it looks like Buzz maybe going to be bringing that out, and he does. Nightfall to try to counter. Showstopper into the smoke, but Bane taken down by the snake bite.
With the fade ult back, it just absolutely melted them. Fade ult, Molly, Viper Molly.
Foxy 9 taken down. Fnatic within touching distance of giving us a 6-6 half. This has been a fantastic run back from them.
No doubt about it.
That was a mix of light armor,
really
Fatal, and then just Killjoy Viper Molly.
And if they give up that space,
and I guess the Viper smoke as well.
Answers. It's to shut down DRX right around that orb or just past it. And they made their lives a lot more difficult. And all this util and
look at it.
Behind Buzz and
that was awesome.
Walk into the meat grinder.
Oh, really good timed Fatal. Really good.
Back of that fade util for Durka. Once again, look at this mound control. This has been a big difference as well. Them using this util, another
back-to-back misses. All right.
Nearly taken down.
That's what I wanted to see. Like this Odin needs to punish this guy. 6 HP. It's unlucky not to get the kill.
Very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, there's multiple ways of doing it. You either break the trip at the beginning, so that he's stuck out in the open and tries to TP, or you just spam him as he TPs.
Basically saying like, yeah, you have to go into this site. You have to go and push in towards Hero, towards Alfier. We've already reinforced these positions.
At least we saw the punish though coming in.
Realize it's fairly unassailable.
Yeah. This is a good read from Mako and company. Understanding that they don't have good opportunities. Man, Foxy has to be so careful here.
Yeah, close at all to that corner. He is a dead man.
If he took a shot from a KJ turret, he'd be dead.
Paranoia from Boaster. Paranoia matching, but the catch is not there. Buzz landing and Alfier playing it quietly, but Buzz turns back around.
Whoa, Buzz checked it.
Gets eliminated, but now the man advantage going to be there for the side of DRX. Foxy still somehow alive, finally dealt with his Chronicle.
Okay, nicely done from Chronicle. See smoke as well, timing of the spam. Oi, look at that damage.
Oh, he knew he had to grab the spike. Spammed flashback down to 23 health.
Slow creep into the sprint. They
yeah,
have
it's
to
a good call
from them. They have to run. The time is just not here on their side.
I mean, it's still down to Buzz.
And Chronicle is in position. Buzz scoping through. Wow. Finds the shot. Swaps back over to the Vandal. A 2v2, but HP very much in the favor here of Fnatic.
This would be a masterclass round if he wins this, just because
play this to absolute perfection.
Rechecking that corner, because Alpha likes to play there a lot of the time, is
from Buzz sent.
Like great prep work that he's remembered it.
To check. Nothing to be noted quite just yet. Turns his sights now over towards the defending side. Boaster creeping forward, taking space. Buzz,
damn, bro.
Finds the kill. Paint Shell going to be lobbed out. He's on for an ace, but flashback.
Damn, bro. Buzz. They got 7 on attack with a chamber comp. That is so much.
Unbelievable stuff. Just what a back and forth
And they lost
series.
pistol.
I mean, these two teams playing out of their minds today.
Well, we're gonna take a quick little break, take a breath, and then get.
Dude, he did it. Yeah, he did just the little look, just in case. I'm telling you, because Alpha plays there so much, like the most out of maybe any player. This, I feel like someone in G2 plays there a lot as well. But
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, I like that, man. Having players that can like remember a lot of the prep as well is awesome. Like all your anti that you've spent all the time doing. Leaf, yeah, I think that's right. I think it is Leaf that I'm thinking of as well. Like, yeah, having a player that just remembers all of the anti, and like even on the last round here, not even any kind of reminder, just double checking it. That was all. Dude, this is hard for Fnatic. Might have to win all the pistols here to stand a chance. Imagine they win 4 pistols and still don't win. Did Alpha get too greedy here? Nah, not really. It's like he should be getting 3 there. It's more just Buzz. It's more just Buzz checking it.
Down, but not quite.
Watch how we'll suffer for not putting Buzz in the top 10. Dude, this is the problem. This is the problem with this whole event, and we said it at the beginning. Because you're going to say that for just every player that pops off. There's literally about 15 players that aren't on the top 10 list that should be in the top 10 list. Like, there's like 25 players that could be in anyone's top 10 list. That's the issue.
This was going to be tied.
Like, Meteor should be on there as well.
Again, the idea
Meteor, Buzz. Like, there's too many players.
To start taking Rebel control really through
Slav Valo, thank you so much for the 10 months. Thank you.
Success. And then you just
Appreciate
have rounds
that,
like
thank
that
you.
where
Who do I think is the best aimer these days?
Step up in big moments and turn rounds on their head.
Honestly, I don't think we can ever forget that Demon One's an incredible aimer. I will say Primi is probably the fastest aimer I've seen.
It is, because DRX is
like fastest to shoot, fastest to headshot is probably him.
So puzzling as we take a look here at the scoreboard. Right now, Fnatic 42 kills across the board between all of the players.
I still think Demon One's pretty incredible, man.
Below, they're down by 7 eliminations, but up by 2 rounds.
Good math.
And a lot of that has to do with, a lot of that has to do with just those saves having to come through, because DRX, when they were having those clean rounds, they were forcing Fnatic out in such decisive fashion. But now DRX are here on the defense.
I mean, I'm biased. Scream's always had like the best stuff that I've seen, but I've seen like 500 times more stuff from Scream than any other player, so it's a bit biased.
That's so much control.
But also very good early damage from Fnatic. Bane going to be knocked down to 63.
Look how fast they're going to try to rotate. Trademark right around that
Okay,
corner.
little reminder of the pistols at the moment. 3-0. That's nice though. Like even though he gets tagged up, knowing that you push the chamber back and they don't have any vision, like what are we doing? Do that without util on a solo fade comp with 1.
Has to clear out the haunt.
Whoa.
This is an awkward situation, but Buzz comes to the rescue. Is able to find 1.
I'm confused, man. The eye got shot. Why does he think it's fine?
Rotate out.
Push and pull.
Tricky Valo,
so
thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 16 months.
So good at on this
Thanks for the prime.
Trying to sell
yeah, that was weird.
DRX has held firm on this A site.
20 seconds.
Haunt basically tells him that because there's only 23 seconds remaining.
Still got Omen Flash? No Omen Flash.
Quick check behind the box, and Hero on the swing. Instantly dealing with Bane, finishing him off at flashback.
Spike, 15 seconds.
The spike is now dropped. 12 seconds remaining.
Where you going?
As they have to just steamroll their way forward, but Mako once again puts the spike on the floor.
They're on different pages. One's going A, one's going B. Some guy's trying to walk into B because he has to do something as well. Okay, and probably the most important pistol for Fnatic to win is won by DRX.
DRX able to outguess them in the end. Also a nice play here by Foxy9. The very end of that round to swoop in towards Waterfall, come through, and watch the back angle of Flashback. I could see Alpha on the map hovering, trying to find that little bit of an angle or see if Flashback was going to try to rotate back before he'd get to the angle that the trademark would clip into him. But Foxy9 was just a step ahead and got the kill, and a huge hold on site. Really nice stuff.
Okay, so we get a Hero Marshall. Foxy buys an Outlaw, and Alpha's absolutely popped him.
Open for business is Durka scooping up that Outlaw. Is on the hunt.
No, the timing's crazy good. Trade through smoke.
Down, nearly loses his life, and as the smoke dissipates, he will. Boaster cleans up that kill, but Buzz, Bane getting 1 apiece as they arrive and reinforce.
I love when Achilles goes to like auction mode, man. It's sick.
Knocked down to 60, the tap
Rap
of the door.
God. I wanted him to keep going there.
Final call is going to have to be just maybe remain quiet, hover in these positions, try to catch somebody off guard.
That was insane.
Just trying to keep it on the swivel.
Yeah, that got pretty interesting though. Nice shot from Alpha to make that one like a interesting, doable round. Prius, hello mate. How we doing?
The start to this round again.
Compliment.
Fast and Furious from Fnatic, trying to just bulldoze their way through, and they get that opening kill. But then Flashback goes on a round again.
Yeah.
Fast and Furious from Fnatic, trying to just bulldoze their way through.
Trying to delay it. What's going on?
Goes unaccounted for. Able to find a kill, able to buy a little bit of extra time for the reinforcements of DRX to arrive. To bail them out. Goodness me. This has
I'll do a normal first stance.
And it has been. 3 Bulldogs, an Outlaw, and a Sheriff here for DRX. As they go into the bonus. Full Vandals for the side of Fnatic. Durka quick on the entry, jumping forward, does get slowed up. Paint shell sent in towards Connector.
Omen
goes
Flash.
Ooh,
Nice Omen Flash.
Durka, however, cannot reach
was good.
steady. Pushing forward at Mako, able to
Yeah,
collect,
I'm
and now
pretty
can
sure
see
it
a
hit,
quick weapon.
might have hit
Flashback
all
out
3,
from
honestly.
Ends up getting taken down. An easy kill set up there from Chronicles. Boaster just goes for the wide swing. Does get punished for it.
Nicely done from Boaster. That was the right play to just keep on swinging and make sure his mates get out of the choke point. Otherwise, they're just going to get sprayed down.
For this Outlaw, Foxy9 sticks with it, however.
Yeah, that was good from Boaster.
Walk through the site.
Even though no matter what, he's pretty much dead there.
This is going to be tricky indeed for Foxy9.
Okay, this guy's tanked enough damage so that he can get shot. So
get this done.
We can both get one shot here.
That nano in the post plant to worry about. Haunt is up for Hero.
I don't know which way he's going to be approaching from. But ultimately, as long as the door doesn't get tapped behind them, they just can keep their sights focused forward here.
An alarm bot and turret too now.
I mean, Alfier, just everything in the kitchen sink. As time starting to dwindle, Foxy having to check every single angle. Drops down, first bullet gonna be sent. There's the nano pop. The creep forward, the top of the spike. They're trying to shoot through the side, gets a quick scope in, and he cannot get the job done. Bonus conversion cannot come through. Fnatic will be able to win this one out. Will be able to fight back. Will be able to close that gap, but they are unable to carry over any weapons into the next round.
Yeah, that is extremely costly.
Yeah, he did pretty good.
A great entry here for Durka. Chronicle, clean as always. And then the hero swinging in off the back of that.
Oh, that's crispy,
swing.
man.
Foxy 9 does what he can. Wanted to do as much damage as possible. Tries to see if he can sneak out a defuse, but does that extra piece of damage. Now has an operator. Glass cannon for him. Lost this battle previously. Now he's a little bit of backup. Flashback in the vicinity at least. Now
hey, they put a
away from this. No early contact.
That's sick.
From the side of Fnatic.
They put a smoke out where they like to the fade eye.
So for Fnatic,
so the fade eye goes into the smoke, so they don't know if it's actually clear. It's kind of cool.
Things go really poorly. Actually, they're trying to set up for this crunch through the door. Foxy 9 hits a good one.
Oh, whoa. Nice, bro.
Well.
Yeah, I was worried, but
has
good.
That rendezvous out to safety. Re-hit at the door, 3 players. Out by Mound, smoke's dissipated. Foxy scoped in, trained and waiting. Waterfall smoke set up. Foxy gonna be spotted.
Oh, nice off angle from Alpha.
Alfier, who's able to collect the kill, and Poster has to drop down. It's quite a bit of damage there on top of the box, but is able to keep his life intact. But Bane finds Alpha snappy with
bro, this guy's got really snappy aim.
Man advantage maintained here for the side of DRX as Poster tries to find some kind of opening, but the Prowler continues to alert. Spike in the meantime being shipped over.
Lunatic, man, but what a kill. Knew he was low.
Hit. Mako can relay this, but if he intercepts the spike, that could be everything.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to overstep.
He will be allowed to pass.
Heard the footsteps. Can wait for the reinforcements.
Okay.
Paranoid, he gets an opener on the hero. Unbelievable.
Carrier killed. Mako just trying to dance away, trying to get out. He cannot.
Hey, we push him down to an eco. This is DRX's, man. DRX to take this. They would have to mess up pretty bad. Like that is the big round right here.
It has gone the distance to the third map, but DRX seemingly on the precipice of shutting down Fnatic's Lotus. Still a few more rounds to go. A little bit of frustration for Boaster. No timeouts just yet.
No timeout, full eco.
For the side of Fnatic.
Got a bit of util, that's it.
As well, but gonna be tough to find the opportunity to invest those, so you can find some of those opening kills.
Prowler to Hunt. Does identify Poster there at back rubble. Decent amount of damage onto him.
Okay, well that'll do it.
Absolutely boned. Buzz able to find the kill.
That was awesome.
This paranoia will send them all packing.
They prowl them, then you spot them and you fade them, man. Good.
Crazy good combos. Great work.
The ping's still coming down. DRX still wise that they're not necessarily rotating.
Yeah, and then they got the confirmation off the back of the utility to clear with the classics.
Buzz gets a kill, he gets all.
And Buzz instantly finding 4 on for an ace, and he's got it!
Oh man, that was nice, bro. I know it's full eco, but it was still real nice.
He showed up to play today, and DRX are now 2 steps away.
Yeah,
from taking down Fnatic.
The second kill in the spray transfer was fast.
And in the all-time series between these two, it's Fnatic with the edge, 2-1. Go back to 2021 Vision Strikers, right? They beat them in the group stage in the winners. 2022, DRX takes them down in the lower bracket to move on to that third place.
The whole team doing it.
Finish. And then last year, it was actually in the same round of the lower bracket, lower round 2, where Fnatic beat DRX the following year. And what's crazy is there's 4 players who are still here from both teams, right? From that first champions to now. And it's Buzz and Mako, the duelist and the controller IGL on DRX, and then Durka and Boaster, the duelist and controller IGL, still on Fnatic as well. What a story between these two squads.
I mean, yeah, we've been talking about it for a very good reason, because these teams are very well versed with one another. But right now, it looks like DRX have just been having the better read. 11-6 as the timeout will expire. Fnatic able to run things back nicely on Abyss to make that a hell of a lot closer. Can they do the same here on Lotus? So once again,
the Outlook can only one-shot two.
Purchase coming through here. 2 players with a half armor, but they still do have those critical big ultimates available.
Buzz, yeah, I mean, he's having an absolute game,
really
man.
Willing to play contact
20-11.
with Foxy9.
He had a really good game on Abyss as well. He was looking down B.
They've been making really good decisions off the back of that contact, knowing when to rotate, knowing when to contest, and of course, hitting some great shots along the way.
Foxy having heard the TP, wise to it, but the swing out from Durka is absolutely gorgeous.
Foxy's getting annihilated over towards C, man. If I'm him right now, my confidence peaking C is at an all-time low. I'm probably hiding in sight. I'm probably for sure hiding in sight.
Does have his own slow creep up poster here below.
Pops this.
For now, hasn't popped it. He's just gonna go ahead and peek out.
Look at this guy go. Woi, Boaster, nice kill though.
And it's just the kills.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz is just doing ridiculous work. He has to 1v2 it, and he has no idea about this guy. And he has full idea about the guy behind.
Continues to deliver for this team.
Big 1v1.
10-2. He has been frying here on Lotus despite the scoreline. He knows that he's cleared the space. Turret set up to watch over towards Waterfall. Double nanos available. Mako contemplating what he wants to do. The tap, the bait, Alpha desperately trying to draw him out into the open, but Mako will go ahead and reveal his position as he clears out the turret. A couple pot shots through the wall to try to get the wall bang hit. Nano's now set up, but Alpha has to survive, and he's still playing a very aggressive angle.
Expecting him to have already pushed forward. Maybe anticipating the smoke TP.
Oh, I see what we're going for.
Trying to deny a potential right side flank, but now that that expires, he's going to have to be a little bit more concerned about it. The second Nano going to be coming through. Smoke used here by Mako. Sets it right in on top of Alpha.
This is sick.
Could end up biting Mako here in the rear. The jump down.
Damn, dude, the jump crouch into the smoke.
Alpha.
Holy, that was really fun to watch. Dude, they needed that. They needed the 1v2.
Says absolutely not.
The veteran IGL.
Yeah, that was incredible from Mako. Dude, I thought it was so smart from Alpha though. I felt like he really had him.
An idea. The absolute insanity to go for the jump into the smoke.
Yeah, the jump crouch into the smoke.
Insanity to go for the spray first into the showstopper from Buzz. Unbelievable, Mako. Alpha can't believe it, and I can't either.
Yeah, no, I know. It felt like he had it all ready to go. In the meantime, we'll go to what could very well be the last round of this map. Showstopper in play for Durka, jumping forward, able to find the ball, taking him down immediately. As he desperately
looks so funny.
The door, saying, "Please let me out."
That looks incredible, man.
Good start. Fnatic now. I need to see if they can find ways to snowball off that success. Mako just trying to spam down through the smoke. Seeing if he can find any damage. He has Bane right around the corner. Crossfire set up with flashback through Baby Door. Once again, on his own is Foxy9 with that operator over on the other side. Prowler to check. Gonna force him back.
Backs away, but it still does get the reveal. Sends out the classic. Which may as well tell him, yeah, I've got an operator.
Yeah.
They know who's been playing on this side of the map. And they know how much money DRX has. So ultimately they will back away. Alarm bot going to be set up, but now I mean, just a timing. Nightfall here from Bane.
Tried to time it.
Gets a couple tags. The trails tell all.
That's wild. The info Nightfall from DRX. They just want to make sure that they have that extra layer.
Time's incredibly low, man.
Oh, catching a timing there on a one, nearly. Most down
7 bullets.
Durka eating so much damage, the Nightfall goes out, and Mako once again steps.
Damn, bro, he kills them on that.
Comes in.
That's insane, dude. What an absolute map. Dude, Mako and Buzz at the moment have stepped up so heavy into this, it's not even funny. Done. Holy hell, they 2-0'd them. Monsters, man. Okay, DRX win their group.
DRX on home soil. We'll get a 2-0 victory over Fnatic.
Incredible, man.
The original Kings of Korea do what GENG could not earlier in the day, and they punch their ticket into the playoffs. An insane performance,
man.
And
What a big game from them.
destroy Fnatic on Lotus.
And not since that first time when they played as Vision Strikers versus Fnatic. Not since then does DRX get grouped. It is inevitable. They are once again through to the playoffs. And the form, the resurgence from this team that we have been seeing as of late has been incredible. For Fnatic, they will of course take their bows, but we are far from done with this squad.
No doubt.
They still have another life. They still have another chance.
And they go down to the
No
lower.
doubt about it. This team is fearsome. A lot of people predicting them.
Whoa, don't push him.
Distance in this event, and I could
pushed him
definitely
to the
see
back.
it. I'm a believer in this Fnatic squad. I think they will rebound, and I would not want to play them in the next round of this event.
Okay, he's just waiting for him. That makes way more sense.
Certainly not. DRX continuing to look better and better. Buzz, what a day from him. Mako as well. Showing us that form that we didn't get to see too much of as he took over the IGLing, but today he was frying. For Foxy, he'll be carried forward here by his teammates, but he did not need carrying in the lobby either.
No doubt about it. He came out hot and really set the tone and the tempo on Lotus, on that chamber. Struggled a little bit on the defender side, but that's okay. The teammates picking him up when they needed to. And this DRX squad, it's unbelievable. I mean, you just felt like
Buzz
something
played.
was
I'm telling you,
brewing.
Buzz
The
and
reverse
Mako
sweep
played
versus
so
Paper X,
well.
pushing GENG to multiple overtimes in the Pacific Grand Finals. But this, to take down Fnatic here and now, they just keep getting better.
We got Heretics, we got DRX.
I know we all predicted DRX. That was my heart. My head, it told me Fnatic.
Yes.
And I really thought they were going to have the upper hand coming into this one, but the tenacity put on display by DRX, it's just something else. Something about this team. You get them to that champion stage, and things just really click.
I'm just blown away. Absolutely blown away again. So many awesome moments from everybody on the squad. Great entries from Buzz, the clutches from Vayne.
Yeah, they came in prepped for this.
Brilliant performance here, and this game.
You got to remember as well, 3-1, like 3-1 pistols. They only won 1 out of the 4 pistols. It was awesome. Pick'ems, oh yeah, bro, the Pick'ems are annihilated now.
I mean, again, the
DRX winning their group, Heretics winning their group.
To not overreact, to wait, to not call those timeouts.
Told you, man, the 100%. No one's getting it.
Through the playoffs, and for now, let's go ahead and hear from the man of the hour. We've got Buzz standing by down on stage alongside
10 Pick'ems are left, and what are we? Like what? 8 games in or something mental? 10 people.
Now, congratulations, Buzz, on that 2-0 against Fnatic. You beat them in your home ground, in front of the home crowd. What does this win mean to you? 버즈 선수 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 홈 팬들 앞에서 홈 그라운드에서 푸나틱을 상대로 2대0 승리를 거뒀습니다. 속 너무 시원하고 어깨도 훨씬 가벼워질 것 같은데 좀 기분이 어떠세요?
사실 큰 적을 좀 넘어뜨리고 가는 것 같아서 너무 기분이 좋고 일단은 저희가 저번 경기에서 좋지 않은 모습도 많이 보여줬었는데 오늘은 좀 100점 만점에 한 90점 정도의 플레이를 보여줬다고 생각해요. 그래서 사실 너무 기쁘고 스크림 때보다도 더 잘해줘가지고 더할 나위 없이 기쁜 날인 것 같습니다.
I think we took down the Goliath from David and Goliath, and I'm super happy about today's win. I mean, we had some inconsistency when it came to our last match, but today I would give our team 90 out of 100. So it's a good day for me to be able to do this, especially in front of the home crowd. Now, Buzz, you were going insane on both maps. The operator on point too. Some people say maybe this is Buzz's prime. Maybe you've reached your highest peak. Would you agree? 버즈 선수 오늘
I think it is his
너무
prime. I
좋은
don't think you've ever
모습을
seen him playing this
보여주면서
good.
버즈의 전성기 아니냐, 진짜 최고점을 찍었다라는 평가가 많이 나오고 있거든요. 동의하실까요?
사실 잘은 모르겠는데요. 그냥 스테이지 2 때부터 정말 열심히 노력했는데 그 노력의 결과물이 지금에서야 조금 더 빛을 보는 것 같다고 생각하고 있어서 저 스스로도 너무 뿌듯하고 더 동기부여가 되는 것 같습니다.
I'm not really sure, but I worked really hard in stage 2. I think that hard work is paying dividends right now. So today my performance definitely gives me the motivation to push myself harder and work even harder. Now, Buzz, a 2-0 against Fnatic, that's a pleasant surprise. But speaking of surprise, Foxy9 on the chamber. Tell us all about it. 2대0으로 푸나틱을 꺾은 것도 놀라운데 폭시9 선수가 체인버를 잡았습니다. 설명 부탁드릴게요.
일단은 조합의 변화를 조금 느꼈었고 그치만 이제 거기서 플래시백 선수의 바이퍼도 좋고 아무래도 폭시9 선수가 전에 듀얼리스트와 그런 거를 좀 병행하면서 했다 보니까 아무래도 그 사람을 죽이는 그 암살의 DNA가 많이 남아있다고 생각해가지고 잘 할 수 있겠다라고 생각했는데 그 결과물이 너무 잘 좋게 나온 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. Well, there was indeed a little bit of a calm change up for us on Lotus, but we thought Flashback's Viper looked really strong, and Foxy9 used to play the duelist when he was flexing around other agents as well. So we did think that there was that killer instinct left in him. So we enabled that, activate that a little bit, and you know the results were really good. And I'm super happy with our Lotus today. Now, Buzz, we have Crew, Bilibili, Fnatic left in your group. Who else is going to make it to the playoffs? 그러면 남은 세 팀 중에 플레이오프에 가는 팀은 누가 될까요?
아무래도 여러분들이 다 예상하시는 푸나틱일 것 같습니다. 아무래도 조금 아직 적응을 조금 덜한 것 같고 푸나틱이 사실 이것보다 더 강한 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있기 때문에 무조건 올라올 거라 생각하고 있고 저희도 더 노력할 것입니다. 예.
I think it's safe to say Fnatic. I mean, they played really well today, but I think they're a super strong team. They just need more time to adjust to the new environment. I think they will make it out of groups 100%, but we will keep our guards up and try our best to prep for the playoffs as well. Now, Buzz, anything you want to say to the fans?
와주신 분들 또 그리고 이제 온라인으로 시청해주시는 팬분들 다 응원해주셔서 너무 감사하고 솔직하게 말씀드리면 뭐 다들 예상 밖의 결과라고 생각하셨을 텐데 그래도 저희가 잘 증명했다고 생각해서 너무 뿌듯하고 앞으로 더 좋은 결과 낼 수 있도록 저희가 더 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you everyone for showing up and supporting us at home as well. Now, most people might say this is an upset, us beating Fnatic, but I'm really proud of my teammates for being able to prove ourselves once again. So thank you everyone, and we will deliver our best game. So on in the future as well. That was Buzz. Everybody give it up for Buzz.
Pretty cool. So we got some scary people in the lower bracket, man. GENG and Fnatic lower bracket. Got DRX. Heretics already through to the top 8. That's awesome. Okay, chat, give me someone to raid. I'm gonna stop here. The next pick and video after groups? Yes, that will be the next one. Chat, who we raiding? Who we raiding? Safe? Oh yeah, let's do Safe. Love that. They've got anything after his name? DJ, right?
And I mean, he was utterly fantastic this series. His offing so impactful on
yeah,
map
okay.
and the form.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for watching. We got some absolutely banging games today. They were really good games today. Shout out to all the mods as always.
Yeah, on map 1 too. His mid-aggression, I think how much he
Lexor, if you're still here on YouTube, thank you for today as well, man. Appreciate that. And yeah, thanks to everyone. Thank you for watching. I will see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place. More games. All right, take it easy, everyone. Have a good rest of your day, all right?
says to another bald.
Thank you, peace.
Crime, it's fine. Yes, exactly. We allow it. But no, I mean, he really was just unbelievable.
Kill is disgusting.
YouTube chat. I'll see you guys in a little bit, all right?
Just delivering time and time again for them.
Peace.
And you would think that, like, you know, I mean, Buzz has had a lot of ups and downs in his career, right? But to see him have